Check out the Dream Machines in Million Dollar Alley.
We're going for a test run.
Join Teresa Bravo and a car-crazy team for Fueling the Drive. Saturday at 7 p.m. on CBS 4.
We leave you now with some breaking news out of Palm Beach County. At a West Palm Beach precinct, we're getting reports that some battery power issues, some voting machines ran out of battery power, 9 to be exact, and 40 votes were lost. This is the first major problem reported here in South Florida this election day. And
we'll have more on that in our special edition in 1/2 hour at 7 o'clock. That's the 6 o'clock report.
Now stay tuned for the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather. Good night.
Tonight, big election, big issues, and voters respond with big turnouts from coast to coast. The candidate's long campaign ends with one man, one vote, and one question: who wins? What about voting problems so many people feared? Keep your fingers crossed. So far, complaints are few and far between. How will it turn out? CBS News exit pollsters are taking the election's pulse. And talk about animated politics, the biting comedy that gave this campaign so much extra zing.
This is the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather reporting tonight from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
Good evening. It's finally over. The campaign for the presidency. Now voters are having the last word. And they're turning out in big numbers. Long lines formed at polling places all across the country. There are indications the top issues on voters' minds today are jobs and the economy, terrorism, the war in Iraq, and moral values. In Georgia, some people didn't just line up, they camped out to vote. If you haven't voted, you still have time. Then watch your vote count right here. CBS News correspondents are deployed to bring you the full election story. Jim Axelrod kicks off our coverage.
On a day of deep division in this country,
thank you,
Americans of all political persuasions shared at least one thought.
Polls are open.
Finally.
I have a feeling it's the most important vote I've ever cast.
The other thing shared by almost all voters on this day, long lines.
Terrific citizenry of people coming out and waiting in line for 2 hours to vote. It's quite extraordinary to stop to think about it.
If you measure the health of a democracy by how many people vote, then this year, American democracy should get a clean bill.
John F. Kerry and John Edwards, 7 votes.
Because so far, it looks like turnout will far surpass the 105 million Americans who voted 4 years ago.
And I think more people realize how much more important it is to vote now, because it's your voice. You know, my voice counts.
President Bush started his day in Texas, where he voted. He then headed to Washington, making a detour in Columbus, Ohio, to thank campaign workers.
I promise you it's me.
And make a few last-minute get-out-the-vote calls.
God bless. 1-0.
Senator Kerry woke up in the battleground state of Wisconsin.
And together, we're going to change the direction of this country.
Before kissing one last baby and flying to Boston to cast his vote.
I'm still asking Americans for their votes. I never leave any stone unturned.
Despite the fears that polling place disputes would be the rule, not the exception, they were minor for the most part across America. And so, with the pollsters telling us there are just as many of these voters out there.
I voted for John Kerry because I feel that George Bush didn't do a good job with the 4 years we just gave him.
As there are these voters.
I want to put the right man in the White House. I should say back in the White House.
There's nothing to do now but wait and see. The president will watch election returns tonight at the White House. Senator Kerry is obviously here in Boston, where the forecast is for cold and rain by the time he gets ready to address the crowd tonight. Assuming it is tonight he addresses the crowd. The even bigger question, however, will it be a victory speech or a concession? Dan?
Jim Axelrod reporting live from Boston. Thanks, Jim. Two of the most closely watched and hotly contested states tonight are Florida and Ohio. Either one could swing the election, and that's why legions of lawyers are on standby for potential voting challenges and lawsuits. CBS News correspondents are tracking any voting problems in those and other states. Anthony Mason is in Florida on the Vote Watch. Anthony, what's going on there?
Dan, it's been pretty quiet here, but in some precincts in Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, and West Virginia, local judges have been asked to extend voting hours. Now, while this election as yet has seen no major systemic disruptions, it has had its hiccups.
The long lines and heavy turnout led to frustration at some polling stations.
I'm trying, but the machine is broke. What they gonna do?
In this New Orleans precinct, voting came to a standstill when people had trouble using the machines.
I'm not a happy camper.
I figure after the last election, we should have all this solved by now.
In many states, voters were using new touchscreen machines for the first time, including about half of the voters in Florida.
I vote for Kerry, and what came up was Bush.
Jane Piazzetta was able to correct her vote.
It could be that I made a mistake, but I don't think so. I have been preparing myself for this for many, many weeks.
Outside the polling station, lawyers for the Kerry campaign, wearing the blue caps, quickly noted her story for a possible challenge. Lawyers and poll watchers were keeping a close eye in all the swing states. In Nevada, a Democratic county commissioner thought a Republican poll watcher was watching a little too closely.
But you're not going to disenfranchise black folks, okay?
There were other charges of dirty tricks. In Milwaukee, a fleet of Republican get-out-the-vote vans had its tires slashed. But at the polls, voters had an option they didn't have 4 years ago.
If they say, no, you're not registered, you have the right to cast a provisional ballot.
Challenged voters could cast provisional ballots.
Provisional ballots are new.
Yeah, they're new. They're a creation of Congress. The problem is Congress didn't give the states any guidance about how to count them, when to count them, when they can't be counted.
For example, some states will count a provisional ballot cast in the wrong precinct, but some states won't. If this election ends up being another nail-biter, those provisional ballots could end up being this year's hanging chads. Dan?
Anthony Mason reporting live from Miami. As Anthony Mason mentioned, some of the polls in Ohio could, mark the word could, wind up staying open beyond the scheduled closing time, which is an hour from now. There was another legal twist there today in the battle over deploying vote challengers at Ohio polling places. CBS's Cynthia Bowers is on the watch in the Buckeye State. Cynthia?
Dan, Ohio voters know their state is pivotal to who wins the White House, and they responded by getting up well before dawn to join thousands of others who wanted the chance to make a difference.
There's just so much at stake this year. I've never been as politically involved.
For months, residents here have been under siege by pollsters, pundits, and of course, the politicians.
Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me here.
This morning, they awoke to word that a federal appeals court had ruled challengers from both parties would be allowed inside polling places to question a voter's age, citizenship, and residency.
No such person here, no such address.
That was a victory for Ohio Republicans who showed off thousands of pieces of mail marked undeliverable as proof that some of the state's 800,000 plus newly registered voters didn't live where they said they did and shouldn't be allowed to vote. You think a lot of this was just sending a message prior to the actual vote?
The message clearly that the Republicans were trying to send is we're going to be watching.
That message was definitely on the mind of first-time voter William Bacon, who was ready to challenge anyone who tried to challenge him.
I went in there like Clark Kent, came out like Superman.
Bacon voted without incident, and there are few reports of voters being turned away elsewhere. Voters who are challenged or whose names don't show up on voter rolls will be handed a provisional ballot that must be validated before it can be counted. That could delay final results.
Any problems? Everything's all right?
But considering President Bush carried the Buckeye State by only 165,000 votes in 2000, every ballot is critical. Late today, Dan, another federal judge ruled that any of the nearly 600,000 people who requested absentee ballots but may not have received them in time can cast one of those provisional ballots. And as we've been saying, that could delay the vote count coming in later tonight. Dan?
Cynthia Bowers in possibly pivotal Columbus, Ohio. Thanks. Throughout the night, CBS News will bring you insights from our exit polls, including who turned out to vote, who didn't, and what difference it could make in the final outcome. CBS's John Roberts is at the CBS News Election Data Center. John?
Dan, there was a lot of speculation that two of the big stories driving tonight were going to be young voters and security moms in America who are worried about terrorism. But at this point, those are turning out to be non-stories. Take a look at this. Voters 18 to 29 years old, only 16% voting so far in this election. That compares to 17% in each of the last two elections. But a caveat here, a lot of those people have jobs, they go to school, they may come out to vote later. Did security moms show up at the polls today? The evidence would say no. Look at this. For 28% of moms who voted today, moral values was the #1 issue. The economy and terrorism, a distant second, way back at 17%. Are they worried about a terrorist attack? It would seem that they are. 81% of moms who voted today said they are worried about terrorism, but that's not a whole lot higher than the national average of 72%. Dan?
John, job loss may also be a big issue in voters' minds tonight. What are you going to be able to tell us about how that plays as the evening goes along?
What we're going to be able to do, Dan, is take demographic data that we've put over these maps of the United States, and we'll be able to tell you, for example, in a state like Ohio, which is pivotal to this election and has had substantial job loss, as indicated by the darker colors, how each of those individual counties went. And it's not just Ohio in which job loss is a particularly large issue. Take a look at this up here in Clayton County in Iowa, down here around Cedar Rapids and to the south and southwest of Des Moines. There's been an awful lot of job loss there as well. So what we'll be able to do as the results come in is put either a John Kerry or a George Bush on top of each of those counties as they come in and tell you how these particular issues played and how people voted. Dan?
John Roberts, thanks. In some states, such as Kentucky, where most polls are already closed, some early results are in. These very early results indicate President Bush ahead in Kentucky. If so, no surprise there. As for what else to look for tonight, for clues to which way this election may be swinging, we turn now to our CBS News chief Washington correspondent, Bob Schieffer. Bob, you've been talking to politicians and campaign strategists on both sides today. What are they worried about?
Dan, I think for the Bush people, the thing they're most worried about is Ohio. That's one of the big states that they won the last time. I think they are also worried about New Hampshire, the only one that they won last time in the Northeast. I think the main worry for the Kerry people at this point is the rural vote. Kerry never really connected with those voters, and I think that could hurt him in places like Wisconsin and Iowa, maybe even in Minnesota. You know, all of those voters out there, Dan, they went for Gore and the Democrats the last time, but a lot of those people are in those states are very conservative on social issues. So these are states where the Bush people were saying yesterday they really thought they had a chance.
Bob, we've had close elections before. What, if anything, makes this one really different or even unique?
I think the thing that makes it so different, Dan, is that we have only 1% of the people out there undecided, yet we don't know how this is going to go. I think John McCain said to me on Sunday, we always say it's going to come down to turnout, whoever gets their people out. Then he said, this time, it's really going to come down to turnout. I think he's right.
Bob Schieffer, thanks. Coming up next here on the CBS Evening News, control of the Senate. It's tonight's other big contest. Do Democrats have any realistic chance to take it back? Leslie Stahl will give you the inside story. Then later, the lighter side of Campaign 04. Internet cartoonists had a field day. We'll show you some of their handiwork. But first, why did you vote today?
This is a special election. I think it's going to be really close, and I think it might come down to counting the last vote.
I would have crawled on my hands and knees, you know, with bloody fingernails to get here. It's that important.
Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, 'cause I only have eyes for you, dear the...
When diet and exercise aren't enough, adding Lipitor can help lower your bad cholesterol from 39 to 60%. In fact, more cardiologists surveyed would prescribe Lipitor for their own family members than any other cholesterol medicine. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor about other medications you are taking, or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as they may be a sign of a serious side effect. So take the next step. Ask your doctor about the benefits of Lipitor.
If you use Imitrex, here's a special offer just for you. Save up to $60 on 6 refills of prescription Imitrex just by calling 1-800-IMITREX or visiting our website at imitrex.com. Don't wait to save. Call or visit today.
Introducing the new look of Serenity Bladder Control with a fresh white top sheet to help keep you dry, high-rising soft sides, and now with Odosorb Plus to help prevent odors. Designed to leave you feeling fresh as a, well, you know.
So long, ordinary toothbrush. The Oral-B dental experts have created cleaning technology like nothing else on Earth. The new Oral-B Professional Care 8000. It pulsates and oscillates to loosen plaque and sweep it away. Teeth get twice as clean and dramatically whiter. Gums get stronger. Your whole mouth gets healthier. You'll never go back to an ordinary brush again. The new Oral-B Professional Care 8000. Brush like a dentist.
When you get the closeout price at Big Lots, you get more for the holidays. Like a huge selection of decor, priced up to half off what you'd pay at discount stores. Take home a musical carousel, closeout price $39.99. Get an 8-foot inflatable Santa or snowman, closeout price $25. An animated reindeer or 6-foot pre-lit tree, closeout price $19.99. For a festive holiday home with all the trimmings, there's just one place to start. Big Lots. Brand names, closeout prices, happy holidays.
The presidential campaign has so dominated politics this year, it's been easy, maybe too easy, to forget that the makeup of Congress is also at stake in this election. Republicans, it's widely believed, will almost certainly keep control of the House, but the Senate, with 34 seats being contested, is at least a somewhat different matter. 60 Minutes correspondent Leslie Stahl gives you the inside story on the Senate.
It's the other big story tonight. Who will control the Senate?
Mr. President.
The Republicans think they can hold on to their 2-seat margin, maybe even add to it. But 9 of the contests are just as close as the presidential race. And if, a big if, the Democrats win 7 of those, they take control.
Over there.
In most of the toss-up races, incumbents are retiring. There are only 3 sitting senators in jeopardy, and one of them, this is a headline,
Good seeing you too,
is Tom Daschle.
Which way are we going?
He's been arguing it would hurt South Dakota to lose his clout as Senate Democratic leader.
Thank you for your support.
Republicans call him the chief obstructionist of the president's agenda and say knocking Daschle out would be like winning the jackpot.
Appreciate you. Glad to see you.
Their hopes are on former Congressman John Thune, who has forced Daschle into the fight of his life. It all comes down to turnout.
We are doing wonderful.
The other 2 vulnerable incumbents are Republicans. Lisa Murkowski in Alaska, who's in trouble over charges of nepotism. Her father, the governor, appointed her to the seat.
Hi, Bill.
And in Kentucky, Baseball Hall of Famer Senator Jim Bunning was comfortably ahead until he used a teleprompter in a debate and committed a string of gaffes that have raised questions about his mental fitness.
Unbelievably low. Unbelievable. To challenge somebody's health and competency.
Hope in the face of difficulty.
One Democrat sure to win tonight is Barack Obama, the keynoter at the Democratic Convention, way out ahead in Illinois. He'll be the only black in the U.S. Senate. In the House, all 435 seats are up. Republicans are expected to hang on to their current 24-seat majority, give or take a few.
The power of incumbency is so strong, it's almost a scandal. Most members of Congress are waltzing to wins. Whichever party ends up in control of the next Senate, the margin is expected to remain so close, it'll still be hard for either party to get much done, Dan.
Leslie, I want to assure viewers we'll be keeping a close eye on that race for control of the Senate. We'll also be watching a wide range of propositions on various state ballots. Voters in 11 states will decide whether to ban same-sex marriage. Republicans hope that will draw many of their loyal voters to the polls. Florida, Nevada, Oregon, and Wyoming have proposals to cap monetary awards in medical malpractice suits. A Colorado proposition would establish a proportional system of awarding electoral college votes according to the popular vote instead of the winner-take-all system used in most states. Florida and Nevada are considering whether to raise the minimum wage. Democrats hope to get a turnout boost from that. And a California proposition would spend $3 billion of state funds to support embryonic stem cell research. There's more CBS News straight ahead, so stay here with us.
I felt like my vote mattered, so I'm coming, and I have not voted in many, many years, and today I am.
I know who I want in there, and I know who I don't want. That's why I'm here today.
is no safe cigarette. Light and ultralight cigarettes are no exception. To reduce the health effects of smoking, the best thing to do is to quit. At philipmorrisusa.com, you can find this and other information on the serious health effects of smoking, along with links to sites that can help smokers quit. For more, call or visit philipmorrisusa.com.
Stan is getting ready for the holidays. He uses his Discover card because it pays him for the things he buys. So far, he's earned a cashback bonus award of $160. It's money he used to add a few last-minute touches. Discover card members accumulated almost $500 million in cashback bonus awards last year, showing that now, more than ever, it pays to Discover.
How do I look?
Like you could catch dinner.
Maybe I will.
And maybe not.
Progresso Rich and Hearty. Big pieces of meat and vegetables make it our thickest and chunkiest ever.
I never really liked fish anyway.
7 years ago, Bristol Myers Squibb medicines literally saved my life. I simply wouldn't be here without them. Today, Bristol Myers Squibb researchers are focused on our most serious diseases with revolutionary treatments for cancer and AIDS. These researchers dedicate their lives to fighting our most serious diseases. And these medicines can make the difference for millions of us. I'm living proof of that. Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol Myers Squibb Company.
I am not a plumber.
I'm not a carpenter.
I am not an electrician.
We know you're not. Next time, come see us first. Ace, the helpful place.
Sore throat pain. It's hard to work, hard to think. No time for ordinary drops. End your sore throat emergency fast with the strongest Cepacol lozenges ever. Cepacol numbs sore throat pain fast with Menthocane action. Menthocane, 2 anesthetics for fast relief. So effective it's #1 in hospitals.
The pain is gone.
And try new Cepacol dual action spray. Numbs pain on contact, coats your throat for comfort. Cepacol ends your sore throat emergency.
At least a dozen Iraqi soldiers and civilians were killed in car bombings today in 2 cities. The deadliest attack was at the Education Ministry in Baghdad. At least 8 people were killed and 10 wounded. Also today, saboteurs blew up a key oil pipeline in northern Iraq. Officials say repairs will take at least 10 days. Police in Holland are now holding a suspect in the murder of a movie director whose last film criticizes the treatment of women in Muslim countries. Theo van Gogh, distantly related to the painter Vincent van Gogh, was stabbed and shot yesterday in central Amsterdam. The suspect is a 26-year-old man with dual Dutch and Moroccan citizenship. On the CBS Market Watch, oil prices continue to slide. They closed below $50 a barrel today for the first time in a month. Stocks, they're mixed. After 5 straight gains, the Dow lost 18 points today. The Nasdaq picked up about 5. British lawmakers today rejected a bill that would have banned spanking of children by parents. After a heated debate, the House of Commons voted 424 to 75 against a ban that one official said could have made criminals of most parents in Britain. Still to come on tonight's CBS Evening News. It was a hard-fought campaign, but it's had its lighter moments, especially on the internet. Some cyber laughs coming up. But first, why did you vote today?
Yeah. We fight very hard to be free and to have the right to vote, and we need to exercise that right and make a difference.
It's going to be my first time voting. I just became a citizen, so it's a really proud day for me.
From the very beginning, Smart Balance buttery spreads have contained no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. Trans fat can raise LDL bad cholesterol and lower HDL good cholesterol. Just the opposite of Smart Balance, which has the right balance of fats to help improve cholesterol. Smart Balance buttery spreads taste great without the cholesterol in butter or trans fat that's in margarine. It's that simple. Smart Balance buttery spreads. We have the right balance and the great taste.
The 3-in-1 blending candle from Glade. The berry picking candle is made up of Glade Fresh Strawberry, Glade Wild Raspberry, and Glade Midnight Berry. 3 complementary scents that blend beautifully from one fragrance to the next. Because 3 scents are better than 1. Glade 3-in-1 blending candles. Now available in Glade 2-in-1 blending candles. SC Johnson, a family company.
Bad hair day? Cover it up. No makeup? No problem. Your smile? Imagine a dental plan that never has a bad day. Crest White Strips Premium. Whiter teeth after just 3 days. Full results in 7. So instead of covering up your smile, keep it uncovered. Crest White Strips Premium. Part of the Crest Dental Plan for healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
What did the doctor say?
I told him my arthritis was making my hands hurt more and more. He said I should take Aleve.
Doctors know Aleve has the strength to relieve arthritis pain for up to 12 hours.
That Aleve's really working.
All day long.
Aleve.
Mr. Clean can't remove carrot juice, wine, berry, or coffee stains. Clorox Cleanup Cleaner can. It clears away tough stains for a pure clean. Clorox Cleanup, a cleaner clean.
They say to play the blues, you have to understand pain. Oh, she hurts me so bad. Diabetes can be very painful. Sticking my fingers, checking my blood sugar. You don't have to hurry.
Less pain, less blood. On your fingers or your arm. One Touch Ultra. Results in 5 seconds.
I can feel it way down in my shoes. To play the blues, you want to feel it here, not here.
One Touch Ultra.
Tomorrow, will we know the winner for the race for the White House? Don't miss The Early Show for all the latest election results and in-depth political analysis. More people are watching The Early Show.
Electing a president is serious business for a free people, but it is also a long-standing American tradition to make fun of the candidates. And this year, CBS's Richard Schlesinger reports ridicule reached new levels as an art form.
Any way the wind blows, that's the way John Kerry goes.
Never before have so many made such merry with so little mercy.
With oil funds, ketchup, cute buns, that's how we got to D.C.
In their run for the White House, both Senator Kerry and President Bush have been targeted by virtual cartoonists who pull virtually no punches.
You're a liberal, sissy. You're a right-wing nut job.
Look at how we've elevated the dialogue. Yeah.
This is perhaps the kindest cut of all.
You can't say nuclear. That really scares me.
One of the few nonpartisan videos created by 2 brothers in L.A., Greg and Evan Spiridelis.
It's just kind of saying there's no monopoly on stupidity.
This land will surely vote for me.
This year, the audience for satire is as limitless as cyberspace.
Real girls are standing by to tell you exactly what you want to hear.
A lot of it is very naughty.
Major combat operations in Iraq have ended.
None of it is very nice.
But these videos are very popular. They're instantly available to a worldwide audience, which means anyone with a little money and a lot of attitude can reach millions of people. And I mean millions.
The Spiridelis brothers, who created this video, say their work's been seen at least 65 million times.
If this were a hit record or a hit single and we sold 65 million singles, we'd be rich. Yeah.
These videos could redefine the way political races are run. They've certainly already redefined the concept of an animated campaign.
Take note, go vote, or we'll choose who goes to D.C.
Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, New York.
And that's part of our world. Polls are about to close for good in 6 states. I'll be right back with some results as we kick off CBS News' continuous coverage of Election Night 2004. Dan Rather reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York. I'll see you in a minute.
For news 24 hours a day, click on CBSNews.com, brought to you in part by Walmart, where you can find everything you and your family need at everyday low prices. Walmart, always low prices, always.
Experience CBS News. This is CBS.
Sports fans like football and can't get enough? Then join us for Inside the Orange Bowl, Youth Football League, showcasing tomorrow's stars of the gridiron throughout South Florida. Sundays at noon on UPN 33.
So, what do you think?
In the time it takes to take out the trash, you could save hundreds on car insurance. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Let's get campy!
New clothes are fun, but they won't save you money on car insurance.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Why haven't you called Geico?
Side impact wrapped around a pole. See what happens to your body in each type of crash.
Blood vessels get ripped, areas get contused.
Dr. Sean Kniff examines the crash effect. Thursday at 5 and 11 on CBS 4 News.
A popular radio DJ confesses on our show. Now he must battle his own rage. An intense follow-up. Next, Oprah.
Tomorrow at 4.
The polls are now closed, but questions remain.
CBS 4's live team coverage of Campaign 2004 continues right now.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be up straight ahead with a follow-up report on the questions raised about absentee ballots.
I'm Joan Murray in Fort Lauderdale, where the spotlight is on the Broward election process. A live report is coming up.
Voters coming out to beat the mad rush at the polls. Take a look, a long line stretching across. I'm Jawan Strader. I'll have a live report coming up on a special edition at 7.
I'm Lisa Cabrera in Fort Lauderdale. Coming up next, find out how voting went in Broward County. That story's coming up.
Good evening, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
I'm Rob Hanrahan. A special edition of CBS 4 Campaign 2004 begins now.
Now live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, counting the votes.
The polls are now officially closed, but the voters remain. Long lines and minor glitches test patience at the polls, but South Florida avoids another election meltdown. That seems to be the consensus tonight from South Florida election officials as voting continues into the night.
Here's the latest at this hour. With the polls closed, candidates are now waiting for the results to start pouring in. Voters did report some problems today, including long lines and voting machine malfunctions. Our live team coverage begins with CBS 4's Michelle Gillen live at Miami-Dade election headquarters. Michelle?
Thank you, Rob. Let's start straight off with an issue I raised to you 1 hour ago concerning absentee ballots in Miami-Dade County, one that may become an item on the national landscape, a cause for some concern among some party members tonight. Joining me right now is Seth Kaplan. Seth, I have had folks here off the record speak to me about some concern about the counting of absentee ballots here, that it was expressed to me that unless the miracle plan were revealed in the next few hours, that there was no way this record number of ballots could be counted tonight. Can you confirm that for me?
Yeah, I don't think it's any secret, Michelle, that we have had a record number of absentee ballot requests, and now we're receiving a record number of absentee ballots back. That, of course, to go along with record numbers of everything this year, new voter registration, and it's all indicative of this excitement among the public, and we think that's a great thing. You know, folks have been working literally around the clock. Your colleague Al Sunshine can attest to that. Seems like a year ago, but it was about 14 hours ago he was here, and they were counting and had been counting through the night, and we are going to do everything possible, stay through the night again tonight, certainly to get them counted as soon as possible. But if the question is, are they going to be counted before the end of tonight, well, certainly it appears that that may not be the case.
Okay, and when we're talking about tight races, you can understand how serious this is. And what we're talking about, at least what people tell me, is that there's a sense of a mad rush to do it. Can you project for me what percentage of the absentee ballots will be counted in Dade County, Miami-Dade County, by the end of tonight?
Well, at this point, we're certainly upwards of a quarter of them have been counted at this moment, and we continue counting again as quickly as we possibly can.
Is there a reality that counting could continue throughout tomorrow?
There's certainly a possibility it'll continue throughout much of tomorrow. We're doing it as quickly as we possibly can, but as with everything that we do here, while we like to do things quickly, the most important thing is to do them correctly, and we think the public understands that. Hey, we want this process to finish just as much as anybody. We're exhausted. We know the public has been through a lot, as have we here. We're excited that things are going well, and certainly we wouldn't want to rush this part of the process when everything has gone so well.
It's just, I thank you for dealing with that issue directly. As you can imagine, particularly nationwide, looking at the counting of absentee ballots is a critical issue.
Absolutely.
It is one that we'll be following throughout the evening, and at this hour we know all the tabulating is about to begin, and I took a look through the room behind me before. I'd like you to take a look yourself. Indeed, for Miami-Dade elections, it all comes down to this night and the critical processing of votes. Electronic, absentee, and provisional will unfold in this room. While the polls are just closing, county officials say troubleshooters will remain posted across the region until every last vote is cast.
They're serving all of those different precincts. And we have over 100 call takers at Election Central upstairs, and they're there to provide technical assistance if and when needed. The system is working.
Early voting is now being described as a necessity. If we had let it all come down to one day of voting, it appears the system could not have handled it.
No, the system would not have handled it. It is a necessity. We encourage people to come out to vote, and we said your vote will count. They took that to heart. There are many, many serious critical issues on that ballot, and we had to have something in place that would relieve the strain on the system, and the early voting was that. As I said earlier to someone, it's not just necessary, but it's the wave of the future.
I really think the ballots will surface, such as the one that came back to us from the August election that was mailed to Mayor Lieberman. Thank you.
So let the counting begin. Here we are, 7:06, and there's a different energy in the room here because now they will begin with all the early votes. Electronic is the priority tonight, and then also at the same time, but really the priority is the electronic tabulations. Then will come those critical, potentially critical absentee votes. I'm still investigating a number on any provisional ballots, and I'll get back to you on that later through the evening. Michelle Gillen reporting live. Back to you in the studio.
And here are some of the problems which the state of Florida is facing tonight. There have been isolated incidents of double voting. That's a third-degree felony. In Broward County, 21 machines had to be removed because of various errors. Nearly 40 votes in West Palm Beach may have been lost because some machines weren't plugged in properly. And in Hialeah, a precinct was closed for 45 minutes to repair a problem. There were also problems reported with the touchscreen voting machines, a story we broke first on 4. CBS 4's Joan Murray live now in Fort Lauderdale. Joan?
Well, the canvassing board is assembled, and they are right now looking at the absentee ballots. We can tell you that nearly 100,000 have been returned, and we're told that over 300 had to be thrown out because of signatures missing from the outside of the envelope. There are also other absentee ballots being discarded because of signatures not matching. Now, overall, the supervisor of election here says no big surprises in terms of what went wrong technically at some of the polling places in Broward today, but she says what went right is still a cause for celebration. Cheers and hugs as Election Day opens in Broward County. This time, all 777 precincts open on time. Her first major election since being appointed supervisor, Brenda Snipes says she is ready to handle anything and everything that may go wrong.
Today, I believe we'll have 12 trucks on the road. We call them technical assistance teams, and each of those trucks is going to be equipped with additional machines, other kinds of materials or equipment that might be needed in the event there are failures or problems at the locations.
There were failures, problems with at least 21 voting machines on which votes had been cast. But according to the supervisor, all those votes will be saved.
The votes are secured. There's supposed to be a system that's called a V-recovery, and we would have to go in and manually take the votes from the machines as opposed to pulling the votes with the master PEB.
You know what? The lines are way out here and outside, and we brought them in double lines, so they come in, go up down that way out of the sun and come back down here.
While Snipes makes her rounds with confidence, at least one lawmaker is not confident. Robert Wexler, who filed a lawsuit, says his office has received several calls from voters in Palm Beach and Broward County who say they've tried to vote for John Kerry, but George Bush's name is coming up electronically. He says it proves we need a paper trail.
It just defies logic that we would do what no business would do, which is rely on a computer system without any backup whatsoever.
Now, neither the mayor nor the supervisor said she had heard of any problems directly about people reporting that particular problem with machines. Other problems encountered today, 2 poll watchers had to be thrown out because of disrupting activities at the polling places in Broward. The NAACP said there were some isolated incidents of some voters reporting that they were not able to vote because they were told they were not registered when they believed they were. Overall, the supervisor says she would call this a perfect election if it weren't for the problems of those pesky absentee ballots and the mix-up, she calls, with the mail system. Now, right now, we are awaiting, because in a few minutes they expect to start having some tabulation from the early voting. Live in Fort Lauderdale, Joan Murray, CBS 4 News.
The South Florida heat didn't stop people from standing in line for hours to cast their votes. We have live team coverage of the wait at the polls, beginning with CBS 4's Juwan Strader in Kendall. Juwan?
Well, Maggie, time's up right now, but folks are still standing in line as they get ready to cast their vote. This is actually, the beginning of the line right here. A little gap here as folks continue to move down the line. But walk with me here. You can still see folks curving the corner right here. Now, there is a gentleman by the stop sign way in the back with a vest on. That is the polling deputy right there. That is where the line stops. So everybody in front of him will have the chance to vote. And many of the people that have talked to me say it's worth it.
This is a very important election and we should be here, no matter how long it takes. So it's very worth it.
Miami-Dade voters not minding the long lines as long as their votes for this crucial election are counted.
We need to exercise our right to vote because it is our civic duty to do so and to keep this country going strong.
And joining all the different campaign supporters at the polling sites are the troubleshooters.
Any questions now or after you vote?
They, like many, don't want a repeat of 2000. That's why Floridians are flocking to the polls.
I've never seen so many people voting in my life.
Now, as you take a look here, you see the folks here standing in line as they start to make their way inside. No major problems to report as things continue to wrap up. Reporting live here from South Miami-Dade, Juwan Strader, CBS 4 News.
All right, Juwan, the race to replace Bob Graham in the U.S. Senate is obviously still too close to call. It's only been 11 minutes since the polls closed. The candidates are now just in a sit back and wait mode. Let's go to CBS 4's Ted Scout, and he's standing by live in Orlando with more for us. Ted?
Well, Rob, right now, certainly a lot of frayed nerves here at the Mel Martinez camp. He's waiting to see if he needs to pack his bags and go to Washington. I spoke with him just a little while ago. He said he has the jitters and butterflies, of course, but right now he's just hoping for the best.
Look, I have a peace of mind of knowing I gave it all I had. I did everything I could to explain my position, to get to know Florida's voters, to travel around the state. And now it's in their hands, and so, you know, I trust their judgment, and I'll live with their judgment.
In South Florida, it's been extremely tight because you have the Cuban vote in Miami-Dade, which is obviously is very heavy for you, but then you have the rest of Dade, you have Broward and Palm Beach, which is going to be pretty tough.
Sure, and that's the usual way it is for a Republican candidate. Those are tough areas. To counteract that, I think I'll do well in Dade. And then, of course, we have the whole rest of the state where I think I have a good opportunity not only to lead, but to do very well.
Now, let's say if when the results come in, it shows you as the winner. It's been a really nasty race between you and Ms. Castor. How would you go about trying to kind of bridge that gap? I know that one thing that you say.
Well, look, the campaign is behind us, and now we move forward. And I think the thing to keep in mind is that this has been an important race with a lot at stake. And so, just like the presidential has been a tough race, I think now it's just time to heal. It's time to pull together, and I think I can do that. That's been the story of my life. I've done that in my leadership roles that I've had in the past. And I think I can pull that together. I think it'll be my quest, it'll be my challenge, but I really believe that it's something that can be done. At the end of the day, we're all Americans.
Anything specific, though, to go out there and tell Democratic voters, listen, you know, we didn't get along at the beginning maybe, but let's give it a shot.
Well, but you know, I haven't had any problem with Democratic voters. I mean, my opponent and I, you know, I mean, there's been issues that I've raised, and look, I don't want to talk about all that. The bottom line is, it's now time to heal, come together. I'm going to be a senator for all of Florida, Democrats and Republicans, even independents and those who didn't vote. And so you got to represent all the people and be a representative of all of Florida. And that's what I'll strive to do. And I'll reach out in many ways. I don't think there's any one thing you can do. I think it's just got to be everything you do, because it's really about representation and about giving people an opportunity to be heard and to do for them.
Prescription drugs from Canada, you and the president kind of differ on that.
Yeah.
You're a close ally with the president, but is this an example of how you would be independent, as you say?
Of course. When I have to be, I will be. I mean, you know, we agree on a lot. we work together in Washington, but there'll be times when we'll disagree, and when that occurs, I won't hesitate to stand up for the people of Florida or stand up for what I believe to be right.
All right, a live look now here at Mel Martinez campaign headquarters. Really, really quiet at the moment, but Martinez obviously is hoping that that is going to change and this will turn into a celebration. So right now, he, just like the rest of us, are just waiting for those results to come in. We're live in Orlando. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News.
And from Orlando, our live team coverage moves to Tampa, where opponent Betty Castor is also waiting for results. CBS 4's Jason Wheeler is there live. Jason?
Maggie, as they say, it is all over now except for the shouting, but Betty Castor doesn't even believe it will come to that. Citing their own polls, Castor's camp is predicting, of course, that the Senate race will be a tight one, but that in the end, Castor will be the clear winner.
He's Bill Lewis.
A confident Castor even took time in this final day of campaigning to stump for support among those who won't even be eligible to elect her unless she seeks a 4th term in the Senate 18 years from now.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that.
But she did also court those voters who have the power to send her to Washington for a 1st term as a U.S. Senator.
Got her vote, Betty. Thanks so much.
That's great.
Thanks so much.
Glad-handing for one more day, Castor admits she'll really be glad when this is all over.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You know, hopefully by tomorrow morning we'll have the results.
After an expensive and sometimes downright ugly race, the decision will likely go down to the wire. Yes, Castor admits that makes her blood pressure rise, but it's also a relief, she says, because the close contest has put pressure on her supporters to actually get out and vote.
It's been fantastic. The turnout has just been great.
Now it's time to count them all, but Castor feels good about the night ahead after spending part of her day at a West Tampa Cuban cafe trying to pick up a few more votes and a few more shots of Cuban coffee.
Before I leave here, I'm going to have a gallon, believe me.
I don't know, she may still be awake come the next election after all of that. Now, going back to that Castor confidence factor, a record voter turnout, of course, is expected here in Florida, and this campaign believes that that will clearly benefit Castor. In fact, her aide said earlier today that if 7 million Floridians go to the polls today, it will be as simple as dropping the balloons and declaring victory here. We shall see. Live in Tampa, Jason Wheeler, CBS 4 News.
The one thing electronic voting is allowing is some early estimates, and they're coming in right now to CBS News as far as the presidential race.
Joy Purdy is at the breaking news desk with the early results. Joy.
Maggie, Rob, a quick note. CBS News is, of course, going to great lengths to make sure that none of these races are called before they're absolutely certain of the outcome. So far, this is what CBS News is projecting. In Georgia, George Bush is the projected winner with 15 electoral votes that state has. In Indiana, George Bush also the projected winner. There are 11 electoral votes there. In Kentucky, George Bush, once again, the winner projected there with 8 electoral votes. In Vermont, which is the final state, CBS News is projecting the winner, John Kerry, with 3 electoral votes. And of course, the winning presidential candidate needs 270 electoral votes to win. Right now, tabulating those states so far, George Bush has 34 electoral votes, and John Kerry in Vermont with 3 electoral votes. That's the very latest from the newsroom. We'll keep you posted. Joy Purdy, CBS 4 News.
Those results coming in as some voters are still waiting to cast their ballots. This is a live look at a polling place in Hialeah where the line stretches around the block 17 minutes after the polls closed.
You're watching a special edition of CBS 4 News at 7 o'clock, election 2004. We'll be right back.
This November on Oprah, all new, all month, Oprah's wildest dream boss hits the road.
Julia Roberts pregnant with twins.
This is such a momentous moment.
Destiny's Child, the reunion, incredible body makeovers.
Kirstie Alley's date with Nate.
And the show that sparks a frenzy.
Favorite things.
Weekdays at 4 on CBS 4.
CBS Election Night coverage is locally sponsored by Rob & Stuckey, America's leader in quality home furnishings and interior design.
Puzzled about how to save money on your auto insurance? There's a 7-letter word for savings, and it's Mercury. Mercury Insurance. Mercury consistently beats competitors like these in head-to-head rate surveys. Real savings is why over 2,000 drivers switch to Mercury every day. Shouldn't you? Call 1-888-4-MERCURY for savings, service, security.
Go ahead.
Oh, I insist.
Thank you, that's so sweet.
Let's get into them.
It's sweet caramel combos down at IHOP.
Get sweet with sweet caramel combos. Starting at $4.99, it's one sweet deal. IHOP, come hungry, leave happy.
Hey, babe, are you a player? Then join Dave Barry at the 2004 Herald Hunt. Spend an afternoon gathering clues and solving puzzles on the streets of Coconut Grove. Solve the hunt, babe, and win a fabulous cruise to the Mexican Riviera. Or suffer permanent brain damage. Either way, you'll have an insanely good time. So gather your team, get your Sunday Herald, and play it close to the vest at the Herald Hunt. A free event Sunday, November 7th. It's a sure bet, babe. See the Herald or heraldhunt.com for details.
Counting the votes for continuing election coverage. Keep it on CBS 4 News.
With their marathon campaigning over, the presidential candidates are now taking a wait-and-see attitude. President Bush started the day in his hometown of Crawford, Texas, where he voted. Then it was on to a campaign stop in the crucial state of Ohio before heading for the White House, where he will watch the returns come in tonight. His South Florida supporters are gathering in Coral Gables, and that's where Gary Nelson is joining us now live. Gary?
We're at the Hyatt Regency in Coral Gables, the outdoors courtyard where South Florida Republicans tonight are hoping to celebrate a Bush victory al fresco. At Bush Cheney headquarters in Miami, a boiler room atmosphere, an army of staff and volunteers on the phone.
But just to remember to vote today. Thank you.
Reminding the faithful to vote today. And if you need a ride, there are volunteers for that.
They're transporting people to the polls that cannot get there on their own. So what we're hoping is just to get everybody that wants to get out to vote and give them that opportunity.
Loyal Republicans lining up to go to work in what some think could be the tightest presidential vote in history. What are you hoping to accomplish?
I hope to accomplish just to encourage everybody to come vote. And hopefully they'll vote for America by voting for George Bush.
Who's that? Miami Beach Mayor David Dermer, a Democrat who presides over a hugely Democratic community and backing Bush.
I do disagree with him on most things, frankly. I disagree with him on domestic policy. I do also disagree with him on a lot of social issues. But on security, I think he is absolutely right.
Also working for Bush, Rita Kassira, born in Iraq and believing the president can solve the chaos there.
It will be better. Just we wait and it will be better, okay, by his leadership.
The Bush camp today urging its workers to keep cool.
We don't want any incidents whatsoever. We want to have a nice election, okay?
But just in case, a legion of lawyers is standing by, ready to fight for Bush voters and challenge some voters on the other side in this race where every vote, where a vote could make the difference. And now the wait begins for the results. You'll remember in 2000, we started out election night and waited 36 days for the Supreme Court to declare a winner. Everyone here hoping it won't be that long this time. We'll see. We're live in Coral Gables. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
Senator John Kerry also kept up his busy schedule today. He voted this afternoon when he returned back home to Boston. Earlier in the day, he was campaigning, making a stop in the swing state of Wisconsin. CBS 4's Elliot Rodriguez is live with Kerry's supporters in Fort Lauderdale tonight. Elliot.
Well, Rob, John Kerry supporters are hoping to have a victory party tonight here at the Broward County Convention Center. The Democrats I've talked to today are energized by the fact that so many people turned out for early voting, and they also are optimistic that that there are long lines at the polls. They honestly believe that a large turnout will favor John Kerry in the state of Florida. This afternoon, Senator Kerry appeared live on CBS 4 News, where he highlighted some of the differences between himself and President Bush, including on the issue of Social Security.
The fact is the president wants to privatize Social Security. I don't. I will never privatize Social Security. So if you want Social Security to be protected, go out and vote. This is the chance to make the difference.
Now, joining me right now is the chairman of the Kerry Edwards campaign in the state of Florida. Somebody who's been at all the events with Senator Kerry is Congressman Kendrick Meek of Miami. What have you heard about any early results at this point?
Well, we're excited right now. There's still a number of people still in line voting. In the Panhandle, they'll be voting for another 40 to 50 minutes. We're encouraged by the turnout and the early vote turnout. That we believe that the early vote was the winning decision that this campaign made and that Senator Edwards and Senator Kerry embraced.
When do you think we'll know something in the state of Florida?
I think we'll know something after 9 o'clock, hopefully this evening and not tomorrow or not next week. But we're encouraged. We feel that this election will end tonight one way or another.
Yeah, that's one thing that a lot of people are saying. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us, is that they hope that tonight is the night that we'll know who will win, not only in the state of Florida, but also nationwide. And again, they're expecting a celebration. It will be a statewide party for the Kerry campaign here in Florida in Fort Lauderdale. Reporting live from the Broward Convention Center, Elliot Rodriguez, CBS 4 News.
Thanks, Elliot.
We'll be right back.
CBS 4 wants to send you to the South Florida International Auto Show. For your chance to win, just log on to CBS4.com. Winners randomly selected and posted daily. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Bernie Metzger, your Publix pharmacist. More than 18 million Americans have diabetes, and a third of them don't even know it.
Join us for CBS 4's Ask the Experts this Thursday from 4 till 6:30 p.m. Healthcare professionals will be on hand to answer all of your questions on diabetes. And be sure to join us for America's Walk for Diabetes, Saturday, November 13th at the Miami Seaquarium. Call 305-597-4404 or log on for more information.
Manage diabetes and take control of your life.
Mentors help kids develop their talents and build the self-esteem needed to resist drugs and violence. Your time today can make a lifelong difference. Be a mentor.
The marriage was built to last.
You are so awesome.
But the house was built too small.
This is kind of awesome.
How long are we here?
For 1 year, sparks will fly.
This is not awesome.
I just want to make an omelet.
Oh, are you kidding me?
The drama will be real, but it won't save you any money on car insurance.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Why haven't you called Geico?
This is a race car designed for speed, designed to be a winner. And this is one of a team of huge rooms-to-go warehouses, fully stocked with 800,000 pieces of furniture, so we can deliver fast. A warehouse so big, it takes our car almost 40 seconds to reach the other end. Rooms to go, delivering over 20,000 pieces of furniture every day. On time, as promised, all across America. If you see news in the making, dial star CBS 4 on your T-Mobile cellular phone.
Welcome back. The polls are closed, but people who were in line just 1 minute before 7 o'clock are still allowed to vote, and that's led to some long lines already in Hialeah and Kendall.
Now we're going to check the situation in Broward County. Lisa Cabrera is live in Fort Lauderdale. Lisa?
Well, elections officials in Broward say that they sent extra voting machines to some of the high-volume polling stations. They said throughout the afternoon and evening, it's been a steady turnout.
Voters across Broward County take to the polls, most anticipating the worst.
Long lines and having a hard time with the voting machines.
But you were pleasantly surprised.
Yes, yes.
It actually went very smoothly. It was very easy, all electronically on the computer. This time of day, I just figured it was a good time after lunch, not first thing in the morning, not end of the day. Worked out very well, very quick.
But not every polling station was quick. Chopper 4 over the scene of long lines in parts of Broward. In Miramar, poll workers handed out candy to voters who waited in some cases more than 2 hours. In Hollywood, one voter says he got in quickly but felt pressured by overzealous workers trying to help.
I had somebody over my shoulder while I was voting.
Broward elections officials say that early voting played a big part in helping to make things run smoothly. Some 268,000 voters who are registered in Broward either went through absentee ballot or went to early voting, and that helped things run smoothly. In Broward County, Lisa Cabrera, CBS 4 News.
Our team coverage continues now with Art Barron and a problem at the poll in Hialeah.
Well, nearly an hour of the voting process was lost this morning at this particular precinct in Hialeah after poll workers were apparently not prepared this morning, and that angered hundreds of people waiting in line to cast their ballots, and it also sparked a request for an extension to keep this polling place open an extra hour. When this Hialeah precinct opened at 7 o'clock, about 300 people were ready to cast their ballots, but the poll workers weren't exactly ready to begin.
It was a terrible experience.
Roberto Pons says it wasn't until 9:15 this morning when he finally voted.
It actually opened at 8:15. About hundreds of people, 200 or 300 people left.
The county says poll workers had not updated their registers with the names of early voters who already cast ballots.
Well, what happened in 309, the clerks were to update their precinct register. As you know, we have a tremendous number of people who absentee voted and early voted, and the registers had to be updated for the weekend voters. That was time-consuming for them. They should have been able to do that as they were processing voters. But unfortunately, they felt that they couldn't do it in that manner.
The paperwork faux pas angered a number of voters, but the precinct clerk says it was a minor glitch.
There were a couple of problems in there. It's very simple. We took care of it, and everything is working great.
Miami-Dade Commissioner Pepe Diaz is trying to extend by an hour the voting time at this Hialeah precinct because of the problem. Diaz, who's also a Republican delegate, is hoping Governor Jeb Bush will grant that 55-minute extension, since he's the only one that has authority to do that. Governor Bush says he will not grant that extension because if he had to do it for one precinct, he'd have to do it for any others making the same request. County Manager George Burgess says people already in line at 7 o'clock at the close of the polls will be able to vote just as long as they've been in line. Doesn't matter how long the line is. That's the latest out here in Hialeah. Art Barron, CBS 4 News.
And CBS News coverage begins next.
We will have local updates every half hour.
Plus, the latest at 10 on our sister station UPN 33.
And at 11, a special one-hour edition of CBS 4 News.
That's our report. Thanks for being with us.
Good night.
To close at this hour in the first swing state, Ohio, but we can't estimate a winner there yet. We do estimate that President Bush has won West Virginia. That's a good sign for him. Let's look at the electoral vote count. It takes 270 to win. Our CBS News estimate is that George Bush now can be assured of at least 39 electoral votes. We estimate that he will get the 5 out of West Virginia. John Kerry still at 3. So it's 39-3 on our estimate scoreboard of the 270 needed to win. Now here's your popular vote total. Still only, remember, there'll be well over 100 million votes cast in the early going. Bush is leading Kerry 57 to 42%. Keep in mind that most of these votes are from generally Republican strongholds. Now let's put up the map. The red states are the Bush states, the blue states are the Kerry states. In our estimate, let's look them over now state by state where the polls have just closed. Ohio, many people think this will be the big one before the night is over. 20 electoral votes at stake in the Buckeye state. And our CBS News estimate is we have insufficient data on which to make a call. So Ohio, which may be hanging out there for a long time tonight, as soon as polls close, its 20 electoral votes are still very much in doubt. Moving on to North Carolina, home state of the Democrats' vice presidential nominee, John Edwards, 15 electoral votes. Our CBS News estimate desk puts this one colored it in white. Same as Virginia for the moment. Now, again, insufficient data doesn't mean we think North Carolina is necessarily even going to be close. All we can say is we don't know enough to say whether it's going to be close or not, much less who's going to win it. However, in West Virginia, this is a state that George Bush carried just barely the last time. It was on John Kerry's wish list, but it slipped off his wish list if our CBS News projections are correct, because we now feel comfortable in saying George Bush will get West Virginia's 5 electoral votes. This is not a surprise, but it's as close as we've come tonight to something being a toss-up or close to toss-up state that goes one way or the other. This one goes for George Bush. The Kerry forces will breathe a sigh of deep regret, but will say, well, okay, we'll get them someplace else. Now, Ed Bradley, what are the big issues in Ohio as we know it? Ohio, the polls have closed there, but it may be a long time before we know what the vote count is. But on what basis did people make their votes so far as we can determine?
Well, as you say, the polls have closed, Dan, officially, but in some parts of the state, the turnout is so heavy that some polling places are staying open. But we can take a look at the issues that we talked about earlier that were important to voters and see how those issues influence the voters. You take a look at the issue of the economy and jobs, which was the most important, and that went for Senator Kerry by 83 to 17. If you take a look at moral values, 23% was the most important. It's almost the mirror image of that. You take a look at moral values, and you see that President Bush wins big there, 83 to 16. If we look at the other two issues that were important, terrorism and the war in Iraq, President Bush wins big with terrorism, 87 to 13. And on Iraq, Senator Kerry wins 74 to 26. What this means is that the voters were very clearly able to separate the war against terrorism and the war in Iraq.
Ed Bradley, you make a good point. I want to underscore it. While the polls were scheduled to close, all the polls were scheduled to close in Ohio at 7:30 in the east, roughly about 3 or 4 minutes ago, that some of the polls in Ohio have been given permission to stay open past the usual closing time. What this means, folks, is that Ohio and its 20 electoral votes, which may be absolutely crucial in the final outcome, as we put the map up to show you here. This is the way things are shaping up in the early going with Georgia, Kentucky, Indiana, and now we think West Virginia, in our estimate, going to George Bush. Ohio becomes even more important for John Kerry, but make no mistake, it's still important for both candidates. But Ohio now turns into a kind of sauna for both of the candidates. All they can do is wait and sweat. Now, Bob Schieffer, Ed talked about Ohio. What about the rest of what we call the big three, Florida and Pennsylvania?
Let me just add one thing to what Ed said. The fact that jobs are playing so heavily out there is exactly what we thought would be the main issue. There's an astonishing statistic. 1/4 of all the manufacturing jobs in the United States that were lost over the last 4 years were lost in Ohio. No wonder jobs are playing very big out in Ohio. When you get to Pennsylvania and Florida, you add those on to Ohio. Think of this, Dan. Ohio, 20 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, 21. Florida, 27. That's 68 votes. Now, we think that if George Bush wins all the states where he's now favored, by my calculations, he'd have 213 electoral votes. You add those 3 states on, that's, 68 votes. He's already there, or he's, because he only needs 57.
But that would have him carrying all 3, Florida, Ohio,
and that's why, yes, that's why these 3 we keep concentrating. I don't think either of these candidates is going to carry all 3, but if one of them carries 2 of those 3, he's well on his way to winning this election.
Give you a look at the map again, just to put it in perspective for you, that the polls were supposed to close in Ohio about 5 minutes ago. Some of the polls are remaining open, and that tells you that nobody is going to be able to make a reasonable, responsible projection of how Ohio is going to go for quite some time. Now, coming up on the hour mark, that would be 8 o'clock in the east, about 25 minutes from now, the polls will be closing in both Florida and Pennsylvania. We may begin to get a little better picture of the overall presidential race at that time. Now, in the race for control of the United States Senate, Republicans with a 51-vote majority, 34 races at stake this day. The Republicans need to win 15 of those 34 to retain control. The Democrats need to get 22 to pick up control. In states where the polls have just closed, let's look them over. North Carolina Senate race. This is the open seat vacated by Senator John Edwards, now running for vice president. Erskine Bowles and Representative Richard Burr. Our CBS News word is too close to estimate. Now, what this means in North Carolina is that we have a lot of data in, and what's indicated is an extremely tight race in North Carolina. The Republicans, woo, how they'd love to pick up this Senate seat for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is it's John Edwards' old seat, but it also, if the Republicans gain this seat in North Carolina, they'll be a long way toward not only retaining control of the Senate, but also perhaps increasing the number by which they control the Senate. So we'll watch that Senate race in North Carolina very closely. Moving on to the Ohio Senate race, the Republican Senator George Voinovich holds on to this seat for the GOP if our projections are correct, and we think they are. So it's a hold on Ohio for the Republicans. Leslie Stahl, that Senate race in North Carolina, what do we know about it?
Well, we know that Erskine Bowles, the Democrat who was Clinton's chief of staff, was way out ahead until his opponent, the Republican Congressman Richard Burr, began running ads linking Erskine Bowles to Clinton, who was kryptonite in the state of North Carolina. He is very unpopular there. Burr, the congressman, Republican, needed and got Jesse Helms to come out and campaign with him and for him in a wheelchair. Talk about losing jobs. This state has lost 100,000 jobs since President Bush came into office. And by our polling today, we know that an awful lot of voters said this was their #1 issue. This is interesting. John Edwards was on the phone on Black radio today urging people to go out and vote. And there is a sizable turnout of black voters today in North Carolina.
We'll just have to see how the race goes. Now, the 2 Senate races especially interesting this hour. In Kentucky, Jim Bunning, the Republican incumbent, having a difficult time. Close race doesn't mean he's necessarily going to lose, but a close race. And then in North Carolina, the Democrats almost desperate to hold on to their seat there. We'll see how it goes as the evening unfolds. Now, with our CBS News count, Bush with 39 electoral votes, John Kerry 3, and in the early going, there have been no surprises except with the possible exception of West Virginia, which did go to George Bush last time, but the Democrats thought they might have a shot there. Our CBS News estimate, not going to happen, folks. So Bush 39, Kerry 3 is our count at this hour. John Roberts has been looking at one of the big issues in the election, the economy. John, what have we learned from voters?
Dan, what we're learning so far is that the jobs and the economy are not just an issue in the battleground states, but they are an issue nationwide. People are saying that job loss in the economy is the #2 issue. That would be right behind moral values. Now, let's take a look at the map here, and this will give you some idea as to why it's a big issue. I mean, look at here in Ohio, where we've had a lot of job loss. The darker the color, the more job loss there's been. It's also the situation here in Iowa. When we go back to Ohio here, they've lost 200,000 plus jobs in the last 4 years. Nationwide, it's been 821,000 plus jobs that have been lost. Now, what did people say as they went to the polls today about job loss and what kind of an issue it was for them? Let's pull up our exit polling here. 34% of people said that someone in their household had lost a job in the last 4 years. That's a pretty extraordinary number, and the number gets even bigger as you bring it out to a larger chart that says 46% of people believe that the job situation in their area has gotten worse in the last 4 years. Now, as to how they feel about the economy, take a look at this number. 44% of people in 2004 say the economy is doing pretty good. But take a look at this number. The year 2000, that comparative number was 85%. So certainly, Dan, jobs and the economy, big on voters' minds tonight.
Thanks very much, John Roberts. We come back to John often, who's got a lot of gadgets there, but believe you me, they're hooked to some really good information about who's voting, where, and why. Now, in states where the polls just closed, let's go over the governor's races very quickly. Besides everything else, there are 11 gubernatorial seats at stake tonight. We have estimates now in 2 of them. North Carolina governor, Governor Michael Easley running for a second term. Our CBS News estimate is that he will get that second term. That's a hold on in the governor's mansion for the Democrats in North Carolina. In West Virginia, although our estimate is that George Bush has carried West Virginia in the presidential race, our CBS News projection is that the Democrat Joe Manchin will be returned to the governor's chair in West Virginia. Now, we want to pause for a second and make this point to you because I don't think at this hour we can emphasize it too much. The crush of early in-person voting, you know, some states allowed people to vote before Election Day, plus absentee balloting, may very well bring about an entirely different result from what the exit polling shows from votes cast on Election Day. So when we tell you, as we will, and as we do, showing the map, some states are colored white for the moment, and say to you, in the presidential campaign right now, we just don't think in South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, or Ohio, we have enough information to make even an educated guess of whether they're going to be close, much less how they're going to go. It's with that very much in mind. This is more complicated than the wiring diagram for some hydroelectric dam dynamo, trying to figure out the absentee ballots, the people who voted in advance, and take the exit poll information from today. So if you say, my goodness, aren't things going slow? The answer is yes, and by design, because we want to be cautious to make sure that we can be as close to right as possible. You're watching CBS News Election Night coverage.
A funny thing happens when your body doesn't sleep at night. Your mind zones out during the day. It's like going through life on autopilot, out of sync with the world around you. To help you sleep, there's Ambien, the #1 prescribed sleep aid in America. Ambien helps you fall asleep fast and stay asleep longer, so you wake up refreshed, not groggy. Until you know how Ambien will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Side effects may include drowsiness, dizziness, and diarrhea. You shouldn't take it with alcohol. All people taking sleep medicines have some risk of becoming dependent on the medicine. Prescription sleep aids are most often taken for 7 to 10 days as needed, or longer as advised by your doctor. Memory problems can usually be avoided by taking Ambien only when you can devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep. Talk to your doctor about Ambien. Ambien works like a dream.
Lately, some of you out there are getting more from your vitamin E. The advanced protection of Ester E. Advanced because its antioxidant strength is protected. Advanced because it's readily absorbed. So get more from your E with Ester E. New from the makers of Ester C. Are you getting advanced protection from your vitamin E?
My credit card company asked if I just bought an engagement ring in Rio de Janeiro. Someone out there was claiming to be me.
Identity thieves have lots of tricks. Your credit card company knows most of them.
I'm happy to say that engagement got postponed.
We head off thousands of fraudulent card uses every month, even outside the U.S.
Rio?
Your credit card companies.
The Amazing Race is the Emmy winner for Outstanding Reality Series 2 years in a row. Yeah, baby! Now 11 teams of 2 are about to take off again. The game's afoot. On the journey of a lifetime. See ya! Experience the real adventure. These rocks are loose. Real drama. There's no team here. Let's focus! And real emotion.
I think we're last.
As these ordinary people take on an extraordinary race around the world. The new Amazing Race premieres CBS Tuesday, November 16th. See you at the starting line.
CBS News estimate with 270 electoral votes needed to win. We project George Bush has 39, John Kerry has 3. No surprises thus far, unless you consider West Virginia being dropped into the George Bush probable category a surprise. 2 red-hot Senate races, each of them too close to call in North Carolina and in Kentucky. Anthony Mason, CBS News correspondent, is in Miami, and he's waiting for voting problems. Have very many arisen yet?
Dan, the biggest problem seems to be simply the long lines. I mean, we've been talking about this all night, but people literally have been waiting hours to vote. We wanted to give you a glimpse at 3 cities right now. The first here is Indianapolis, Indiana. You'll also see Columbus, Ohio, and Raleigh, North Carolina. In all 3 of those cities, in some precincts, the lines have been so long, the turnout so high, and there are so many new registrations, and in some cases not enough poll workers to deal with them, that the polling has been extended. They're staying late. The voting hours have been extended. Now, this is coming not by any court order. This is being done by election officials who are doing everything that they can at this point to try to accommodate people to allow them to vote. This could, in the end, complicate some of the vote gathering process, of course. But as I said, we've got a record turnout here. The biggest problem we've been looking at is simply there are so many people who want to vote, Dan.
Anthony Mason, let me make sure that I understand. We've already been told that some of the polls will be staying open past the scheduled closing time in Ohio, which was about 17 minutes ago. Now, I want to make sure people understand in Florida, some of the polls will be staying open there past the 8 o'clock Eastern time zone. Regular poll closing time due up in about 13 minutes.
You've also got polls extended in West Virginia, Dan. The one thing that's significant there is that's the one place where the Republicans have actually challenged a court order to extend the polling hours there in 4 particular counties. But in general, I am told by our legal analyst, Andrew Cohen, most of the time judges side with voters in this case and will do everything possible to accommodate anyone who wants to get to the polls.
Anthony Mason, thanks. The polls closed, most of the polls closed in Ohio about 17 minutes ago. As we mentioned, some polling places are being allowed to stay open because of long lines of people. Keep in mind that federal law is that you can get a provisional ballot if you have any argument polls. And most places I know of, I think it's true everywhere, we'll double check that. If you're in line at poll closing time, you're supposed to be able to vote. Important perhaps for you to know. It gives me a cue to point out that the polls are still open in many, many states in our great United States of America. If you've not yet voted, we urge you to go to the polls and vote. You may say, oh, well, I'm too tired or what have you. No excuses. We got guys fighting in Iraq, Afghanistan. If they can do what they do, you can get off your duff and go vote, then come back and watch us. Let me show you what the actual votes in and counted look like in Ohio. It's so early, not going to tell you very much. This is with no precincts completely reporting. Bush running at about 52 to 48%, but with only 12,000 votes in and counted. Doesn't tell you much, but it does tell you this. that with so many states apparently so close, with such a turnout, to try to analyze this election, you know, we may need Billy Crystal to analyze this before it's over, because we got state after state where there's been a crush of votes all day long, absentee ballots, some people able to vote early in person in some states. It's just, everything shapes up as this being a very close presidential election, at least between now and 10 o'clock in the East or midnight. That's the way it's shaping up right now. Cynthia Bowers was at the official poll closing time in Ohio and is there in Ohio. Cynthia, square this away for us. The polls are still open in some places there. And about how many places, do we know?
Well, Dan, we know that there are some precincts in Franklin County and the Columbus area. What you said is absolutely correct. Anybody who was in line by 7:30 is allowed to vote. They still call the polls closed at 7:30, but the people who are in line at that point are allowed to vote. Those pictures that Anthony showed you a few minutes ago, those people are waiting 5 hours to vote. Now, interestingly, Bush won here last time by only 3%, and people here on both sides say it will take a 4% margin of victory by either side to eliminate any potential litigation that could keep this thing going on for weeks. So we'll see as those numbers progress. It's 4 points now with 12,000 reporting. We'll see what happens as the night progresses. Dan?
Cynthia Bowers in Columbus, Ohio. We go now to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and CBS's Russ Mitchell. Keep in mind the polls are due to close in Pennsylvania in about 10 minutes now. Russ, with Pennsylvania closing in such a few moments at 8 p.m., how's the voting going there, and any prospect of the polls staying open later than the scheduled closing time?
Very heavy voting here, Dan, and as you pointed out, also here in Pennsylvania, the rule is if you are in line at 8 o'clock when the polls close, you are allowed to cast your ballot. That means that some polls here could theoretically remain open until 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, but all day, election officials here in Pennsylvania have been using the phrase, everything is fine here, and now with about 15 minutes to go before the polls officially are scheduled to close, that phrase holds true. The biggest issue here, as Cynthia has been reporting, long lines. Some people have had to wait 2-3 hours to cast their ballots. Here in Pennsylvania, you have 500,000 more registered voters this time than you did 4 years ago. And as we said, these long lines could come in play in about 15 minutes, because if you are in line, you will be allowed to vote. No ifs, ands, or buts. So again, theoretically, it could be about 11 o'clock before some of these polls close. Dan?
That's in Philadelphia. And John Kerry needs a big, heavy vote in the inner city of Philadelphia if he's to carry Pennsylvania. We see whether he gets it or not. Bob Schieffer, which party figures to be most pleased by these long lines of voters near the end?
Well, I just got through to the Kerry campaign. I spoke to Joe Lockhart over there, and he believes that this huge turnout, which apparently we're getting, plays very much to the challengers' advantage. The Kerry people say that they feel pretty good right now. They think that they now have, and Lockhart says flatly, they have a chance to win every battleground state. Now, we have to keep that in context. That's coming from the Kerry campaign, but that's the story they're putting out right now.
Well, one's reminded of that old saying, don't taunt the alligator until after you cross the creek. But apparently Joe doesn't subscribe to that. Thanks, Bob. Now, the 8 o'clock hour is the mother lode of electoral votes. 15 states, including Pennsylvania, Florida, and New Hampshire, all three in what we call our top 9. Now, we probably won't have a declared winner in Florida, a projected winner in Florida for hours, although the polls are supposed to close there coming up in about 7 minutes. Even if one of the candidates establishes what appears to be a large lead, there are too many bad memories in Florida, so certainly don't expect CBS News to be saying right after 8 o'clock Eastern Time, pop, Florida goes one way or the other. But there are some clues. Pennsylvania has most of its polls closing at 8 o'clock as well here in the East, although the polls, as Russ Mitchell said, some of them may be open as late as 11 o'clock. So we don't expect to have a projection in Pennsylvania either. Ohio, most of the polls have closed there. We simply don't have enough information to say whether it's even going to be close whether it goes one way or the other. I'm Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters.
Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Good evening, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
And I'm Rob Hanrahan. Here is the latest. The polls closed nearly an hour ago, but there are still people in line waiting to vote. First, though, we have some results that are just in.
In the race for President of the United States, with 8% of the precincts reporting, George W. Bush is ahead with 56% of the vote, John Kerry 42%, and Ralph Nader no votes.
All right, we have some other results we can bring to you right here, including more of the presidential turnout. Of course, there are a lot of people on the ballot. You can see that those three not showing up as any percentage points at all in this early point where we only have 8% of the precincts in.
Continuing here with the hotly contested race to replace Bob Graham in the Senate, Mel Martinez is ahead of Betty Castor here in Florida. He has 51%, she has 45%, with 7% of the precincts reporting. And in the next race that we have here, the Florida House, District 120, Sorensen has 60% of the vote with 18% of the precincts in, and Moore with 39%. And a lot of people have yet to vote, as we mentioned earlier, people waiting in line at polls all across South Florida. Let's get right to CBS 4's Jawan Strader. He's live in Kendall tonight. And Jawan, last time we talked, there was a long line there.
Yeah, indeed, Rob. There was a long line. That line no more. Take a look behind me. This is all there is. This is what's left. There are a few people inside still voting, but there were some fireworks here earlier. Here's what happened.
I don't even know who this man is. I don't want to know who he is. I don't
what's switching? What is she say about switching?
I am voting, so unless you're going to
I am voting also. I am voting also. Please, lady, we already are on
Maybe he's
TV.
voting for Bush.
Please.
He sees that we're voting for Kerry, and that's why he doesn't want to let us vote.
Give
But
him a
I'm
break. I
voting.
mean, it's only two of us, and then you know.
The police officer to get me to move from the line.
Yes,
So much
exactly. That's
confusion.
what I want to. It's confusing because I'm
It's not
voting.
confusing.
Yes, it is.
No, I don't think it's confusing.
Now, the problem there was the fact that those folks happened to get here at about 7:30, 30 minutes after the deadline. Now, of course, if you were in line at 7 o'clock, no matter where the line was, you got a chance to vote. Well, some of them happened to go to the wrong precinct. That caused a little bit of a controversy between those two women that you just saw right there and some of the elections officials. The thing is that after a little bit of back and forth, those women were allowed to vote. Reporting live from South Kendall, Jawan Strader, CBS 4 News.
Thank you, Jawan. Right now we're joined by two political experts, one a Republican, the other a Democrat, and they are here to offer insight into the results as they come in and also look back on the irregularities of the day.
That's right. Miguel DeGrande is an attorney and member of the Bush legal team, and Alex Pinellas, of course, is the outgoing mayor of Miami-Dade. And Alex, we wanted to start with you. There have been some niggles, a few problems reported throughout the county. Do you expect them to have a major impact?
Absolutely not. For example, we had a precinct early this morning in Hialeah where it was temporarily closed. Those voters who didn't vote have come back.
They have.
And in fact, anybody that was in line at 7 p.m., even if they're in line now, will be allowed to vote. We still do have a few precincts where people are actually still voting in Miami-Dade County.
Mr. DeGrande, one of the nightmare scenarios that Floridians can't help but imagine after the 2000 fiasco is that we won't know who the president is for a number of days, and after that it may be such a close race that we'll see all these legal challenges mounted. Do you foresee that may happen again?
Well, I don't think that we're going to see a result today. There's still many absentee ballots to be counted. Our field reports say that it's as much as 2 days to count those absentee ballots. We're also looking at different irregularities that occurred during the day. We're very concerned about double voting issues, apparently where individuals either voted early or absentee and were allowed to vote in the precincts. We've had some reports of that, and we're looking into it.
And back to Mayor Pinellas now, if we can. You've been in the political world here for some years now. Tell me what you think as far as turnout has gone today. We've had the early voting, which has brought out a tremendous amount of people.
Well, Rob, it's been a record turnout, and I think it's been enhanced to a great extent because of this new idea of early voting, and I think it was a great idea that the legislature put in place a couple of years ago. We saw it tested the first time during the governor's race 2 years ago, but just to put it in perspective, about 45,000 people voted early in 2002. Today, for today's election, there were 350,000 votes already cast before we opened the precincts. About 100,000 of those were absentee votes. Another 250,000 were early voters. I was one of them. It was a great experience. I think people liked it, and I think it's an indication of something to come in the rest of the country. I think it's a good experiment that people have liked.
And lastly, very quickly, Mr. DeGrande, were you one of the attorneys sent by the Bush camp to kind of monitor polling places, and what's your perception of what you've seen?
Well, this is my second tour of duty. I served in the same capacity in 2000 and did the arguments before the canvassing board. I was more handling calls at the operations center, seeing some of the issues that came in, and we were trying to dispatch attorneys on an need basis to the precincts.
All right, Miguel DeGrande, Alex Pinellas, thank you both for being with us this election night.
We were just looking at some live pictures, gentlemen, and Maggie, of the polling place, the election headquarters in Doral, where they're counting up the electronic votes.
Remember, CBS 4 News is your source for election night coverage.
We'll have local updates for you every half hour, plus the latest at 10 on our sister station, UPN 33.
And we'll be here for an hour at 11. In the meantime, we'll see you for our next update at 8:23.
Head-on, side impact, wrapped around a pole. 3 very common accidents with very different outcomes. Thursday, CBS 4's Dr. Sean Caniff examines what happens to your body in each type of crash.
Blood vessels get ripped, areas get contused.
Then Friday, CBS 4's Al Sunshine explores the damage to your vehicle and what's being done to make cars safer.
This is preventing a potentially fatal injury.
The Crash Effect, a special 2-part investigation, starting Thursday at 5 and 11 on CBS 4 News.
CBS Election Night coverage is locally sponsored by Rob & Stuckey, America's leader in quality home furnishings and interior design.
Saving money on your auto insurance is no game at Mercury Insurance. You need a company you can count on. Mercury consistently beats competitors like these in head-to-head rate surveys. That's why over 2,000 drivers switch to Mercury every day. Rated A+ for financial strength, you'll always end up a winner with Mercury. Call 1-888-4-MERCURY for savings, service, security.
Computer votes potentially lost and a possible delay in the vote count at 11.
CBS News estimates New Jersey goes for Kerry, 8 p.m. in the east. Most polls closed now in 15 more states, and 3 big swing states are still swinging. Can't estimate a winner yet in Ohio or Pennsylvania and Florida. Too close to call. Here we go again. Some polls staying open well past their scheduled closings in all 3 of those states, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Now, here's the electoral vote count according to our CBS News estimates. 270 needed to win. We estimate that George Bush has 80, John Kerry 77. Here's your national popular vote total, still very early. Bush leading Kerry 57 to 42%, but there's so few votes in and counted it doesn't mean much. Here's a look at the map at this hour. This is the way the map shapes up. You're seeing more blue. The states in red, we estimate, have gone from George Bush. As expected, he's sweeping through the South and the southern border states on up into Indiana, and we estimate he's also carried West Virginia. But now, John Kerry beginning to put points on the board, strong in the northeastern part of the United States, including at least 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes. More about that later. And 21 big ones in Illinois, we estimate, are going for John Kerry. Now, with states where the polls have just closed, these are our CBS News estimates. 27 electoral votes, and of the what we call the key 9 states, this perhaps is the most key of them. 27 electoral votes in Florida. Our CBS News information is we have a lot of data in from Florida, but we estimate that it's too close to call. This one may be in state of suspension for a very, very long time. Florida, in white, too close to call. Illinois, land of Lincoln, land of John Kerry for tonight. Play a verse of Johnny B. Good in Illinois for John Kerry. 21 electoral votes we estimate he'll get there. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, may be one of the keys to the whole election. This is a different situation than Florida, which we say is just too close to call. Insufficient data in Pennsylvania. One reason may be some of the polls are going to stay open possibly as late as 9, 10, or 11 o'clock Eastern time because the lines are so long. 21 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, swinging in the balance still. New Jersey, this is the state that the Republicans hoped against hope that they might upset John Kerry's chances, but our CBS News projection is when all the votes are in and counted, New Jersey will be in John Kerry's column, so there'll be shouts up in Massachusetts. 15 electoral votes from New Jersey go in the Kerry column. Also, the Bay State, John Kerry's home state, 12 electoral votes from there is our CBS News projection, so he picks up 12 more there. In Missouri, the show me state, show me insufficient data. 11 electoral votes. The Republicans will be stunned if they don't carry this state. However, our CBS News information is we just don't have enough data to even say whether Missouri is going to wind up being close. So 11 electoral votes in Missouri still up for grabs. Volunteer state, Tennessee, another southern border state. It went for George Bush the last time. Check it. It goes for him this time if our CBS News estimates are correct, and we think there will be 11 for George Bush in Tennessee. But 10 in Maryland for John Kerry is our CBS News projection. A strong Democratic state going in was the wide expectation, and we believe that John Kerry will get Maryland's 10 electoral votes. Alabama, heart of Dixie, 9 electoral votes. We estimate that George Bush will get Alabama's 9 electoral votes. Up in Connecticut, 7 electoral votes. Our estimate is John Kerry will get the Constitution states 7. Boomer Sooner, Oklahoma, 7 electoral votes. George Bush country might be a very tight Senate race out there, but more about that later. We estimate that George Bush will get Oklahoma's 7 electoral votes. Mississippi, down in Delta country, 6 electoral votes. Widely expected to go Republican, do. Put 6 for George Bush on the board in Mississippi. Up in Maine, 4 electoral votes, and this is a place where the Republicans spent a lot of time. They thought they might be able to get Maine's 4 electoral votes. Now, our CBS News projection is, and mark this if you will, 4 electoral votes at stake in Maine. Our CBS News estimate is that John Kerry will, when all the votes are counted, get at least 3. So mark 3 electoral college votes out of Maine for Kerry, but 1 is yet to be decided. That's because Maine, along with Nebraska, is one of those states which they allocate electoral votes on the basis of how votes went in congressional districts. So we estimate John Kerry gets 3 in Maine. He may yet get the full 4, but hasn't yet, according to our best projections. In New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes. Each side sort of said, you know, it's a small state with only 4 votes, but we might have to have it. So they really slugged it out, ding-dong battle in New Hampshire. Our CBS News information is we just don't have enough data in to say whether it's even going to be close in New Hampshire, as we expected it to be. We just don't know how it's going to go. So 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire, a swing in the balance as well. Delaware's 3, we estimate, go to John Kerry. In the District of Columbia, one of the most dependable Democratic voting areas in the country, 3 electoral votes. Our CBS News projection is Kerry will get the D.C. South Carolina, you remember earlier the polls had closed in South Carolina, but we had it marked in white. 8 electoral votes. Our CBS News estimate is George Bush is going to get them in the Palmetto State. Again, a very important Senate race there, one expected to be close. We don't have a call in that as yet, but in the presidential race, we estimate George Bush will get South Carolina's 8. So once again, going to the map, this is the way it looks at this hour. You'll see a little white on this map, and that's because we haven't made a projection in those states. But George Bush is sweeping through the South like a big wheel through a Delta cotton field. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and bingo, West Virginia. We say bingo because this was one that wasn't considered a toss-up, but the Democrats thought they might squeeze in and get it, although George Bush carried it the last time, not to be. We also estimate that George Bush has got Oklahoma in his column. That gives George Bush, we estimate at this hour, 80 electoral votes. John Kerry with 77, because he's getting these states up in the Northeast, up in his own home state of Massachusetts, and at least 3 out of Maine's 4 electoral votes. And the foundation of Kerry's 77 electoral votes we estimate he has at this hour are the 21 he gets out of Illinois. But look at here, ooh boy, Florida, 27 electoral votes. Too close to call. We had a lot of data in, but too close to call. Ohio, 20 electoral votes. By the way, some of the polls are still open in Florida. Some of the polls, last report, were still open in Ohio with 20 electoral votes. And in Pennsylvania, that really should be colored in white as well at this hour, because while the polls have closed in most places in Pennsylvania, we put it in we just don't have enough data to make a call. And also in Virginia and in North Carolina. Now, both these states, it would be surprising to particularly to Republicans if they didn't wind up carrying these 2 states, but in both North Carolina and Virginia, we just don't have enough data in. I told you earlier that so many absentee ballots, so many people going to the polls in person early to vote, so many long lines at the polls, it just makes it very complicated. And wanting to be conservative, we just simply say in North Carolina and Virginia, we color them white because we don't have enough information. But this brings us to our projection of right now George Bush with 80 electoral votes, John Kerry with 77. This presidential race is hotter than the devil's anvil. Ed Bradley, We haven't been able to estimate who will win Florida, but voters have been telling us what matters most to them in Florida. What are they saying? What might we glean from that?
Well, Dan, we said earlier tonight that this was a referendum on President Bush, and I think one of the key considerations is how people feel about the job that he has done as president. So if we take a look at some of the numbers that for his the job approval, we see that he does win. Most people approve of how he has done his job, but not by a very big margin, just 52%. Another important issue was, who do you trust to handle the economy? And pretty narrowly split a 1-point advantage for President Bush. And I think the key factor in Florida, Dan, will be the first-time voters. You have 1.5 million new voters in Florida. That's 13% of the total. And Senator Kerry is winning them overwhelmingly, 59 to 40%. You also have to realize in Florida, I think that people will be very happy to see this election come to an end. $116 million spent on advertising in Florida, the most in any state. I'm sure they're tired of all those commercials.
Well, a reminder of that old saying in politics has got so expensive, it takes a lot of money just to get beat with. Because somebody's going to lose in Florida, and they'll spend a lot of money. Bob Schieffer, Republicans thought they had a chance to take New Jersey. What happened in there?
Well, I think it's just followed the traditional voting patterns, Dan. This is a Democratic state. I think Republicans thought that if 9/11 was going to change the voting patterns anyplace, it would probably be New Jersey. But it didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Bob, didn't you just talk to Karl Rove, or should we talk about
I just talked to the White House, and they're feeling a little better about Florida right now. Governor Bush, Florida Governor Bush, has just called them and told them that a couple of counties that they lost the last time, I think Pasco and Orange County, they believe they have won. That's Governor Bush's view. And Lake County, which they won by not a lot the last time, they seem to be winning handily there. So they're like us, Dan. They have no idea how Florida's going to come out. But they're feeling a little better at this hour than maybe they were a half hour ago.
Well, and also both sides are trying to spin it. The Kerry campaign was in contact with.
Sure.
They're trying to spin things their way. Ed Bradley.
Just a button on what Bob said about New Jersey. 15 electoral votes there. Kerry won in every category. He won women, he won men, he won first-time voters, and he won the independents.
Well, the Kerry folks would like to think that perhaps is a good portent of things to come, but we'll have to see. In the states where the polls just closed, remember we had 15 states where the polls closed. A lot of Senate races in those states. Let's look those over very quickly for you now. Alabama Senate race, the Republican Senator Richard Shelby will be returned for a 4th term, his 2nd as a Republican. He previously was a Democratic senator. He switched over. So it's a hold on for the GOP in Alabama. No surprise. No surprise in Connecticut for the Democrats. Our CBS News estimate is Chris Dodd will be returned to the Senate from Connecticut. A hold on for the Dems there. Florida Senate. This was supposed to be really hot. It was a down and dirty race, a really gut-wrenching, heart-pounding, grinded-out race. Our CBS News information shows that we have insufficient data. I know you get tired of hearing it, folks, but got to tell you, as conservative as we're trying to be tonight, we're going to tell you when we think we know, and we're going to tell you when we think it's going to be close. But here's a situation where the polls have closed in most of Florida. We simply don't have enough information to guess whether it's even going to be close in the Florida Senate race. This is the open seat vacated by Democratic Senator Bob Graham. The Republicans would really like to have it, and they think they have a strong shot of getting it, but we'll just have to see as the night goes along. Illinois Senate race, this is the open seat vacated by Republican Senator Peter Fitzgerald. Democrat Barack Obama, our CBS News projection is he picks up this seat for the Democrats in Illinois. So a pickup for the Democrats in Illinois in their uphill battle to take control of the Senate. Maryland Senate, Democratic Senator Barbara Mikulski, a 4th term. Our CBS News projection is that she will get that 4th term and hold on to Maryland's seat for the Democrats. Missouri Senate, our CBS News estimate is that Senator Kit Bond will get his 3rd term and hold on to the Republican Senate seat, which has been at issue in Missouri this day. New Hampshire Senate. Remember, New Hampshire is colored white on our presidential map. We can't even guess which way it's going to go in the presidential election. But in the Senate election, Senator Gregg seeking a 3rd term, we estimate that will be a hold on for the Democrats in New Hampshire. Oklahoma Senate race. This is for the open seat vacated by Republican Senator Don Nichols. While the polls have closed in Oklahoma, we don't have enough information to say whether it's going to be close, and if so, how close, much less who's going to win it. So Oklahoma is another important Senate race hanging out there. We'll see how it goes as the night goes along. Pennsylvania Senate. This is Senator Arlen Specter survived a bruising primary, and the White House supported a more conservative Republican against him. Now he's in a fight to be returned to the Senate against a Democratic challenger in the main election. We are waiting for hard data, sample precincts, and some vote count in order to make even a guess. So it's insufficient data in the Pennsylvania Senate race. Mark well, we're not saying that Arlen Specter's in any trouble there. We simply just don't know. Leslie Stahl, in the fight to control the Senate, a turnover for the Democrats in Illinois.
Barack Obama, this is not a surprise. He has been so far ahead, Dan. He campaigned out of the state for other Democrats. But can we take a fast look at Kentucky? This is really a horse race and horse country. We have the Republican, the incumbent, Jim Bunning. He's the baseball Hall of Famer, who was expected to walk away with this. Look at how many votes. We have almost 2/3 of all the precincts in, and he's behind. This is the actual vote. Bunning was ahead until he started making errors. He's running against a man who's a doctor, an ear, nose, and throat man, Daniel Monjardo. If these numbers hold up, this would be a major upset, Dan.
Leslie Stahl, this just in. CBS News now feels comfortable in estimating that George Bush will carry North Carolina's 15 electoral votes. This is not a surprise. George Bush carried it in the last time around. But the reason we bump in right now is because we had the state in white for a long time, saying we just didn't have quite enough information. But put the 15 electoral votes in North Carolina in George Bush's column. The Senate race, we don't know. You're watching CBS News election night coverage.
Everyone is getting on board the Polar Express.
To the North Pole!
Robert Zemeckis is leading a new revolution of filmmaking, an absolute masterpiece. Tom Hanks delivers not just one, but 5 extraordinary performances. The most remarkable movie you'll see for years to come.
This is the Polar Express!
Rated G. Special sneak screening this Saturday.
Cholesterol. It comes grilled, fried, slow cooked, twice baked, poached, and pureed. But it also comes from Mom, Dad, Grandma Ethel, and Grandpa Sam. Your cholesterol doesn't just come from food. It also has a lot to do with family history. Today, there's Vytorin. When diet and exercise aren't enough, adding Vytorin can help. Vytorin is a new product that treats the 2 sources of cholesterol. Cholesterol from food and the cholesterol your body makes naturally based on family history. Vytorin lowers bad cholesterol 45 to 60%. Vytorin is not for everyone, including people with liver problems, women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. Unexplained muscle pain or weakness could be a sign of a rare but serious side effect. Vytorin may interact with other medicines or certain foods, increasing your risk of getting this serious side effect. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. Ask your doctor about new Vytorin. Your cholesterol comes from 2 sources. Treat them both with Vytorin.
Hey, Angie, you going to the post office? Hey, Ted, you going to the post office?
Do I know you?
Anyone go to the post office? Jeff. Ronnie? Connie. Isn't anyone going to the post office?
Hey, Chuck. Can't go to the post office? Go to USPS.com. Print the shipping label.
What about postage?
You can pay for postage, too, then hand the package to B.
The U.S. Postal Service is working for you.
Hey, Steve. Lunch?
Survivor Thursday. Does Julie have a plan to seduce Sarge, the leader of the pack?
I don't hang out with too many young 22-year-old models, and she's hot.
And on the other side of the island, Rory's fed up with the women.
What a completely worthless crew.
But when the 2 tribes merge,
Buffs, drop them.
And the game intensifies,
One person will win immunity.
all bets are off.
Picking them girls off one by one is what it's going to be about.
This is a huge turning point of the game.
Don't miss TV's most watched reality show, New Survivor, CBS Thursday.
At CBS News election headquarters, this is the way we think the electoral vote map looks at this hour. 95 electoral votes we estimate Bush has, 77 Kerry has, with 270 needed to win. John Roberts' moral values, quote unquote, are said to rate high with the voters this day nationally. Why?
Well, Dan, it's a real surprise as we watch the vote tallies start to come in here and build on our map. We asked people today what the #1 issue for them was, and we figured that, you know, after all of the talk on the war on terror, jobs, and the economy, that would rank #1. This is the big election night surprise. Look at this.
Excuse me one moment. I really hate to interrupt you, John, but Virginia, 13 electoral votes. Our CBS News estimate is that you can put them in George Bush's column. So that's a sigh of relief for the Republicans, although they never had much doubt about it. At one time, very early in the campaign, John Kerry thought he might have a shot in Virginia, but our CBS News projection is put 13 of all of Virginia's electoral votes in George Bush's column. That means that George Bush, he's got the hot dice right now. 108 electoral votes for George Bush, we estimate 77 for John Kerry. The basis of Kerry 77, 21 in Illinois. But keep in mind that the big three, Florida with 27, Ohio with 20, and Pennsylvania with 21 are still out there, to say nothing of places where the polls have yet to close, such as Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. So it's still anybody's race, but advantage George Bush as you put another 13 electoral votes from Virginia in his column. John, forgive me, you were explaining about moral values and why they turned out to be so important in this election.
No trouble, Dan. Results are what it's all about tonight, but possibly driving those results are the issues that are putting voters' marks on the ballot here in Virginia. This would have been a big issue as well since it went Republican. 22% of people said that moral values was the #1 issue for them. And look at that. That beats both the economy and jobs, which has so far come second, and terrorism. So why moral values? Is it the abortion issue? Well, let's take a look. The numbers for abortion, whether that should be legal, always, mostly illegal, or always illegal, pretty much the same way that they were in the 2000 election. But another issue has really popped up this year, Dan. You remember President Bush talked about it earlier this spring when he called for a constitutional amendment to ban same-sex marriage. We asked people what their views on that were. 35% believe that same-sex couples should have no recognition whatsoever. The next highest percentage, the same 35%, thought that there should be some kind of civil union. And don't forget, Dan, that in 11 states across the nation tonight, measures are on the ballot which would define marriage as only between a man and a woman. So far, we have results from 3 states, Georgia, Kentucky, and Ohio have all approved that ballot amendment, so they will undertake constitutional amendments should the legislatures decide to go ahead to define marriage as only between a man and a woman. And in a state like Ohio, Dan, that's an issue that could bring out a lot of Republicans, so we'll see how that plays out as the night goes on.
John Roberts. Let's go to our map. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Our estimate is George Bush is now assured of having at least 108, John Kerry with 77. You see, there's so many states in red, including the one in Oklahoma for George Bush, that you may be saying to yourself, well, this looks to me like it's a wipe away. It's going to be a blowout for George Bush. It may yet turn out to be that, but it's far, far too early to say that, and here's why. In presidential races, there have been no turnovers yet. That is to say that every state that George Bush carried the last time, where we have an estimate, he has carried this time. And every state that Al Gore carried the last time, that we've estimated and projected a winner in, has gone to John Kerry. The race will be tight. We beware of certitude, but we feel confident in saying this race is really going to be tight. And in some ways, George Bush's lead is as thin as November ice, if you keep in mind that he's carried the traditional southern states where the Republicans have been strong in modern presidential election times, as well as Oklahoma, which is ditto that. But Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Missouri, we don't have enough information to say how they're going to go, although we do say in Florida and Ohio, too close to call, and the polls are still open in some of those states. Now, also up in New Hampshire, with 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire, if it comes down really close, this was on our list of, remember we said the little 3, we had the big 3, Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, the middle 3, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and the little 3, Hawaii, New Mexico, and New Hampshire. The polls have closed in New Hampshire, but we don't have enough information to say yet which way it's going to go. I want to emphasize to you again, folks, the polls are still open in wide sections of the country, particularly west of the Mississippi. A lot of polls open. Please, if you haven't voted, go vote, then come back and watch our coverage. The other is we're being very conservative here. When we tell you we think a state can go in one column or the other, we feel confident in telling you that. If not, we just say we don't know. CBS News election headquarters in New York, Dan Rather.
Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Good evening, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
I'm Rob Hanrahan with this special election night update, and here are the latest numbers from South Florida. Right now in the presidential race, Bush is leading right now with 54% of the vote to Kerry's 44%. The rest of the candidates in that race are posting 0%, and this is with 23% of the precincts in.
And here you see the race for the U.S. Senate in Florida. Mel Martinez, the Republican, is leading Betty Castor. He's got 50% of the vote to her 46% of the vote, with 21% of the precincts reporting.
And in the U.S. Representative District 16 race, Foley is way ahead of Fisher right now, 64% of the vote, and this is with 28% of the precincts reporting.
Some of the amendments, here's a controversial one. Oh, excuse me. First, we will go to U.S. Representative District 18, where Ileana Ross-Layton, the incumbent, is ahead with 58% of the vote. Sheldon has 41%.
And there is the Amendment 3 on medical malpractice that Maggie just mentioned, and right now overwhelmingly in favor of this amendment, which will limit the amount lawyers can claim on malpractice suits. 22% of the precincts reporting on that.
Let's check the next amendment, Amendment 4, slot machines. 46% say yes and 53% say no. So far, with 22% of the precincts reporting.
And with so many electoral votes up for grabs in Florida, no one wants a repeat, of course, of the 2000 election.
And happily, for the most part, Election Day has gone smoothly in South Florida, though it's not quite over yet. CBS 4's Brian Andrews is live in Doral. Brian?
With a record amount of turnout, there's a record amount of data to be processed here at the Supervisor of Elections office. Some 90,000 absentee ballots, some of which that just arrived in the last 90 minutes.
And I filed in Switzerland for an absentee ballot, and he never came. I left it.
So Otto Gruder flew to Miami and had his friend drive him to the elections office to cast his ballot.
He got done, and I'm delighted. I really am delighted. Because in Europe, everybody is concerned about this election. They say whatever happens here affects us too.
So we're asking people why they're coming to the elections office so late. It's almost 7 o'clock.
Yeah, but I'm going to just drop at the house and ballot.
So you came just to bring your absentee ballot?
Right.
Okay. And where do you live?
In Hialeah.
There were lots of last-minute visits to the elections office.
Because I forgot to turn in my absentee ballot in time, so I didn't have time to.
I see. So you got it in. Your vote's going to be counted.
Yep, absolutely.
What's the process? You go inside and what?
Just hand it in, and they check your ID to make sure it's you that actually signed off on the ballot, and that's the extent of it. Pretty easy.
So you don't think there'll be any problems? You're sure it's going to get counted?
I'm feeling pretty comfortable with it, yeah.
So a tremendous amount of data to be counted, data that's still arriving, the cases, those data cartridges that were in the voting machines today, and of course absentee ballots that they'll be trying their best to get through tonight. Live in Doral, I'm Brian Andrews, CBS 4 News.
And we're joined now by two political experts who can offer insight into the results as they come in and look back on the irregularities we've seen today.
We have with us Miguel DeGrande, a Republican who's an attorney and also a member of the Bush legal team, and Alex Pinellas, a Democrat, the outgoing mayor of Miami-Dade County. Mayor Pinellas, why don't we start with that race? Carlos Alvarez versus Jimmy Morales. Miami-Dade County is going to change now that you're leaving. What's your prediction?
I think Carlos Alvarez will win. I think people, as they analyze this race, I think we're more inclined to the administrative type of leadership that Carlos Alvarez will offer. You know, he ran our police department, has an excellent record fighting crime and corruption, and 2 years ago when we had the primary election debacle with the new machines, I asked him to actually run the election department during the general election. He did a great job. So I think that's where this race is heading.
And he's leading in the polls.
That is correct. Miguel DeGrande, let's talk a little bit about the presidential race in Florida. Do you see any of the irregularities that we've seen today playing out in the long run? It'll obviously take many hours to get all these votes counted.
Well, some of the irregularities may generate litigation, but what we're more concerned about right now is really getting a handle on a statewide basis on the absentee ballots. We're hearing in Dade County may take up to 2 days to count. We don't have a good handle yet on the other counties, but that could be a significant delay.
Replacing the irreplaceable Bob Graham is a hot topic here in South Florida. Quickly, both of your predictions, with Mel Martinez, by the way, leading with, I believe, 21% of the precincts reporting.
Too close to call. Obviously, I'm hoping that Martinez can pull it out. They've run a very tough race. I think there was very little coattails to be had by either candidate. It's going to be a squeaker.
Mayor, how do you feel about that
well,
race?
you know, Southeast Florida will decide that race as well as the presidential race in Florida, and those will be the votes that are last counted last. Typically, the Republican candidate wins North Florida. You know, you pretty much come out even in that I-4 corridor, but then the Democratic candidate could come out with as much as a 400,000 vote lead after you've counted Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade County. So that bodes well for Kerry and for Castro, but we'll just have to see.
Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas and Miguel DeGrande, member of the Bush legal team. Thank you both, gentlemen.
And remember that CBS 4 News is your source for election night coverage.
We'll have local updates for you every half hour, plus the latest at 10 o'clock on our sister station, UPN 33.
And be sure to tune in for a 1-hour edition of CBS 4 News at 11 and for our next update at 8:53.
Right now, we'll send you back to continuing CBS News coverage on this election night with Dan Rather.
Good night.
CBS Election Night coverage is locally sponsored by Rob and Stuckey, America's leader in quality home furnishings and interior design. CBS 4 wants to send you to the South Florida International Auto Show. For your chance to win, just log on to cbs4.com. Winners randomly selected and posted daily. Good luck.
Safety seats save children's lives, but only if you use them right. Please read the instructions for both the seat and your vehicle owner's manual.
The safe way to go. Brought to you by General Motors and CBS 4.
Pompano, Florida, home of name brand bargains, home of Festival Marketplace.
A popular radio DJ confesses on our show. Now he must battle his own rage. An intense follow-up. Next, Oprah.
Tomorrow at 4.
8:30 p.m. in the East. It won't mean a thing if they don't get those swing states, and 3 of the big ones are still hanging out there. Can't estimate a winner yet for Florida, Pennsylvania, or Ohio. Polls just closed in Bill Clinton's home state of Arkansas. No estimate there yet either, colored in white. Here's the electoral vote count so far. According to our CBS News estimates, 270 needed to win. We think that George Bush is now assured of having 108, and our estimate is that John Kerry is assured of having 77. Now, you can look at the map, all the states colored in red are Bush states, those in blue, Kerry. And the national vote count total, still just so few votes counted. Remember, there'll be over 100 million votes finally counted. Bush leads Kerry 56 to 44%, but a cautionary note, this doesn't mean much this early. What does mean a lot is that George Bush is off to an encouraging start from his viewpoint with 108 electoral votes to Kerry 77, according to our CBS News estimates. So take you back to the map. There's a lot of white on this map. Florida, the polls have been closed there for quite some time, although some polls were, at last report, were still open, so many long lines that people were still voting. 27 electoral votes at issue there. Ohio with 20. Polls also been closed there since 7:30 Eastern Time. But again, some polls are still open, people still voting, long lines. Same story, third verse in Pennsylvania with 21 electoral votes. Now, keep in mind that any candidate now who carries Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania would be very likely to win the presidency. Any one of the 2 of them who now carry 2 of those big 3 would be a good probability to carry the presidency. But we'll do the math on some of the other combinations that we put together. Remember that in our, what we call the middle 3, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa, the polls have not yet closed. Now, we also want to point out that in the Oklahoma Senate race, we now declare, we don't declare winners. We project that the Republicans will hold on to their seat, their Senate seat in Oklahoma. We'll have more about that a little later on. But right now, Ed, what do you think we ought to be thinking about as we head into this next hour?
Well, I think we should be looking at Pennsylvania, Dan. That's a key state. It's been a very important state for the president. It's been closer when you look at the issues, closer than any other state that we've looked at tonight. If you look at the four most important issues, Iraq, terrorism, economy and jobs, all at 19%, and moral values right behind at 18%. I think a key indicator in Pennsylvania will be the first-time voters. They make up about 15% of the population. And if you take a look at the way they're going, Senator Kerry is getting 6 out of every 10 voters. And an important statistic we're finding in Pennsylvania, a lot of people, 12% of the electorate, made up their mind in the last week. Most of them, 57%, went for Senator Kerry.
Thanks, Ed. Bob Schieffer, New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes, one of those states that both parties fought over fiercely because they thought in the end they might need it. The Democrats would like to flip it to them since it went to George Bush the last time. Do they really have a shot?
Oh, I think it's going to flip to them. And I base that not on data in polls. We haven't called it, obviously, yet. But just speaking to a variety of Republicans over the evening, I'm getting the growing sense that they feel that it is already flipped, that once it's called, that it will go to the Democrats. This was the state I think they felt the most vulnerable in all along, and everybody I talked to tonight seems to think that this will be the first one that Kerry gets, that Bush won the last time out.
Well, we'll see. Right now, our official position is CBS News does not have enough information to make a projection in New Hampshire as 4 electoral votes. Again, I'm going to remind you, our big 3, as we started out the evening, 9 key states, Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, the big 3. Polls closed there, but no decision yet. Then the middle 3, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa, the polls have not yet closed there. And then what we called the little 3, New Mexico, Hawaii, where the polls have not closed, but New Hampshire was one of our little 3. The polls have closed there, but we simply have not made a projection on how that's going to go. Now, in states where there are Senate races tonight and where the polls have just closed, let's look them over. Remember that there were 34 Senate races at stake. The Republicans need to win 15 of them to have regain control of the Senate, that is, to have it reign in their control. The Democrats needed 22. And Arkansas Senate, our CBS News estimate is that Blanche Lincoln, the moderate senator from Arkansas and mother of twins running for a second term, will, when all the votes are in and counted, will have won the Arkansas Senate race, and that'll be a hold-on for the Democrats. Now, in the presidential race, the polls have closed in Arkansas, just closed. We don't have a projection to make in the presidential race, but we do say in the Arkansas Senate, the Democrats hold on to it. Now, Oklahoma Senate race, as mentioned at the top of this section of our broadcasting, a toss-up. The Republicans will breathe a great sigh of relief here. This is a seat vacated by the Republican Senator Don Nichols retiring. Tom Coburn was in a tough race with Democrat Brad Carson. The Democrats have been hoping against hope to pick up this seat. According to our CBS News projections, isn't going to be. Leslie, looking at the Oklahoma Senate race, the Democrats wanted that one, but it dropped the other way. Is it likely to tell us anything other than it's even tougher now for the Democrats to get control of the Senate?
It's getting tougher, but it's still doable. What happened in Oklahoma is that they went out and recruited a very conservative Democrat. This is happening all across the South. Brad Carson, he was pro-life. He was for the amendment to ban gay marriage. He had a higher NAR rating than his opponent, but 79% of people calling themselves conservatives went for Tom Coburn. This is an important race for the Republicans if they want to hold on. Can we take a fast look at our toss-up states in the Senate race? There were 9, 1 down. Republicans hold on to one of theirs. But the Senate, as your question, it's still up for grabs.
Leslie Stahl, quick kiss of the map now before we take a break. This is the way our CBS News Electoral College map looks at this hour. We estimate Bush has 108. Kerry has 77. What Kerry needs is the equivalent of Tom Brady coming off the bench and bringing him from behind in the race, but it's still early. But this is the way it looks at this hour. Advantage Bush. You're watching and listening to CBS News Election Night coverage.
Every great story starts with a great adventure. Introducing the all-new Nissan Pathfinder with a 270 horsepower engine, 3-row seating for 7, GPS navigation and DVD entertainment, and more off-road capability than ever before. Because you can't talk about the mountaintop unless you actually see the mountaintop. Tell better stories in the new 7-passenger, 270-horsepower Nissan Pathfinder. Lease the new 7-passenger Nissan Pathfinder with a special introductory rate.
We've just confirmed our top story. Kohl's 50% off sale is giving shoppers an early start on holiday shopping.
Kohl's 50% off sale is this Tuesday and Wednesday only from 7 a.m. to midnight. Save 50% on hundreds of items store-wide, like sweaters, outerwear, and sleepwear for the family. Save 50% on items for the home, like solid bath towels, all candles, and all-down comforters. Plus, senior citizens take 15% off. Kohl's 50% off sale is this Tuesday and Wednesday only.
Fits your wallet, schedule, style.
Whether it's long or short, pointy or scruffy, extraordinarily endowed or almost non-existent, Pedigree's delicious smelling new recipes will make your dog's nose and the rest of him very happy.
Here, I gotta be at my best to be productive, but my heartburn used to keep me up. I fought it, changed my diet, but 2-3 times a week it was there. Then I got smart and I saw my doctor. He told me it's not my fault. It's a treatable disease called acid reflux.
It can be serious, and chronic untreated heartburn can increase your risk for cancer of the esophagus.
He gave me a prescription, said take it regularly so it can help heal areas that the acid damaged. I'm sleeping better with less interruption.
Only you and your doctor should choose which medicine to take. For a free video, call 800-HRT-BURN.
See why CBS Thursday is America's best night of television.
John Mathers is the copycat.
And the original killer is still out there playing a really twisted game.
Blue paint.
He's back.
We're looking for a sadistic.
He chose her.
Ritualistic.
He hunted her.
Sociopath.
A new CSI, then.
She dropped off her son at the babysitter's, never came back. This woman has vanished into thin air.
This case is really getting to you.
Yeah.
A new Without a Trace after CSI Thursday.
Back at CBS News Election Central, the presidential race swinging left count. Basie, our count for the moment is 108 for George Bush in the electoral count. John Kerry with 77, 270 needed to win. Anthony Mason in Miami, we understand that there may be, surprise, court cases about voting in Florida again. Tell us about it.
Here we go again, Dan. Yes, all the polls, by the way, have now closed here in Florida, and so far at least we haven't heard of any fights anywhere in the state. That doesn't mean that the results here will be known any sooner than last time. Absentee ballots are at issue again here this year. The Florida State ACLU has joined a suit in federal court against the Secretary of State and 2 county elections officials for failing to send out absentee ballots on time. Now, these ballots were dropped at the post office, 2,500 of them from Broward County and 5,500 from Palm Beach County last weekend. The ACLU wants the court to order that these absentee ballots arriving up until November 12th be counted. And Dan, those 2 counties, Broward and Palm Beach, they have a lot of Democrats in them.
Anthony Mason in Miami. Let's go to Mika Brzezinski. Mika, 27 electoral votes in Florida. It may be the state that once again this time decides the whole presidential race. Why are we having so much trouble making a projection in Florida?
Well, let's zoom in on Florida then, Dan, and talk a little bit about why we cannot make any projection anytime soon. We could be a ways from one. Pull up right there the current county maps in Florida. You're looking at what's happening in Florida right now. Looks like it's going well for President Bush with some of the vote in, but in the southern part of the state, Dan, you see some of those counties are still in white, including Miami-Dade. If you look at what happened there in 2000, we remember that is a major area to watch. The area that's going to pop out there, Miami-Dade, went heavily to Gore back in 2000. So that historical data, we have to match up with what we're seeing today. A lot could still happen in Florida, and that's why, Dan, we just have to wait and add to what Anthony said with absentee ballots. It could be very confusing throughout the night, but we'll stay on it.
Mika Brzezinski, thanks. States where the polls have closed, but where, as far as CBS is concerned, no decision now include Arkansas, Missouri, as well as Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. Let's go to John Roberts. John, what do our voter exit polls and other information tell us about how voters had confidence or lack of confidence in this election?
Well,
what
Dan,
do you know?
Well, Dan, of course, one of the stories from 2000 that we're hoping is not repeated tonight is the fiasco in many counties in Florida when it came to counting the vote and whether or not the vote counted. 25% of the country is voting on new machines. I'm sorry, that's the job loss. I need to bring up another map here. 25% of the country is voting on new machines. Let's take a look across the country at some of the voting methods that are being used. Despite the move to reforms and the new methods of voting, there's still a large part of the country that relies solely on paper ballots. Look at this up here through Texas, Montana, into Idaho as well. Mechanical, still in use in a lot of areas. In fact, in the state of Ohio, 70% of votes are going to be counted on the same type of machines that caused so many problems in Florida in the last election. Now, when it comes to Florida, they're not using paper. They're not using any more of the punch card or the lever voting machines. To a large degree, they're going to be using optical machines. Don't forget, $47 million in new machines and education has been pumped into the state of Florida. And here in the south part of Florida, the center in the south part of Florida, where they had so many problems with those punch cards and the hanging and pregnant chads, they've all gone now to computer touchscreen voting, which is fine, but also raises another problem in that there is not a paper record of what happened. So, I mean, let's hope that nothing else comes of that. As for voters' attitudes, do they think that all of these changes are going to make a difference in their vote? 91% of people said that they were either somewhat or very confident that their votes were going to count. So, Dan, there seems to be a lot of confidence this year. Good thing.
Good to hear. Thanks, John Roberts. Take you back to the map very quickly. Our CBS News estimate, Bush 108, Kerry 77. But look at this. The states in white, that includes Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, as well as New Hampshire, Missouri, and Arkansas. In those 6 states, there are 89 electoral votes. Ponder that while I say to you, we'll be back shortly, so stick in here with CBS News election night coverage.
There's an easier way to freshen the whole room. Blade Plug-in Scented Oil Fan. The first air freshener that uses a quiet fan, so it actively circulates your favorite fragrance throughout the entire room.
There. Isn't that better?
Blade Plug-in Scented Oil Fan.
Freshness with a spin. Plug it in, plug it in.
S.C. Johnson, a family company.
He went to his doctor and asked about Cialis. And that's exactly what she had in mind. Ask your doctor if Cialis is right for you. Cialis, are you ready?
You've waited, you've dreamed, and now it's finally back. Endless Shrimp at Red Lobster. The only time of year to enjoy all the shrimp you can eat. Don't miss Endless Shrimp right now, only at Red Lobster.
Hey, if we get hurt. Whoa, good thing we got that insurance.
What's that?
Aflac!
What'd you say?
Aflac! Pays you cash if you can't work.
Before that!
I said I'm glad we got that insurance.
Not that.
That!
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
$120.90.
I'll just put it on the credit card.
But those rates.
Don't worry. I'll just put it on our Capital One Prime Lock card.
Introducing the new Capital One Prime Lock card. It's set at Prime so you never have to worry about your interest rate again.
What's in your wallet? Starting Wednesday, get ready for 5 new CSI New Yorks in a row.
That tunnel's gonna get built, and then I'm gonna die.
Fire in the hole!
He was trapped 700 feet below Manhattan, and he knew he was gonna die.
Accidents come with the territory.
These guys set their own rules.
What the hell was he doing there?
Someone left him down here intentionally. This isn't just a murder anymore. It's a conspiracy.
A new CSI New York, CBS Wednesday.
Back at CBS News election headquarters, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Our CBS estimate is Bush has 108, Kerry 77. States where the polls have closed, but there's no decision in our projection yet, include Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Missouri, and Arkansas. Now, with so much at stake and with the race spinning like the proverbial top, both sides are trying to spin One reason is because the polls are open in so many states. Remind you again, you still have time to go out and vote. If you live in the West, Midwest, and the polls haven't closed, please go out and vote. But with all this spinning going on, let's have a little check on the spin machines. We go first to the White House and CBS News correspondent Bill Plant. Bill, what are they spinning there?
Well, Dan, around here, the glass is always half full, and they're always on the offensive. Here's one thing. You talked about Florida a moment ago. The Republicans claim that they have 90,000 Republican absentee ballots in Miami-Dade. Now, that would tend to favor them because of all the Cuban Americans down there. They say they want to get those counted as soon as possible. They talk about exit polls. There's been some stuff on the internet all afternoon that seems to slightly favor Kerry. Numbers from who knows where, who knows if they're real. But a senior official of the campaign has come out and said, we don't believe that the exit polls are accurate because we think, this is the campaign, that they are undercounting Republicans in those exit polls. That's that spin. They're also saying don't trust those polls that you may see on the internet, things that you may hear from people because they don't believe it's accurate. They claim that they're doing very well among men, winning with men in the exit polling they see, and they're very proud to say that they're losing women, but not as badly as they did in 2000. Dan?
Bill Plant at the White House. Now, covering the spin in Massachusetts, Jim Axelrod is with the Kerry campaign in Boston. Jim, what's their spin?
Well, Dan, as the first returns were still coming in, John Kerry was still campaigning. Within the last hour, he's wrapped up the last of 38 satellite interviews he was doing in media battlegrounds that his campaign staff felt he still needed to make a last push. Places like Des Moines, Iowa, West Palm Beach, Florida, Cincinnati, Ohio. He did 38 of those interviews. John Edwards did another 40. Now, as far as spin goes, senior Kerry aides who worked for Al Gore 4 years ago are pitching this, that they like where they are 4 years ago, 4 years later tonight. They like where they're sitting compared to how they felt 4 years ago with the vice president, for whatever that's worth. After all, Dan, it's not the mood Tuesday night in a campaign that counts. It's the mood Wednesday morning. Dan?
So true, Jim Axelrod. And let's keep in mind, we wanted to sort of touch on what the spin is from both the camps. But right now, only votes talk. Everything else walks, including all of that spin. But we do have some information from exit polling and from talking to precinct captains, that sort of thing. And Bob, are we getting any information on how the independent voters appear to be breaking at this stage?
At this point, they seem to be breaking for John Kerry by a pretty good margin. Pennsylvania and Ohio, they're breaking 60-39 Kerry's way. New Hampshire, 61-37 Kerry's way. Florida, 60-38 Kerry's way.
Well, if that is correct, and if it should continue, that would be promising news for the Kerry camp. Not necessarily decisive that they're getting the break of the independent voters.
Well, I think that's some of the best news they could possibly get with this election as close as it is.
Ed Bradley, Ohio, had the polls, most of the polls closed there since 7:30 Eastern Time, and that's almost an hour and a half ago, although some of the polls, we're told, have been left open on a point-by-point basis to allow people to get in there.
I think what they've done is if the people are in line, they'll let them vote, but they've officially said the polls are closed.
Well, is any indication how it might be going?
Well, I think it's too early to estimate a winner in Ohio. It's a very close race. And if you look at some of the statistics that we gathered from the voters as they were leaving the polls, you can get an understanding of why it's a close race in Ohio. Jobs, employment, very important there. They lost 250,000 jobs in the last 4 years. If you take a look at the union households, which make up 35% of the voting in Ohio, Kerry gets 59% of that, Bush just 40%. And keep in mind that the president won them the last time. If you look at the Catholic voters, which make up about 1/4 of the population in Ohio, President Bush gets 53%. And then you see something of an age gap, Dan. You take a look at young voters, 21% of the voters there. Senator Kerry getting 6 out of 10 voters. But if you look at those senior voters, those people over 60, President Bush is winning that handily, 55-45. I think a key statistic to keep in mind in Ohio, Dan, 850,000 new voters, and most of them are in counties that went for Vice President Gore in 2000.
Ed Bradley, I want to remind you that coming up in about 8 minutes at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 15 more states are scheduled to have their polls closed, and that includes some key ones: Michigan, Wisconsin, Colorado, and New Mexico. In the meantime, keeping abreast of these Senate races, Leslie Stahl, the headline Senate race of the night still has the polls open in that state.
That's South Dakota. It's Tom Daschle's seat. The polls close there 9 Eastern time. We're coming up to it, Dan.
And that's considered to be perhaps the most important Senate race in the country because Tom Daschle is, after all, the Democrat Senate minority leader.
The Republicans put a big target on that one. They poured money, people, everything they could think of into that state to defeat him.
Leslie Stahl, thanks. Bush 108, Kerry 77 in the electoral count is our CBS News estimate. I'm Dan Rather. We'll be back with you along the trail soon.
Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rob Hanrahan.
I'm Maggie Rodriguez. We begin with the latest results coming into CBS 4 election control. In the presidential race, now 34% of the precincts reporting, and still Bush in the lead with 55% of the vote. Challenger John Kerry, 42% of the vote.
We have other races coming in that we want to monitor for you. One is Amendment 5. This is the minimum wage amendment. Right now, 27 precincts, 27% of the precincts reporting, overwhelmingly in favor of that, 63% to 39, I believe it was.
Amendment 6, the repeal rail. 63% of the voters say yes, 36% say no. This is an attempt to repeal the amendment placed on the ballot 4 years ago that would force the state to spend a lot of money on a bullet train.
And on Amendment 7, we want to tell you about that right now. This is with 27% of the precincts reporting. This was regarding medical records and forcing doctors and hospitals and other providers to reveal information on health care, especially regarding adverse incidents. 79% in favor, 20% not.
Another amendment, Amendment 8, is the Bad Doctors Amendment. With 27% of the precincts reporting, 69% of the voters say yes, 30% say no, and this would revoke the license to practice in Florida of any doctor that had 3 or more malpractice judgments against him or her.
Absentee ballot counting in Miami-Dade County apparently will not be completed tonight.
Looks like a given at this point. Michelle Gillen is live at Doral at Miami-Dade election headquarters. Michelle?
Thank you very much. There's an intense energy building here right now. Officials, voting supervisors and all are back there. We're waiting to start getting a stream of that electronic information in here. Let me give you a couple of updates. At this very hour, 313 precincts are closed. So in other words, they're tabulating, they're getting that information going to one of 20 collection centers. 436 remain open, so more than half remain open. I'm told there was a precinct in Kendall that is of 8 p.m. tonight. 500 people were still online. So things are moving a bit slowly here electronically. In fact, a few minutes at 9 a.m. will be taken inside behind here in the warehouse to actually see some of the collection centers and where the data is coming in. I also want to let you know that the ACLU filed a lawsuit today in federal court regarding the issue of absentee ballots. Not what I brought up before, a bit of a different variation. They're insisting, because of concerns of those ballots going out, that the deadline for those ballots to be returned be extended until November 12th, a week from Friday. So that went to court today, and of course following up on the issue that we broke earlier today on the absentee ballots. Clearly they will not be counted by this evening, and there are some questions as to it might unfold over the next 2 days. So I'm anxious to get back to that warehouse to see some of the actual electronics of what's going on here, and we'll have those results for you a little bit later on this evening. Michelle Gillen, back to you.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Joining us again are Miguel DeGrande, a Republican. He's an attorney and a member of the Bush legal team. Miguel, thanks for being with us.
And over here, Alex Pinellas, a Democrat. All of you know him as the outgoing mayor of Miami-Dade County. The first question for this segment will go to you, Mr. DeGrande. Michelle was just speaking about this absentee ballot controversy. A lot of them were mailed late and some other concerns of voters. Is that a concern for you in your campaign?
Yes, we're reviewing that right now. We just received the ACLU lawsuit seeking an extension until the 12th. That is under review. Our concern is that, unfortunately, we don't believe that there will be a clear winner for at least a couple of days until all these absentee ballots are counted.
Here we go again, huh?
Yes.
Well, we hope it's not a total repeat of 2000, Mayor. Tell us, the election committees, are they taking a close look at this time around, making plans already for the next election?
Well, first of all, let's understand fully what's happening with the absentee ballots. For anyone who received an absentee ballot by mail, it was 4 sheets of paper about this long with ballot language on both sides. Every one of those pages has to be read by a scanner. And physically, I mean, I was there today, physically each one of these pages is being put through a scanner. It's just going to take some time. Why? Because over 100,000 people will have voted by absentee, which is a good thing. It'll take a little longer to know the results, but I think that's a good thing. We always learn from these experiences. You know, I think that the big lesson that we learned is that early voting works. And we need to do everything to work with the legislature to expand the places where we could have early voting, because by law it was limited to libraries and city halls. So we could offer even more early voting. The more people we get in before Election Day, I think the smoother things will run on Election Day.
With just 34% of the precincts reporting in the presidential race, I know it's early, but how do you feel about where your candidate sits right now?
It's a close race. We're confident, especially in the area of absentee ballots. The Republicans have traditionally been very strong in their organizational efforts, so that causes some anxiety in not getting a quick read, if you will. Okay. But we're confident that we can pull this one out.
Miguel DeGrande, member of the Bush legal team, and Mayor Pinella, as always, it's good to see you here on this election night.
Thank you both.
Keep it right here. We invite you to stay with CBS 4 for the latest election night coverage.
Look for local updates every half hour, plus the latest at 10 o'clock on our sister station, UPN 33.
And we also have a special one-hour edition of CBS 4 News Tonight planned for 11 o'clock. And after that, we will continue to be with you throughout the evening as the votes continue to come in. But again, right now, the latest wrinkle we are talking about is absentee ballots, which are not expected to be complete tonight.
Our next update is at 9:23. But in the meantime, as you watch Dan Rather, you can see our crawl at the bottom of your screen. Good night.
Imagine the possibilities. At Robin Stuckey, we believe that all great rooms begin with an inspiration. One wonderful piece of furniture, something special that sparks the imagination and makes you realize this is what it feels like to be home. Visit our extraordinary showroom. We promise you'll be inspired. Robin Stuckey.
Head-on, side impact, wrapped around a pole. 3 very common accidents with very different outcomes. Thursday, CBS 4's Dr. Sean Caniff examines what happens to your body in each type of crash.
Blood vessels get ripped, areas get contused.
Then Friday, CBS 4's Al Sunshine explores the damage to your vehicle and what's being done to make cars safer.
This is preventing a potentially fatal injury.
The Crash Effect, a special 2-part investigation, starting Thursday at 5 and 11 on CBS 4 News. Counting the votes for continuing election coverage. Keep it on CBS 4 News.
9 p.m. in the east. Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, undecided. Polls have closed now in 40 states, and the swing states, the states that will decide this election, are still hanging along with many others. We can't estimate winners. We do estimate that President Bush has won his home state of Texas. Kerry takes New York. Here's the electoral vote count at this hour by our estimate. With 270 votes needed to win in the Electoral College, we estimate that George Bush has at least 162, including the red states on the map. Kerry has 112. Those states colored in white are states where the polls have closed, but we're not in a position to estimate who wins yet. You can see there are a lot of white colored states there. The ones in gray are states where the polls have not yet closed and voting is still going on. Here's a look at the national popular vote at this hour, with something like 16 million votes counted. Bush leads Kerry 54 to 45%. Remember, there'll be well over 100 million votes cast. Now, let's put up the map and give you a little bit closer look. Again, the red states we projected for Bush. The blue states we estimate are Kerry's. Polls closed a minute ago in 15 more states. Now, as you look at the map, you will note that Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, the big 3, have the polls closed, although some voting is going on in selected precincts still. No decision in any of those 3. Now, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. No decision in those, although the polls have closed in all 3 of those. Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, not enough information to make calls on those yet. Now with Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. Let's look over the individual states where the polls have just closed. Texas, Lone Star State, 34 electoral votes. George Bush's home state, put him in his column. New York and the Empire State, 31 electoral votes as expected. We project that those go in John Kerry's column. Michigan, this is a state that each side thought it could win. Insufficient data. Now remember, the last time around, Al Gore carried Michigan. This is one of those states that John Kerry almost absolutely positively has to carry if he's to have a real good shot at winning. 17 electoral votes. We have insufficient data, so Michigan is colored in white. Arizona, 10 electoral votes. We also have that in white. We just don't have enough data to say. It may not even wind up close. The Republicans expect to win it. We'll just have to see. So Arizona's 10, undecided. Minnesota. This is one of those states the Republicans and George Bush's campaign thought they might slip in and pull away. Went for Gore last time, 10 electoral votes, insufficient data. Doesn't mean we think in the end it's going to go close. We just don't know which way it's going to go or even if it will be close. Same thing in Wisconsin, another 10 electoral votes. Senator Kerry visited La Crosse, Wisconsin this morning. Wisconsin has same-day voter registration. One reason he was up there, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin still up for grabs. Colorado, 9 electoral votes. Here's one that when John Kerry wrote Santa Claus, he was saying, well, give me this state if you can, please. Well, Colorado, which is widely thought by the Republicans to be in their corner, we have insufficient data, just don't know how those 9 electoral votes are going to go. Louisiana down in the Pelican State. Everybody will be surprised if it doesn't go for George Bush, but the polls have just closed there. Again, we put up insufficient data. Doesn't mean we think it's going to be close in the end. It may or may not be. We just don't have enough information to say one way or the other. Kansas, 6 electoral votes. You know, they say never gamble with strangers, never bet against a Republican in Kansas, and so it is again in this presidential race by our CBS News estimate. 6 electoral votes from the Sunflower State go for George Bush. Nebraska, the Cornhuskers also for Bush in our estimate, 5 electoral votes there. New Mexico, land of enchantment. Each of the candidates was hoping it would be their land of enchantment. They spent an awful lot of time out there, both of them, for 5 electoral votes. But the belief was, well, you know, if it's close, New Mexico could decide it all. Polls have closed there. 5 electoral votes at stake. Our CBS News information is we just don't have enough data to even guess what's going to happen. Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes. Our CBS News projection is Kerry will get those. North Dakota, dependable Republican candidate country for most of the time, and 3 electoral votes we put in George Bush's column up in the Peace Garden State. In South Dakota, 3 electoral votes we estimate will also go to George Bush. George Bush is sweeping through the Midwest now like a big combine. Yes, there's a tight Senate race, expected to be a tight Senate race in South Dakota. We'll talk about that later. We're talking presidential electoral votes now. Put 3 for Bush out of South Dakota as well. Wyoming in cowboy country. This is the home state, of course, of Vice President Dick Cheney. 3 electoral votes we estimate will go for George Bush in Wyoming. So again, we turn you to the map. Take a look at it now. States in red for Bush. Bush has swept nearly all of the southern states, although Louisiana and Arkansas are still up for grabs. And Florida, the big one with 27 electoral votes, we may not know where that is going to wind up until well after midnight, just don't know. But Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wyoming have all fallen in place for George Bush. Now, you may be saying to yourself, boy, this map, even with the white states where it's undecided, looks red, so George Bush has a big lead. Well, he does have a lead by our CBS News estimate, 162 to, we project, Kerry's 112. However, keep in mind that Kerry has carried the big electoral vote states of New York and Illinois. That's what's keeping him in the race. States to watch, it's been this way nearly all evening long. Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, now along with, since the polls have closed, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Those are the ones to watch. Ed, Michigan now out there with no estimated winner. What are the big issues in the Wolverine state?
Well, the president saw the big issue as the issue of security, the war on terrorism, the war in Iraq. That's what he campaigned on, and Senator Kerry campaigned on the economy because they lost 240,000 jobs in Michigan. If you look at what issues matter to voters, you see that each resonated as they campaigned. On the issue of who do you trust to handle the economy, Kerry's issue, he carried 49% of the voters. If you look at who do you trust to handle the war on terrorism, President Bush wins that handily, 52 to 46. I think the story in Michigan, as it always is, Dan, is the story of Detroit versus the rest of the state. But Detroit is growing. I mean, 2 generations ago, 6 Mile Road in Detroit was country. Another generation, it was 12 Mile Road that was country. Now you can go all the way up to Inkster, and you're still in metropolitan Detroit.
Ed Bradley. Bob Schieffer, the Republicans came in today hoping they could cut into the Democrats' traditional vote among African-American voters. How has the black vote gone, or do we know?
We don't know how it's going, but we know there's a big black vote, apparently, Dan. And just to pick up on what Ed said, you need that big vote in Detroit, in Motown. And John Kerry just almost has to carry Michigan, it seems to me. I think that is the thing. I just talked to the Kerry campaign a while ago, and, you know, you can never get an entirely straight answer. So I ask questions like, what are you happiest about right now? What they're happiest about, they say, is that they're doing very well with young people. There is a big black turnout, and they believe at this point they're doing better among men than they did, than they thought they would.
Bob Schieffer, let's look them over on the Senate side. Now, we had the polls closing in 15 states. Not all of them have Senate races, but in the states that have Senate races, this is the way it shapes up. In Arizona, well, before we go to Arizona, to repeat for you, the Republicans need to win 15 of the 34 races at stake tonight. So far, they've won 8 by our CBS News estimate, well on their way to keeping control of the Senate. The Democrats, with a mighty hump to get over, need to win 22 of the 34. So far, they have won 9. Now, to make clear, the Democrats arithmetically can still get control of the Senate, but they're going to have to hurry and win some of these close races to get it. Now, in Arizona, as widely expected, our CBS News estimate is that John McCain will be returned to the Senate, holding on to the Republican seat from Arizona. In Colorado, a toss-up. This is for the open seat vacated by Republican Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell. Expected to be one of the closer races among all of the Senate races. The Democrats are hoping against hope to pick up this seat, but it's simply too early to say. Insufficient data in the Colorado Senate race. We'll be keeping a close eye on it for you. Kansas Senate, Senator Sam Brownback, our CBS News projection is he'll hold on to the GOP seat in the Senate from Kansas. Louisiana Senate. This is the most complicated Senate race in the country. It's an open seat vacated by Democratic Senator John Breaux. But you had a total of 4 people on the ballot today, 3 of them Democrats, 1 Republican, because that's with the rules in Louisiana, if nobody gets a 50% percentile in the primary, then they all go on the ballot. Anyway, this is a case where this could be undecided when all the votes are in and counted, because again, the winning candidate must get more than 50% of the votes to win in Louisiana. Very complicated situation. Anyway, insufficient data to see how that's going to go. New York Senate, Senator Charles Schumer running for a second term. Our CBS News estimate is he will get that second term. Now the question becomes, does he want to run for governor in New York? He's got time to make up his mind about that. A hold on for the Democrats in New York. North Dakota Senate. This is North Dakota Senate race. And while North Dakota, we estimate, has gone for Bush in the presidential race, we project that Democratic Senator Byron Dorgan will hold on to the Democrat Senate seat in North Dakota. South Dakota Senate race. Attention, please. Most important Senate race in the country. The polls have just closed in South Dakota. Democratic Senator Tom Daschle, the Senate minority leader, is in the fight of his political life out there. Leslie Stahl will tell you more about it later. Insufficient data. We just don't know whether it's going to be close. If so, how close, or who's going to win it. Wisconsin Senate race. Wisconsin, the polls have closed. We don't have an estimate how it's going to go in the presidential race yet, but in the Senate race, we feel confident that Senator Russ Feingold will be returned to the Senate from Wisconsin, a hold on for the Dems in Wisconsin. Also, CBS News estimates that when all the votes are in and counted, the House of Representatives will stay in Republican hands. We don't know what the count will be. But when it's all said and done, we think the Republicans will keep control of the House. They have a very good chance of retaining control of the Senate, maybe even adding to their numbers in the Senate, but that's still pretty much up in the air. Leslie, Republicans keeping the House, Democrats hoping to take the Senate. What's happening with Tom Daschle in his home state there?
Well, they have to get that. So the Democrats have to have that seat if they're going to hold on to the Senate in South Dakota. I went up there to look at the race. John Thune, who's the Republican, he's a former congressman, had Daschle on the ropes. He was defensive about this very expensive house he has in Washington, about a Jaguar that he bought. Both sides are spending a barrel of money, much of it coming in from out of state. Together, they're spending something like $35 million. And there are only about 350,000 voters in this rather small state in population terms. You wonder why they all just didn't go out and pull an Oprah and buy everybody a car. They spent so much per vote. Our early exit polls show that moral values is the #1 issue in South Dakota, and those voters are going overwhelmingly for the Republican Thune, but the vote from the Indian reservations, which will come in very late, everybody expects will go decisively for Daschle. So it's a toss-up still in our minds.
We will keep an eye on it. You're watching CBS News Election Night coverage. Sticking here with us.
Have you seen those commercials for Prilosec OTC? You know it's for heartburn, but what you should know is right on their package. Not intended for immediate relief of heartburn. May take 1 to 4 days for full effect. 1 to 4 days? For heartburn relief right when you need it. Take Zantac 75. Zantac works fast, so you get relief in minutes, not days.
Zantac 75, for people who hate to wait.
Now that's more like it.
I am not a gardener. I am not a plumber.
I am not a carpenter.
I am not an electrician.
I am not a painter.
We know you're not. Next time, come see us first. Ace, the helpful place.
If you're concerned about catching a cold or the flu this season, here's an idea. Move to a deserted island and avoid other people for 6 months. Or just drink a glass of Florida orange juice every day.
Give your immune system the nutrients it needs.
So long, ordinary toothbrush. Oral-B has created the new Professional Care 8000. It pulsates and oscillates to loosen plaque and sweep it away. Teeth get twice as clean and your whole mouth gets healthier. Why use anything else? The new Oral-B Professional Care 8000.
This American soldier was brutally beaten.
I was assaulted by these individuals.
The attackers, members of his own unit. What happened? Find out on 60 Minutes Wednesday.
Wednesday, Carrie's new job's causing trouble at home.
They have to work late again tonight.
The King of Queens. Then, does your family drive you crazy?
You're killing your mother.
You're not alone.
Quick, lock the doors before they come back.
Center of the universe.
Give me the front, I'll get the back.
A new episode right after a new King of Queens. CBS Wednesday.
In what may be a tachycardia-inducing presidential race, 162 for Bush at this hour, Kerry 112. That's our estimate in the Electoral College map. Now, you'll notice so many states are colored in white. Means the polls have closed there. We just don't know how things are going to go in all those states, including the big three, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, and for that matter, the middle three, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa, where the polls have not yet closed. Now, Mika Brzezinski, we're on these returns like white on rice and analyzing everything, but why can't we make more decisions in more states? What's going on here?
Well, Dan, many states where the polls just closed, they're still in the white. For example, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, you pointed out. We have exit polls on these states, but they're so close that we have to wait on the vote count. Now, you might be asking about Ohio, because the polls there should have been closed at least 2 hours. Let's pull up the county maps in Ohio and take a look there. You can see a lot of counties are still in the white. We have exit polls that show a slim margin, but we're still waiting on the vote count, which so far is incredibly tight. Here's why it could be a long night in Ohio. Let's pull up the boards. Polls closed late in this traditionally slow counting state. Provisional ballots in Ohio, an estimated 400,000 could be cast there, and they get counted later. And also, the possibility of legal challenges hangs over this state, so it could be, Dan, more than just a long night in Ohio.
Well, if it's a long night in Ohio, it could be a long night before we know who the next president of the United States is going to be. John Roberts, a ton of money was raised and spent by both camps for this election. Besides television, where did it go?
Dan, most of it went into television, but a lot of money also went into Get Out the Vote campaigns. In terms of television, more than $500 million was spent just so voters could hear this.
I'm George W. Bush, and I approve this message.
I'm John Kerry, and I approve this message.
In fact, when you take a look at the advertising dollars that were spent, whether it was Republican television ads, whether it was Democratic television ads, or if you take the two ad buys and lay them one on top of the other, you can see, Dan, that all of the money was spent here through the battleground states, through the Midwest, over here in Colorado and in New Mexico, and deep down here in Florida. It's extraordinary to see how much money was spent in some of the individual states. For example, let's pull out Ohio here. $104 million went into the state of Ohio alone during this election campaign. But Ohio was the number two. Number one was Florida, where $116 million was spent on television advertising in the Sunshine State. Now then, how did voters feel about the tone of the advertising? Let's take a look at what the exit polls showed today as people went to the polls. 62% of voters believed that President Bush unfairly attacked John Kerry. 66% of people said they thought John Kerry attacked President Bush. Now, it's interesting to note here that that's not what surveys show. Surveys show that the Kerry campaign attacked President Bush far less than he attacked Kerry. But the outside groups, Dan, from the Democratic side, were almost exclusively attacking President Bush. There was also that other outreach, telephone campaigns, get out the vote drives as well. 24% of people said that they were contacted by the Bush campaign. This is part of the get out the vote drive. 27%, though, were contacted by the Kerry campaign. So that's what we could see reflected tonight in the turnout for either side, Dan. If John Kerry did a better job at contacting people than George Bush did, perhaps he'll get more voters out to the polls. Dan?
John Roberts, quick look at the map. Bush 162, Kerry 112. This presidential race is still very, very much up for grabs. States in white, polls have closed, but no decision. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. May be a long night, folks. We hope that you'll stay right in here with us. Yeah.
I want the money Ocean's 11 stole from me, $160 million.
You got 2 weeks.
Huh.
We're too hot to work in this country. Where are we going?
In the physical universe we occupy, it cannot be done.
Hey, can I ask you something?
It's not my nature to be mysterious.
I can't talk about it, and I can't talk about why. Ooh.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, December 10th.
Maybe having your carpet cleaned once a year isn't enough. Call about our $99 special. Living brings it in. We take it out.
What makes CVS Pharmacy the leading drugstore in America? With prescriptions ready when promised, we've done away with waiting. CVS Pharmacy. Expect something extra.
Got gas, pressure, bloating? Tums doesn't treat gas, neither does Pepto-Bismol. To treat gas, use Gas-X for fast, powerful relief.
Popcorn?
Gas-X beats the bloat, and acids don't.
With all the recent news about prescription medications, a lot of my friends are concerned about what to do for their arthritis pain. I'm not. I'm doing what my doctor told me to do years ago. Take Aleve. He said the active ingredient in Aleve has been trusted by doctors for all-day relief of minor arthritis pain for nearly 30 years. Aleve really works. But don't take my word for it. Ask your doctor if Aleve is right for you.
Aleve. Prescription strength relief without a prescription.
Go! I'm so excited.
You think I'm insane? All those off the road. Guess what? I don't care either.
Don't keep running your frickin' mouth.
Two-time Emmy winner The Amazing Race starts Tuesday, November 16th, only on CBS. Don't miss it.
All night long so far, George Bush has led in the CBS News Electoral College race estimates. We now have Bush at 162, Kerry at 112. The states in red have gone for Bush in our estimate. Those in blue for Kerry. Those in white have had the polls closed, but so far no decision. Remember, we talked in terms of the big three, the middle three, and the little three. The big three, Florida with 27, Ohio with 20, Pennsylvania with 21. No decision in those states, may not be for a long time. Middle three, Wisconsin and Minnesota with 10 each for a total of 20. The polls have closed there, no decision. Iowa with 7 doesn't have the polls closed until the top of this next hour. Then in the little three, New Mexico with 5 electoral votes. The polls have just closed there, no decision. New Hampshire with 4. Polls have been closed there for quite some time. Hawaii, the polls will not be closed for a little while. So with the 9 most important states, none of them have been decided as yet. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Good evening, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
I'm Rob Hanrahan. Let's begin with the latest results coming into CBS 4 election control right now. The first in our presidential race. We can take a look here that President Bush is ahead 52% to 46%, with more than half the precincts reporting at this hour.
In a hotly contested Senate race here in Florida, this is how it's shaping up tonight, with 52% of the precincts reporting. The gap has lessened here. Mel Martinez still leads, but only 49% to 48%. Betty Castor.
Let's take a look at the Miami-Dade mayor's race, and right now you can see that with just 1% of the precincts reporting right now, Alvarez has 52%, Morales is 47%.
We've been tracking some of the amendments as well. Amendment 3, the medical malpractice amendment, 64% of the voters say yes, 35% say no, with 52% of the precincts reporting. This is an amendment that would place limits on fees paid to lawyers in malpractice cases.
Amendment 4 on slot machines. This does not place slot machines anywhere, but it does allow Miami-Dade to decide where and if slot machines should go in. Right now, with 52% reporting, it is 49% to 50, almost a dead tie right there.
And Amendment 5, the minimum wage amendment, which would increase the minimum wage by $1. 70% of South Florida voters say yes so far. 29% say no, with 51% of the precincts reporting.
Well, workers at the election department are busy tonight tallying the latest numbers, which are obviously still coming in.
Let's take you out to Broward County. CBS 4's Joan Murray is live in Fort Lauderdale. Joan?
Well, it was slow going here at Election Central here in Broward County, the warehouse. But now there's an avalanche of activity, as you see behind me, the tote coming up and people gathered around the board. Now, when the polls closed at 7 o'clock, there were a few people in line at 20 precincts, so that kept the polls open a little later than planned. And they did not want to release any tallies until all the polls were closed. A few minutes ago, we saw the electronic machines arriving here at the warehouse, and the tabulation is beginning. Now, observers and other party people are here to watch the returns come in. The Broward Canvassing Board has been busy at work going through the astounding number of absentee ballots that had come in today. They received 20,000, and you know, this is on the heels of earlier in the week, the flack going on between the supervisor's office and the U.S. Postal Service, where there were a number of ballots unaccounted for. The supervisor had sent out many replacement ballots. Well, apparently they got an amazing number back today, 20,000. So that is going to take some time to tally all those absentee ballots, because they have to be physically opened by hand. The canvassing board has to look at anything that's questionable. We can tell you over 300 absentee ballots have been thrown out because of questionable signatures or signatures not matching. That's the situation right now in Fort Lauderdale. Joan Murray, CBS 4 News.
Let's get the latest now out of Miami-Dade County.
CBS 4's Brian Andrews is live in Doral with the latest there. Brian?
Maggie and Rob, let's update you on the latest challenge. I have here an email we just got from CBS News in New York. They are confirming now that the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, has filed a federal lawsuit here in Florida demanding that late absentee ballots be counted. We take you to some live pictures from inside the Miami-Dade County Office of the Supervisor of Elections, where workers at this hour are tabulating those absentee ballots, many of which have arrived by courier, by hand within the last hour. They've also had huge chunks that have come in the mail today. In all, some 90,000, we are told, absentee ballots for Miami-Dade County. The ACLU is arguing that Florida elections officials mailed out the ballots too late for the voters to get them back in on time, and for the elections supervisors in the different counties to count them. In fact, as you're looking at these pictures, Miami-Dade County is telling us that they're not sure if they can count all of them tonight. They'll do the best that they can. They'll probably continue tomorrow and in the coming days because, as you know, the canvassing board has, I believe, a set period of time, 10 or 11 days, to certify the results and get them up to Tallahassee. I'm Brian Andrews, live in Miami on CBS 4 News.
All right, thank you, Brian. I just wanted to add, we were talking about the amendments, trying to move through them quickly on that slot machine amendment. That's Miami-Dade and Broward counties deciding if and where they would place those slot machines. We invite you to keep it right here on CBS 4 for the latest election night coverage.
We will continue to bring you these local updates every half hour at 23 past the hour and 53 past the hour. Plus, look for the latest at 10 o'clock over on our sister station, UPN 33.
And we're also preparing right now a special 1-hour edition of CBS 4 News Tonight. That'll be at 11 o'clock, and after that, of course, we will continue to be with you late into the evening and into the early morning hours as absentee ballots continue to be counted. That is not expected to be finished down here in Miami-Dade County by any means tonight.
No, for days, we're sure, as Brian Andrews just reported. In the meantime, be sure to keep it here on CBS 4. You can still see local results at the bottom of your screen, even if Rob and I are not on. Dan Rather has got you covered with the National Network election news, so this is the place to be tonight.
Many more local election results coming up. We're going to be back with you in about a half hour at 9:53. That concludes this local cut-in. Now, here's live pictures. You can see the vote is still coming in on this Election Day 2004.
Head-on, side impact, wrapped around a pole. 3 very common accidents with very different outcomes. Thursday, CBS 4's Dr. Sean Caniff examines what happens to your body in each type of crash.
Blood vessels get ripped, areas get contused.
Then Friday, CBS 4's Al Sunshine explores the damage to your vehicle and what's being done to make cars safer.
This is preventing a potentially fatal injury.
The Crash Effect, a special 2-part investigation, starting Thursday at 5 and 11 on CBS 4 News.
CBS Election Night coverage is locally sponsored by Rob and Stuckey, America's leader in quality home furnishings and interior design.
Puzzled about how to save money on your auto insurance? There's a 7-letter word for savings, and it's Mercury. Mercury Insurance. Mercury consistently beats competitors like these in head-to-head rate surveys. Real savings is why over 2,000 drivers switch to Mercury every day. Shouldn't you? Call 1-888-4-MERCURY for savings, service, security.
Counting the votes for continuing election coverage. Keep it on CBS 4 News.
9:30 in the east, 6:30 in the west. Bush picks up Louisiana in our CBS News estimate. Republicans pick up a Senate seat in South Carolina is our projection. The polls have closed now in 40 states, but this is far from over in terms of the presidential race. Right now, Senator Kerry's doing well in the Northeast, President Bush in the South and Midwest. So far, neither man has taken a state away from the other. That is to say, all the states that George Bush has carried so far, he carried in the last election. All the states that Al Gore carried, which we have estimated, have been carried by John Kerry. But the all-important battleground states are still a question mark, a slew of them. We just can't make estimates yet. A check of the electoral vote count shows President Bush is more than halfway to the 270 he needs to win re-election. But halfway is still a long, long way. And the national popular vote count at this hour, remember that well over 100 million votes are expected to be cast this year. We thought maybe we could put up the, let's try the national vote title for you here. There it is. President Bush running at 53%, John Kerry at 46%, but this is still an early hour. We'd just like to show you the national vote total from time to time. This is a popular vote. Now, looking at the map, we'll go back to our presidential map for you. All the states in red we estimate have been carried by George Bush. That includes Louisiana now. We just have put in George Bush's column Louisiana's 9 electoral votes. As you can see, George Bush, as expected, sweeping the South and southern border states on up into Indiana and West Virginia. Arkansas and Missouri, not yet decided in our estimation. All through the Midwest, running from Texas all the way up through the Dakotas, color it red, George Bush country, and Wyoming also has been put in his column by our estimate. That's what gives George Bush's 171, Kerry 112, with 270 needed to win. But let's make no mistake about it, until we know how Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania are going to go, to say nothing of Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, and Iowa, where the polls have not yet closed, we aren't going to know a whole lot. Now, the Louisiana in the presidential race has been, in our estimate, put in George Bush's column. However, the Louisiana Senate race, we do not yet have a decision in that, but Leslie Stahl, South Carolina Senate, drops Republican. Big win for them.
Big hit for the Democrats. This was another one of those cases where the Democrats recruited a conservative candidate, Ines Tenenbaum, very conservative on values. She appears to have fallen to a man who's even more conservative than she is, Republican Jim DeMint. Taxes and jobs were the big issues. This was Fritz Holling's seat for 38 years. Let's take a fast look at the overall Senate situation. We told you there were 9 toss-up states, and that for the Democrats to regain control, they had to take over, win 7 of the 9. Now, Dan, they have to win all of the rest that are outstanding. And in Kentucky, by the way, that race there, 90% of the votes in, it's 50-50.
Well, that's the Jim Bunning, the Republican incumbent, the baseball pitcher, still having a difficult time closing the deal.
I'll say it's the last inning. Let's see if he can pull it out.
Bob Schieffer, in the presidential race, the big states, the states are going to decide it, they're still out. But George Bush has to be feeling at least pretty good about where he stands at the moment.
I'll tell you where they're feeling good, and they haven't been feeling good all evening about this. They're feeling much better about Florida right now. By the same token, the people in the Kerry campaign are feeling pretty good now about Ohio. Now, if George Bush loses Ohio but carries Florida, by my calculations, if he wins everything else that we think he's going to win, he would then have 240 electoral votes. He would then need to win Wisconsin, Minnesota, perhaps Michigan or Iowa to get himself up to 270. By the same token, Kerry, we think, is favored to have states that will give him 190 electoral votes to start. If he does win Ohio, that's 20 more, that brings him to 210. He absolutely has to carry Pennsylvania and Michigan, and then either Minnesota or Wisconsin, maybe New Hampshire, to get him over the 270 mark. Both of these men can lose one of these big states, Dan. I don't think either of them can lose 2 of them and go on to win the presidency.
Well, that's a good point. Now, I understand some people say, listen, that's too high a calculus for me, but not really, because when you boil it down, we've said in the beginning the big 3, Florida with 27 electoral votes, Ohio with 20, Pennsylvania with 21. And just to underscore what Bob, the point he was making, was it's pretty hard to see how either man can win if he doesn't take 2 of those 3. Not to say that it's impossible, to say that if you say, well, I want George Bush to win, then you have to pull for him to win 2 of the 3 states, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. If you're pulling for Kerry, just the opposite. Let's go to Anthony Mason down in Miami, who's been watching for voting problems. Anthony, not many in the early going, any developed yet?
It's been pretty smooth so far, Dan. We've been talking about the legal ground war at the polls today. Well, we're going to show you an exchange caught by our Las Vegas affiliate, KLAS. Watch as a Republican lawyer who is challenging voters in Las Vegas is confronted by a Democratic county commissioner, Yvonne Atkinson Gates, outside a polling station.
But you're not going to disenfranchise black folks, okay? We're not going to let that happen.
600 Democratic lawyers from California at all these polling places, and they're complaining about local citizens getting involved in the process.
We live here.
What about the 600 Democratic
we
lawyers?
Live here.
Would you mind letting me talk to him, please?
I'm not going to let you know. You're not. You on my ground. You in my neighborhood.
It's a free country,
I don't care. That's right. And you in my neighborhood. And you.
A heated exchange in a heated election, Dan. There were no legal challenges, or have been none so far in Las Vegas or in Nevada. But during the day, campaign attorneys may have wanted to avoid the appearance of lawyering up the election. As polls have been closing, we have seen suits filed in Michigan, Florida, and Pennsylvania as attorneys try to stake their ground for any challenges tomorrow. Dan?
Well, Anthony Mason, by any reasonable analysis, someone could say, well, they don't want it to appear that there's been a lawyering up of the election, but in fact, in reality, by any reasonable analysis of what's going on, it's already been pretty well lawyered up. Russ Mitchell is in Philadelphia. has word about a challenge of absentee votes in Pennsylvania. Russ, tell us about it.
Well, Dan, yes, we have our first lawsuit of the night. Republicans have filed a suit in federal court questioning the validity of some 13,000 absentee ballots. I'm reading here because I want to get this right. Republicans have asked for additional time to count the ballots because they claim they have not been able to validate the absentee voters, and now a judge will hold a hearing tomorrow to evaluate these ballots. Now, let's say that John Kerry wins Pennsylvania, because we don't know that yet, and his margin of victory is more than 13,000 votes. We are then told that this lawsuit, again questioning 13,000 ballots, is a moot point. But we are also told, Dan, by several political observers here that this could be the first of several lawsuits to come.
Well, Russ Mitchell checked years ago here. It's no coincidence, perhaps, that this happened in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is one of those places where, at least in the inner city part of Philadelphia city proper, that John Kerry has to come out of there with a commanding lead in order to offset what is believed to be George Bush's strength in the central part of the state between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So when you say there are going to be other suits to be filed, could some of those be filed by the Democrats in other areas, or are you talking about the probability of more suits filed by the Republicans?
This is a probability of suits being filed by both sides in this case, and you're exactly right. John Kerry has to win big in Philadelphia. We are told by locals here in Philadelphia that perhaps this Republican lawsuit is something that was filed just in case this is an incredibly close election, as we saw obviously 4 years ago in Florida. That way, there's already a mechanism in place to challenge it. But yes, Dan, those lawsuits could come from both sides of the aisle.
Russ Mitchell in Philadelphia will be in touch with you. Let's go out west, looking ahead. The polls have just closed in New Mexico a short time ago. Bill Whitaker in Albuquerque, New Mexico. New Mexico has 5 electoral votes, but it's one of our small 3. We laid out 9 states, the 3 smallest of those being New Mexico with 5, Hawaii with 4, and New Hampshire with 4. Bill, Al Gore won New Mexico last time by 366 votes. It was even closer there than it was in Florida. What's the voting like today, and what's the word?
Well, Dan, in all the battleground states, there have been massive get-out-the-vote drives. But here in New Mexico, it seems that the parties have gone into overdrive to get out the Hispanic vote. Now, why? Because Hispanics make up 42% of the vote here, more than in any other state. And as you said, forget about Florida. This was the site of the closest race 4 years ago. Al Gore won this state by just 366 votes, and the Bush campaign believes that if it can get a few more of those Hispanic votes, just a few percentage points more, they can actually win this state and its 5 electoral college votes. Now, the wild card here, the new voters, 130,000 of them, and they seem to bend towards the Democrats. Right now, it seems that New Mexico is headed for a photo finish. Dan?
Bill Whitaker, we're going to commercial. See you in a few seconds.
Lately, some of you out there are getting more from your vitamin E. The advanced protection of Ester E. Advanced because its antioxidant strength is protected. Advanced because it's readily absorbed. So get more from your E with Ester E. New from the makers of Ester C. Are you getting advanced protection from your vitamin E?
Introducing the new Cadillac STS. Let's dance. Breakthrough.
Welcome
Zika mold. Let's see what seasonal allergy medicine she picks today.
Pick one of those. You could be suffering in 6 hours.
Choose any of those and you could be drowsy.
Allegra 180! Last all day and non-drowsy?
Why do I even keep those others around?
Not one of these allergy medicines can give you long-lasting seasonal allergy relief without the risk of drowsiness, but Allegra 180 can.
Non-drowsy Allegra works around the clock.
For people 12 and over, side effects alone may include headache, cold, or backache.
The L's in Allegra must stand for long-lasting.
Long-lasting Allegra. The relief goes on.
Under the dull gray primer, my 40-year-old Roadster runs great. I can relate. Before I got rid of my gray hair, I felt a lot younger than I looked.
Just for Men rejuvenates hair. In 5 easy minutes, it targets only the gray hair, replacing it with subtle tones that match your own natural color.
Now the outside matches the inside.
Today's Just for Men, the Rejuvenator.
It's happening, isn't it?
Nightmare scenario. Tornadoes in Las Vegas having a hurricane-force winds in the Gulf.
Two big beasts marching to the same drum.
Hang on, we're gonna get some help!
There's been a massive power failure in Chicago.
3 million people about to get clobbered. Now we got no way to warn them.
What do we ever do, Mother Nature?
Our CBS News estimate is that George Bush can be assured of 171 Electoral College votes at this moment. John Kerry, 112 with 270 needed to win. All the states in white or the polls have closed, and we don't have an estimate yet in any of those states. The race is, it's humming along like Ray Charles, but there are increasingly fewer decisions until some of those states in the West get closed. John Roberts, we had that late tape from Osama bin Laden. Did it have any effect on the election as best we can tell?
Well, Dan, as close as we came to an October surprise was when Osama bin Laden showed up on television sets across America after being off of the airwaves for the better part of a year. And here's what our exit polling found. Of all voters, 56% said they thought that the bin Laden video was important. Of late deciders, people who only made up their mind in the last 3 days, 64% said that they thought that it was important. Now, don't forget, George Bush wants to remind voters of this critical aspect of his presidency. 55% of voters believe that George Bush is the one to trust on terrorism. So we're going to put a trust factor here. It's critical for George Bush to maintain that lead and for people to see the bin Laden video as another threat against America. But over here on the Kerry side, there may be some idea of outrage from people who believe that bin Laden still being out there is a problem for President Bush. We don't have the data to back up either one of those theories just yet, Dan, but that's one of the stories we're watching tonight. We'll revisit this a little bit later on and tell you how people are breaking one way or the other.
Well, a storyline at this hour goes along this lines. By most analysis, we are no closer to knowing who the next president of the United States is going to be right now at 9:44 Eastern Time than we did at 7 o'clock tonight when we first came on the air with this broadcast. That's because so many states are out there undecided. One of them is Wisconsin. In our middle three of importance, Ed, we had Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. Wisconsin is making it, both sides nervous because both sides think they may have to have it to win. What are the major issues in Wisconsin?
Well, I think both candidates have made an issue of religion in their lives, in their regular church attendance. And when you look at the issues that are important in Wisconsin, the most important issue is moral values. And if you look at the church attendance, which is a big factor, you look at those who went to church every week, more than a third of the population. About half of them went less often. 15% never went to church. Now, how did those groups vote? If you look at the people who went to church every week, President Bush gets 6 out of every 10 of those votes. Those who went less often, Senator Kerry gets a narrow majority, 51 to 48. Those who never went to church, Senator Kerry does very well, getting 66%. And one thing to keep in mind, that whole question of the definition of marriage that is on the ballot in so many states is also on the ballot in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin is one of those states where you can register to vote on Election Day.
Well, 12 states with 170 electoral votes are still outstanding if you look at our map. Of those painted in red or blue, no turnovers yet. You're watching and listening to So, beg pardon?
And no surprise.
And no surprises so far. You're watching and listening to CBS News election night coverage.
This year on our weekend away, Jane and I wanted adventure. I didn't want my asthma to hold me back.
Bye. You wanna go where you wanna go, do what you wanna do.
There's a different kind of asthma controller, Singulair. It's not a steroid. It's a once-a-day tablet that helps provide effective 24-hour control. And the same Singulair is also approved to help relieve a broad range of seasonal allergy symptoms. Singulair will not replace fast-acting inhalers for sudden symptoms. Continue taking your other asthma medicines unless your doctor tells you to stop or change the dose. If asthma symptoms get worse, contact your doctor at once. Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Ask your doctor about once-a-day Singulair. Asthma control that can help you breathe easier.
Here, I got to be at my best to be productive, but my heartburn used to keep me up. I fought it, changed my diet, but 2-3 times a week it was there. Then I got smart and I saw my doctor. He told me it's not my fault. It's a treatable disease called acid reflux.
It can be serious, and chronic untreated heartburn can increase your risk for cancer of the esophagus.
He gave me a prescription, said take it regularly so it can help heal areas that the acid damaged. I'm sleeping better with less interruption.
Only you and your doctor should choose which medicine to take. For a free video, call 800-HRT-BURN.
So I'm wondering, what's a Thermacare heat wrap? Then I put it on my aching back and I realized, oh, it's like a heating pad without a cord. And my pain just melts away. Yes, I feel like I could do backflips. No. Sorry, I was driving too fast.
No, my fault. You must be gelling, like Magellan.
Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insoles are so soft, they make any shoe feel outrageously comfortable. Are you gelling? Dr. Scholl's.
Get ready for the biggest reunion in television history.
Welcome back to South Fork.
Join Larry Hagman, Linda Gray, Patrick Duffy, and Victoria Principal.
That's right.
With new secrets.
There's something you don't know.
Never before seen footage. Outrageous bloopers. And a surprise you'll never forget.
I think I can appreciate that.
It's the television event of the season.
Here's to Dallas.
A Dallas reunion special. CBS Sunday.
With 270 electoral votes needed to win, our CBS News estimate at this hour is Bush can be assured of 171, Kerry with 112, but the race is still wide open. So many states are undecided, and out west, many states are still voting. With us now, through the miracle of satellite television, is Vanessa Kerry, daughter of the Democratic nominee, who's speaking to us from Boston. Thank you very much for being with us, Ms. Kerry. How does the Kerry team feel at this hour? Got to be a little bit nervous.
We are just waiting and watching and encouraging people to continue to go to the polls. We're optimistic, and I think we are a team who has always waited until everything is done before we really sort of either celebrate or not. And I feel really good about this evening, but it's really been, this decision is in the hands of the American people, and I think that's the best part about this, is that every vote that should be counted will be counted, and everybody should just go to the polls.
How does your father handle this? I mean, everybody handles stress like this in a different way. Does he pace the floor? Does he hum Springsteen? Does he watch television? Does he eat? What does he do?
No, I have to say, my dad has traveled this country, and he has really felt the hope the American people have invested in him, in his winning this evening. And I think that with that behind him, and knowing that he really basically wants to fight to give this country better leadership, he's been very focused on that. And it's been a pretty extraordinary thing to watch, and I've been humbled by it. And I have felt very privileged and very honored to have been a part of this campaign and to have watched my father really fight for something he believes in.
Well, Vanessa Kerry, give us a little insight of the states that are still out. There's so many still out. Tell us the ones that, well, you personally feel very confident about, if any.
The state of Massachusetts. I have to say, I am somebody who, I'm a little bit superstitious this way. I don't like to make predictions public. I don't like to make my thoughts public. I'm somebody who will write them down, date them, seal them, and then show you to, I'll show you tomorrow.
And if you'll give me that opportunity to continue that tradition, I'd appreciate it. But again, I feel good, and I think as we go into this evening, you're going to see that this country is elected to have a fresh start and a real change for the future.
Well, we'll certainly try to do that. How about Teresa Carey? How's she handling this? Does she walk the floor? Does she hum Springsteen? What does she do?
She's great. Teresa has a wonderful sense of humor. When I saw her today when we went to vote, she was just regaling with stories of being at the polls today in Pennsylvania and, you know, just sharing some funny moments. And that's what I love about her, is that she's just very real. She's very down to earth, and she really knows how to read a situation and when it's time to laugh and when it's time to give a hug, and it's a wonderful thing.
Vanessa Carey, thank you very much for taking time out on this very busy and stressful evening to be with us. We'll see you along the trail. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you very much.
A short while ago, a network pool crew was allowed into the White House and into the president's area. We'll show you that videotape right now, if we can get it up. You know, sometimes it takes a little bit for videotapes to take hold. Here's the president and his family.
I believe I will win. Thank you very much.
Can't hear much.
I'm glad to be able to watch the returns here with my family and friends, and it's going to be an exciting evening. All right, thank you all.
Well, President Bush with the family, smiling. He's laid down aces so far. He has 171 to carry his 112 with 270 needed to win in our estimate. We'll be back with you soon. Dan Rather, CBS News.
Now live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004.
Good evening, South Florida. Thanks for staying with us as we count the votes. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
I'm Rob Hanrahan. Here are the latest results coming into CBS 4 News election control right now. We take you statewide to Florida and the presidential count. And right now, with 68% of the precincts reporting statewide, President Bush is ahead with 52% of the vote to John Kerry with 46.
We can break it down for you now and show you how it looks in Miami-Dade County. With 77% of the precincts reporting, John Kerry is ahead with 53% of the vote. George Bush follows with 46% of the vote.
And in our next race, coming in here, we do have numbers now from the president in Broward County, 87% of the precincts reporting, where Kerry is ahead 65% to Bush's 33%.
And let's look at the Senate race here in Florida right now. Statewide in Florida, with 67% of the precincts reporting, Mel Martinez is ahead, just barely, though, with 49% of the vote to Betty Castor's 48%.
Let's break it down as far as it is in Broward County with that Senate race right now. And Castor's way ahead in Broward with 65% of the vote to Martinez's 32%.
The mayoral vote in Miami-Dade County is shaping up like this so far. With only 1% of the precincts reporting, we can tell you Carlos Alvarez, the front-runner, is ahead with 54% of the vote, and Jimmy Morales has 45%.
And there is some excitement building tonight in Miami-Dade County over who will be the next mayor.
We have crews at Celebration headquarters for both Jimmy Morales and Carlos Alvarez. We begin with Ileana Varela live in Southwest Miami-Dade with the Alvarez camp. Ileana.
Can you hear the screaming? I know you said only 1% of the precincts reporting, but Carlos Alvarez is ahead, and that's all these people had to hear before they just went crazy. We actually heard from the candidate himself about an hour ago. He came out here. He himself is also very confident about this race. He says he's been optimistic from the very beginning, even when people said he had absolutely no chance of winning anything. Of course, he made it through the primary and into the runoff. And in fact, he told these people he's very optimistic about tonight, but even he admits this horse race for Miami-Dade County Mayor is into the stretch, and it is very, very close, and in his own words, too early to call. He urged everyone to just hang in a little bit longer. He said it's going to be a long night, but just hang in a little bit longer, and then maybe they could celebrate once and for all. So a very confident crowd here, but I should say cautiously optimistic. They just have to wait for the results before they can pull out and celebrate. Reporting live, Ileana Varela, CBS 4 News.
And from one cautiously optimistic group to another, this time in Doral.
Let's go to CBS 4's Art Barron live at party headquarters for Jimmy Morales. Art.
We're here at the Firefighters Memorial Hall right out here in Doral, and you're gearing up for some pomp and circumstance. You have a lot of supporters out here, a lot of firefighters. Jimmy Morales is here. You've been busy shaking hands, pressing the plaza.
Absolutely.
How has your day been?
This has been a wonderful day. It's been a long day, but we've been out there visiting with folks. We just left the precinct an hour ago where people were still voting at the UM. But it's been a great day, a lot of enthusiasm. We're here, you know, win or lose, we're here celebrating a wonderful year.
Now, earlier today, we saw you voting at the school at Coral Gables, at Ponce de Leon Middle School with your wife, Dory.
Yeah, my wife and I voted. It took us about an hour and a half, like many folks waited today. But it was a great experience, not only to see my name on the ballot, to be able to vote on such an important day. And let's hope my vote counts.
Would you be ready to take it over the city in 2 weeks?
We're ready in 2 weeks. We're ready tomorrow to provide leadership to this community. I've been doing it for 8 years as a commissioner. I'm ready to take the next step.
Now, we were looking at some of the figures just a few minutes ago. Carlos Alvarez held a little bit of a lead. Does that bother you at this point?
I haven't even seen any numbers. Literally, I've walked through the door and I haven't had a chance to see anything. So, you know, it's early still. People were still even voting, like I said, an hour ago. We're hopeful, we're optimistic, you know, but at the end of the day, we have to put our faith and confidence in the voters and a democracy.
Jimmy Morales, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, everybody remains optimistic out here in Doral, but we'll be taking a look at the numbers throughout the night and see where everything falls into place. That's the very latest in Doral. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, let's take a look now at the results from some of the proposed amendments to Florida's Constitution.
Up first, Amendment number 1, the Teen Pregnancy Amendment, which would require healthcare providers and doctors to inform parents or guardians before allowing minors to have abortions. 65% of the voters say yes, 34% say no, with 55% of the precincts reporting.
And now an Amendment 2 regarding citizen initiative amendments to the Constitution, which will require citizens to file the initiative with the Secretary of State. Right now, 55% of the precincts reporting, 68% are in favor of that.
A very controversial amendment now, Amendment 3, the medical malpractice, with 55% of the precincts reporting. 64% of the voters say yes, we should limit the fees paid to lawyers in malpractice cases. 35% say no.
And Amendment 4 regarding slot machines being placed in parimutuel facilities throughout Miami-Dade and Broward counties right now, with 55% in. 48% are in favor. This is virtually a tie at this point, and no, 51% not in favor of that.
Be sure to keep it here on CBS 4 for the very latest election night coverage.
We'll have local updates for you every half hour, plus the latest at 10 o'clock coming up in less than 2 minutes on our sister station, UPN 33.
And then flip it back here because we will bring you a special 1-hour edition of CBS 4 News at 11.
Our next update here on CBS 4 comes at 10:23.
We'll see you then. Now here's CBS News coverage.
Tundra double cab with a more powerful I-Force V8 engine, 4 full-size doors, and a hauling capacity of over 1,800 pounds of whatever you need. Make way, because freedom isn't only found on 2 wheels. Now get $2,000 cash back or 0% APR for up to 48 months on all 04 Tundra models.
Computer votes potentially lost and a possible delay in the vote count at 11.
Good evening. 10 p.m. in the east, 7 p.m. in the west, and the polls have now closed in 44 states, including another swing state, Iowa. And like the other swing states, we can't yet estimate a winner. In the West, Montana and Utah go for President Bush as expected. Here's the electoral vote count at this hour. Remember, it takes 270 win. Our CBS News estimate is that President Bush now has 179 of the 270 needed to win. John Kerry has 112. However, the big decisive states, as you can see, there's the ones in white, are still out. Here's the latest national popular vote count. President Bush leading, as he has been all evening, this now in the order of 52 to 47%, with, we would guess, something less than a fourth of the total number of votes cast actually in and counted. Now let's look at the map. Remember, red states we project are for Bush, blue states we project for Kerry. These are our projections. Polls closed in 4 more states at the top of the hour. Let's look them over now, state by state. Iowa, perhaps one of the most important states when all is said and done tonight. 7 electoral votes. The Hawkeye State has had the polls just closed there. We have a lot of data in from Iowa, but it's in the category of too close to estimate. So what's projected in Iowa is a very close race for Iowa's 7 electoral votes. Who knows, it may come down to Iowa in the end. Nevada, 5 electoral votes. Silver State, another state where it could all come down to Nevada. The Republicans, by consensus, pretty much expected to carry it. However, the Democrats thought they might slip in and take it away. The polls have closed there. This is a case of, again, too close to estimate in Nevada as well. Utah, 5 electoral votes. In the Beehive State, it is a beehive for George Bush, 5 electoral votes in Utah. Montana, also expected to send its 3 electoral votes to George Bush, does so by our CBS News estimates. So this is the way the map looks very quickly. As you can see, so many states in white there, the undecided ones, and that's what's going to decide the next president of the United States. Now, in the Senate, we started the evening with the Republicans having 51 vote majority in the U.S. Senate, 34 races up tonight. Of those 34 races, the Republicans needed 15 to retain control of the Senate. They already have won 11 by our CBS News estimate. They are well on their way not only to controlling the new Senate, but perhaps having a wider majority than they had before. But it's not over yet. The Democrats need to win in 22 of the 34 races. So far, we've estimated they've won 9. When states that had Senate races where the polls closed at 10 o'clock, this is the way things seem to have gone to us. In Iowa, Republican Senator Charles Grassley, we estimate, will be returned to the Senate from Iowa. That will be a hold-on for the GOP. Nevada Senate race. Our CBS News information at the moment is we just don't have enough information. Now, this is the Senator Harry Reid is seeking a 4th term. It may not be close in Nevada, but it may be. We just don't have enough information to make even an estimate there as yet. Utah Senate. Our CBS News projection is that Senator Robert Bennett will be returned to the Senate. This is a hold-on for the Republicans in Utah. So good news for the Republicans thus far in the Senate races. But Leslie Stahl, that Senate race in Florida, where the Democrats almost absolutely, positively, teetotally must have that race, has been out there a long time.
It's been out there a long time. Let's look at the tabulated vote. It's quite incredible how many of these races are close. This is one of those. You have Mel Martinez, the Republican. He was the housing secretary. The White House pressured him to run because they wanted him to help pump out the Hispanic vote. He's a Cuban American, running against Betty Castor, the education commissioner. What's interesting and what we're seeing tonight, Dan, is that among Hispanic votes, Martinez is getting only just about 60% of the vote, but he's getting 5% better than the president is among Hispanics in that state. But look at that. That is the tabulated vote. It's about 77% of the precincts in, and look at that. It's dead even. Isn't that something? Anyway, that is one of the close ones, and so is Kentucky. Kentucky's got about 90% of the vote in, and it's still as close as you can be.
That's where the Republican incumbent Jim Bunning is trying to beat off that very strong challenge from Dr. Dan.
That's right. Now in Florida, Dan, the incumbent is a Democrat. It's Bob Graham, and that would be a turnover if the Dems don't hold on there.
Let's see how the race for the Senate goes. It's odds on the Republicans will retain control, perhaps with a greater majority than they had as the night started. If you remember, they controlled the Senate with 51 votes, but that's not yet assured. And this presidential race certainly is not assured. Let's check the map. 270 needed to win. 185 now, as we've put in by our CBS News projections. We've added in Montana and Utah to put President Bush at 185. Now you can hear, metaphorically at least, the Republicans drawing a deep breath, sort of 185, 270 needed to win. We're getting in maybe smelling distance. However, that won't happen until some of these states in white, particularly Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, they're in white because we have them in the undecided category, to say nothing of Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa now. Missouri's been out there for a long time. The Republicans were widely expected to carry Missouri. They may yet, but we still have it colored in white, as is the case with Arkansas. There's just so much up for grabs. Mika Brzezinski, we keep coming back to you. There's so much out on the map. You know, we certainly want to know what's going on, but we know we have to be careful.
Well, let's talk about Pennsylvania in that fact, Dan, because it's posing some issues in terms of being able to make a decision so far. We have data coming in from the exit polls that does not match up with the vote count data. And according to our decision desk here, the reason for that is there may be more absentee ballots coming in than expected. And here's the issue. Here's the problem with Pennsylvania. We have
Excuse me, Mika Brzezinski. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Arkansas, our CBS News estimate is when all the votes are in and counted, President Bush will get Arkansas 6 electoral votes. And that'll be whoopee news down in Texas and in the White House because, as you know, former President Bill Clinton went into Arkansas trying to pull it out, what amounts to a series of three-point shots in basketball language, but they didn't go down. George Bush, our projection is, will carry Arkansas 6 electoral votes. So on our electoral map, that will, I think, put President Bush up by maybe 191. We'll just have to double check it. For right now, let's say 185, Kerry at 112. Mika, we'll come back to you in just a moment. But Bob, Arkansas, good news for the Republicans because that will give them now a complete sweep of the South and all southern border states, as well as what we call the Heartland Midwest.
Well, and I think you pointed out, Dan, the Kerry campaign did not really think they had a chance in Arkansas. Bill Clinton said, wait a minute, let's back up here a minute. I think we can do some business down there. And he went down personally and campaigned. Well, it turned out the Kerry campaign was right after all. It went Republican. We're still, Dan, I mean, the only thing that has been called here tonight are the slam dunks. Everything that we expected to go to President Bush is gone to President Bush. Everything we expected to go to John Kerry has gone to Kerry. All of these battleground states where this election is going to be decided are still too close to call. We're no further along here now than we were 3 or 4 hours ago about having even a clue as to who's going to win this tonight.
One quick point, and that is that we say the states have gone to Bush and the states have gone to Kerry. You understand, folks, we project, we estimate, we, if you like to call it, is give you educated guesses. But we've said it time and again, nothing is final until all the votes are counted. You can make what you will of our estimates and projections. We're trying to be conservative, trying to not put anything in anybody's color, red or blue, until we're pretty confident it is true, but you'll have to make up your mind about our educated guesses. Now, in Pennsylvania, we haven't made even an uneducated guess in Pennsylvania. The polls have been closed there, most of them, for about 2 hours. And Mika Brzezinski, you were explaining why Pennsylvania has hung out there for so long and why it may be out there for a long time yet to come.
Well, the absentee ballot issue may be a problem for Pennsylvania, and it may cause a delay in a projection in Pennsylvania. The exit polling data that we have and the vote count data that we have don't match up. The reason may be that more absentee ballots may have been cast in Pennsylvania than expected. We do not have phone screening for absentee ballots in Pennsylvania because it was such a small percentage last time around. So we're going to have to hold the phone on Pennsylvania, Dan.
Well, thanks, Mika Brzezinski. Well, Ed Bradley, fair or unfair to say that if John Kerry doesn't carry Pennsylvania, it could be the equivalent of Death Valley for him.
Well, unless he then carries Florida and Ohio. I mean, but Pennsylvania is a state. I mean, the president put a lot into Pennsylvania. He was there during his presidency 50 times, 21 times in this last year. It was a state that they thought they could win, and the Kerry people have to win there.
Well, one of the battleground states we're watching closely is Ohio. A lot of people think it may yet come down to Ohio's 20 electoral votes. Cynthia Bowers is in Columbus. Cynthia, any idea when we will have enough information to at least make an estimate on Ohio?
It's hard to say, Dan, and here is why. One of the reasons why Ohio continues to defy colorization, if you will, as a red or blue state is the incredibly high voter turnout. As you can see by these pictures that attest to the incredible desire on the part of Ohioans to vote. Folks here are waiting in line in the rain, knowing it could be 4 or 5 hours, nearly midnight, before they cast a ballot. The Secretary of State predicts as many as 6 million of the state's 8 million voters will go to the polls today. And this is a state that Bush carried by only a small margin last time. Now, both sides tell us now, Dan, that despite all the litigation and concern about challengers being in the polling place, no trouble came of it. So state officials say if the only problem here is long lines, there's no problem. Dan?
Cynthia Bowers in Columbus, 270 needed to win. George Bush, we estimate, has 196 now that CBS News has put Arkansas in his column. John Kerry with 112. Kerry obviously needs a rally, needs to rally from behind. There are plenty of states out there in which he can do that. I wouldn't say easily, but it could change suddenly. Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, not to mention Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa among them. You're watching CBS News election night coverage.
Important medical news from Caltrate on osteoporosis. The U.S. Surgeon General issued a new report stating that millions of Americans are at risk of developing osteoporosis. A major reason is they don't get enough calcium and vitamin D in their diet. For those people, the report recommends taking calcium and vitamin D supplements. Caltrate Plus D gives you the calcium and vitamin D you need. Tums doesn't have vitamin D. So get more with Caltrate, America's #1 calcium supplement.
Whether it's long or short, pointy or scruffy, extraordinarily endowed or almost non-existent, Pedigree's delicious smelling new recipes will make your dog's nose and the rest of him very happy.
All across America, a wonderful thing happened to 46 million wireless phones. They changed overnight. They have become more versatile, more powerful, with access to the largest digital voice and data network in America and the largest mobile-to-mobile calling community. All because Cingular and AT&T Wireless have joined forces. And if you're one of those lucky 46 million customers, you don't have to do a thing. The new Cingular. We're raising the bar.
Never will there be an Alexander like you, Alexander the Great.
A leader ruled by passion.
Conquer your fear and you'll conquer death.
A king who made all men his equal.
The first rule of war is to do what you ask your men to do.
A man betrayed by his own dreams.
Fortune favors the bold.
The gods have a way of punishing such pride.
Do you want to live forever?
Alexander, an Oliver Stone film, rated R, starts November 24th.
Starting Wednesday, get ready for 5 new CSI New Yorks in a row.
That tunnel's gonna get built, and then I'm gonna die.
Fire in the hole!
He was trapped 700 feet below Manhattan, and he knew he was gonna die.
Accidents come with the territory.
These guys set their own rules.
What the hell was he doing there?
Someone left him down here intentionally. This isn't just a murder anymore. It's a conspiracy.
A new CSI New York, CBS Wednesday.
Back at CBS News Election Central, our CBS News estimate is at this hour George Bush has nailed down by our projections 185 electoral votes. John Kerry 112 with 270 needed to win. We had a slight hitch in our giddy up earlier with a little glitch in the computer, but I underscore with you 185 is the CBS News estimate right now. Kerry at 112 with 270 needed to win. John Roberts, how do national voters rate the Bush presidency?
And as we look here for some of the stories that are emerging tonight, we wanted to check in to see whether or not this election was, in fact, a referendum on the incumbent president. Here's what we're finding in the exit polling data. 51% of voters who went to the polls today say they approve of the job that President Bush is doing. That's up a couple of points from the way it was in the days leading up to the election. Now, taking a look at another number here. Is the country headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? Americans were pretty much split over that one. Here's an interesting figure, though, that we start to see a little bit of a story emerging. 46% of people said that they were either enthusiastic or satisfied about the Bush administration. But look at this number. 52% said they were either dissatisfied or angry. So there may be a protest vote story that's starting to develop here. Let's take a look at the figures from the Kerry vote and see if, in fact, that's true. 56% of people who voted for John Kerry Kerry said they were voting for the candidate. But look at this number. 38% said that they were registering a vote against President Bush. So the enthusiasm for the candidate is almost the same number as, a little bit different here, as the number of people who were not voting for John Kerry but against President Bush. We'll see how this trend develops throughout the night. Dan?
Thanks very much. Both camps quoted the Hispanic vote. Where are they? What were they big factors or not, Ed Bradley, or do we know enough to say?
No, I think they are big factors. Obviously in Florida, where the Cubans are a big factor, but not as big a factor as they have been in the past. I think the Cubans now are outnumbered by Hispanics from the Caribbean, from Central and South America, and other parts. But Bush is winning the president is winning among Hispanics in Florida. I think we could look out west and see where Hispanics are.
Excuse me, Ed, I want to interrupt you here. Our CBS News estimate is that you can now put Missouri's 11 electoral votes in the George Bush column, and that pops him up to 196 by our CBS News projections. So President Bush, our CBS News estimate now is that he, when all the votes are counted, will have carried Missouri. Remember, these are our projections, folks. You make your own judgments on how accurate in the end you think they have been. But with 270 needed to win, Bush with 196 is our current projection, Kerry with 112. The big states that will decide this remain what we call the 3-3-3. The big three, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Florida with 27, Ohio with 20 electoral votes, Pennsylvania with 21, Michigan with 17, Wisconsin and Minnesota with 10 each, Iowa with 7, Colorado with 9, New Mexico with 5. Arizona is not yet in, and Nevada, which also has 5, they have the polls closed as well, but we do not yet know the results. In those states that are now in white, where the polls have closed, but we do not yet have them in columns for either man, are going to decide this election. The polls are still open, let me remind you, on the West Coast and also in Alaska and Hawaii, so if you haven't voted, go out there and be sure to vote. But in Missouri, the Republicans always thought that they were going to get it, Bob Schieffer, but the Democrats, they had it on their wish list, but it slid off.
They did, but about 3 weeks ago, the Kerry people pulled out, basically, and more or less said that they were going to turn it over to the Republicans. In the beginning, they thought they had a chance, but about 3 weeks ago, they thought it's about over, and so they pulled out the resources there. So again, Dan, what we're seeing, no surprise. What we thought was going to the Bush camp so far has gone to the Bush camp. What we thought was going to John Kerry so far has gone to John Kerry. What we thought would be the battleground states, still too close to call.
You're watching CBS News election night coverage. Stay here with us. May be a long night.
We'd like to show you our underwear. Not that you can see it. Serenity Discreet for bladder control with a close-fit design and Odazor Plus to help prevent odors. Serenity Discreet. For store locations or a free sample, call this number. Introducing the new look of Serenity Bladder Control with a fresh white top sheet to help keep you dry, high-rising soft sides, and now with Odazor Plus to help prevent odors. Designed to leave you feeling fresh as a, well, you know.
Got gas, pressure, bloating? Tums doesn't treat gas, neither does Pepto-Bismol. To treat gas, use Gas-X for fast, powerful relief.
Popcorn?
Gas-X beats the bloat, and acids don't.
There's never been a better time to talk with your doctor about Ambien, because now you can try Ambien free. Visit Ambien.com for details.
From the very beginning, Smart Balance buttery spreads have contained no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. Trans fat can raise LDL bad cholesterol and lower HDL good cholesterol. Just the opposite of Smart Balance, which has the right balance of fats to help improve cholesterol. Smart Balance buttery spreads taste great without the cholesterol in butter or trans fat that's in margarine. It's that simple. Smart Balance buttery spreads. We have the right balance and the great taste.
Ooh, scary. Yeah, and I bet they didn't have that insurance back then. What?
What?
It gives your mommy money if she's sick and can't work. What does?
What?
Pay attention. To what?
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Country music's biggest night is coming to CBS. The Country Music Association Awards. Join superstars Tim McGraw, Gretchen Wilson, Faith Hill, Rascal Flatts, Keith Urban.
Yours truly, Brooks and Dunn, and Shania Twain.
Plus more, the CMA Awards, next Tuesday, live on CBS.
From Hallmark Hall of Fame, Blythe Danner, Peter Fonda, Jack Palance, Peter Riegert, and Faye Dunaway.
You hold all of us together.
Back when we were grown-ups, November 21st.
Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters. Ed Bradley, we were talking about the influence or lack of influence of the Hispanic vote.
Very big in Florida, obviously very big in California, but both camps know that California is pretty much a Kerry state. They concede that. But there are 4 states out west that are very important, and they have significant Hispanic populations. You take a look at the state of New Mexico, 32% of the voters there are Hispanic, and 57% of them are going for Senator Kerry. Colorado, which has about 9% Hispanic vote, Senator Kerry is picking up 70% of the vote there. In Arizona, where Hispanics make up 12% of the population, Senator Kerry is winning there again, 58-42. And in Nevada, he's also doing well, winning 59-39%. Now, these are states with small numbers of electoral votes, but how important is New Mexico? More television ads in the Albuquerque Santa Fe market last week, the last week of the campaign, than any other market in the country.
Ed Bradley on the Hispanic vote. Our CBS News estimate is George Bush has 196 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win. John Kerry with 112. You look at the map and you say, well, it looks, virtually all Bush. But keep in mind that John Kerry's staying in the hunt based on the foundation of having carried Illinois and New York State. Don't forget out west where the polls are still open. California with 55 big electoral votes is widely expected to go to Kerry. We'll see. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters. Stay here with us.
Now, live from CBS 4, this is a special report. Campaign 2004.
Good evening, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
And I'm Rob Hanrahan. Let's begin with the latest results coming into election control tonight. And we're going to start off with the presidential race, I believe, right now. And as it comes up on the screen here, as we wait for it, we're calling it up in the process here. Everything is computerized, as you know, including on the county voting level and all the way up to our units here. The latest results here are President statewide in Florida. 80% of the precincts reporting right now. President Bush just ahead of John Kerry, 51% to 47%.
The next full screen we have for you. I'm sorry, but I'm watching this just as I'm reporting it to you. The Miami-Dade mayoral race. Now we have a significant amount of precincts reporting. All night long we had seen only 1%. Now it is up to 84% of the precincts, and Carlos Alvarez has 54% of the vote. Jimmy Morales has 45%.
In the U.S. representative race, District 16 right now, with 69% of the precincts reporting. Foley is ahead of Fisher, 65% to 34%.
In the U.S. representative race for District 18, the incumbent Ileana Ros-Lehtinen has 65% of the vote, and her challenger has only 34%.
And in the U.S. representative race for District 21, right now with 80% of the precincts reporting, Diaz-Balart way ahead of Gonzalez, 72% to 27%.
U.S. Representative District 20, Schultz is the winner with 84% of the precincts reporting, 71% of the vote for her, and Hofstetter has 28% of the vote.
And in the U.S. Rep District 22 race, well, I guess we're going to stop right there with the full screen graphics right now on the voting. We just showed you the latest presidential numbers, and one place that's keeping a close eye on the count is the Bush headquarters right here in South Florida.
CBS 4's Gary Nelson is live in Coral Gables with the mood there tonight. Gary?
Too close to call. If we had a nickel for every time we heard that expression tonight, we'd be darned near wealthy by now. President Bush, his family and friends among those watching the returns trickle in from around the country tonight. This video shot just a short while ago in the White House, the president relaxing in shirt sleeves with his family, watching the network news, watching the news that we've been seeing throughout the evening, the key states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, too close to call at this point. This crowd here in Coral Gables, South Florida Republicans have gathered for what they hope will be a celebration, but it's a little too early to celebrate yet. Joining me now live is Mercy Viana with the Bush-Cheney campaign. You are dialed in with the folks at the national headquarters in Washington. What do you know that we don't?
Well, we are feeling very confident. We're looking very good in the state of Florida. We are overperforming in areas that are primarily Democratic counties, and they seem to be voting Republican. So we're looking good in terms of numbers.
But to be brutally honest, there is a modicum of anxiety in the Bush-Cheney camp tonight.
Well, I think we're confident that President Bush is going to be reelected tonight. As we saw President Bush with his family, he's calm and he's ready to win.
Well, Mercy Viana with the Bush-Cheney campaign, thank you for joining us here live at the Hyatt Regency in Coral Gables, where these Republicans hope that before the night is out, let's hope it's not before the week is out, they'll have something to celebrate. We're live in the Gables. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
And our team coverage moves to Kerry supporters now. They are in Fort Lauderdale tonight.
Obviously hoping for a Kerry win. CBS 4's Elliot Rodriguez there live with more for us. Elliot.
Well, Rob and Maggie, the emotions here at the Broward County Convention Center, they are literally going up and down as Democrats look at the results coming in from throughout the state of Florida and around the country. They want John Kerry to win, but this is a close race, and they are watching these results. There are two giant monitors behind me. The party faithful is gathered here at the Broward Convention Center for what they hope will be a victory party tonight, but their joy has been tempered by some of the early results that show Senator Kerry trailing in Florida right now. At least one party leader that I spoke to insists Kerry can win this election without winning the state of Florida.
I think there's no question. The president must win Florida to survive. Senator Kerry can win Ohio, Pennsylvania, other states, and still be elected president of the United States. I think if it comes down to that, then all that's left is bragging rights for Thanksgiving table between the governor and the president.
Well, the party faithful are hoping that some of those voters who stood in long lines in South Florida, especially Miami-Dade County and Broward County, that those turn out to be Kerry voters and that those votes will go in the Kerry column tonight to put the state of Florida in the Kerry column. They're very proud of the turnout here in Broward County, especially. They say it could hit a record, but they want those votes to count. They want Florida to go to John Kerry. Reporting live from the Broward County Convention Center, Elliot Rodriguez, CBS 4 News.
All right, thanks, Elliot. Our next update is coming up at about 10:55.
We'll see you then.
Head-on, side impact, wrapped around a pole. Three very common accidents with very different outcomes. Thursday, CBS 4's Dr. Sean Caniff examines what happens to your body in each type of crash.
Blood vessels get ripped, areas get contused.
Then Friday, CBS 4's Al Sunshine explores the damage to your vehicle and what's being done to make cars safer.
This is preventing a potentially fatal injury.
The Crash Effect, a special two-part investigation, starting Thursday at 5 and 11 on CBS 4 News.
CBS Election Night coverage is locally sponsored by Rob & Stuckey, America's leader in quality home furnishings and interior design.
Pompano Beach, Florida, home of name brand bargains, home of Festival Marketplace.
Computer votes potentially lost and a possible delay in the vote count at 11.
It's 10:30 in the east, 7:30 in the west. President Bush leads Senator Kerry in the battle for electoral votes, according to our CBS News projections. But put on another cup of coffee. This race is far from over. We may all be in the waiting room for quite a while yet. No winners yet in the 12 states with 145 electoral votes, and the polls are still open in 6 states with 84 votes. In sum, with 270 electoral votes needed to win, President Bush still needs to pick up 74 more. Senator Kerry needs 158 more. Kerry could get a third of that from California, where the polls are still open. Now, here's the national popular vote total. President Bush has led from the opening pop tonight. Right now, it's running on the order of 51% to 48%. That's been closing down as more votes get in and counted. We now have something on the order of about 49 or 50 million votes counted, with over 105 million expected to be cast. Let's go to the map. Bush states in red, Kerry states in blue, according to our CBS News estimates. You look at the map and you say, well, it must be all over. Looks like it's going to be George Bush. But here's one of those cases where your mother was right. Looks can be deceiving. President Bush is clearly off to a good start. We estimate he has 196 electoral votes, having swept the South and all southern border states, also run through the Midwest and making real inroads in the West. However, John Kerry, by our estimate, carrying New York and Illinois, that's the foundation of his staying in the hunt. He has 112. Keep in mind, out in the West, that a lot of people think that John Kerry is virtually a cinch to get California's 55 electoral votes. We'll have to see, but that alone, of course, could put him up within shouting distance of Bush. And with Washington State having 11, Oregon 7, should Kerry carry the whole Pacific Coast, he would very much be in it. But we keep coming back to it. If you've been with us all night, you say, oh, man, don't tell me 3, 3, and 3 again. We're going to do that. It's Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania is the big 3. The middle 3, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa, and our little 3 being New Mexico, Hawaii, and New Hampshire as the states. Those 9 may very well decide it, and we don't have decisions in any of them yet. Arizona Senator John McCain is with us in Phoenix. Congratulations on what we estimate to be your victory tonight, Senator, elected to your 4th term.
Thank you, Dan. I always believe you.
Well, and if you believe that, folks, you believe rocks can grow.
Thanks, Dan.
Bitter contest. Can the country unite behind a winner, whomever it may be?
I think we have to, and I think that the tone will be set by President Bush starting tomorrow, that we have to work together. We have too many challenges. The enemy is not the Democrats. The enemy is al-Qaeda. The enemy is the terrorists. And the Democrats are not our enemy. They're our friends. And we have to work together, and we have to face this transcendent challenge of our generation. I believe that there will be a willingness to do that because the American people expect it. And frankly, Washington isn't a very pleasant place to work lately.
Senator McCain, after record spending in this presidential contest, do you think that the campaign spending reform bill, which you were so key in getting passed, actually worked?
Well, I think it did several things. One is we had more small donors than any time in history. The parties certainly had their power enhanced, both at the national and state and local level. Overall good. The problem, of course, is the 527s that are in violation of not McCain-Feingold, but of the previous campaign finance reform law of '74. And what we have is we have a Federal Election Commission that refuses to enforce the law. It's a dysfunctional organization led by political apparatchiks, and we're in court. President Bush is in court with them. We will prevail, but we're going to have to reform the Federal Election Commission, which has opened these spigots in the first place.
You think there'll be elections in Iraq in January or postponed, Senator?
I believe we will have elections in Iraq, and they may be very difficult, but I think we were able to do it in Afghanistan, and I believe we'll be able to do it in Iraq. And the sooner the Iraqi people believe they govern themselves, the better off we're going to be.
Whomever is elected president, likely or unlikely to have, by and large, U.S. troops out of Iraq by the end of next year?
No matter who is elected, he will not have them out. They will be there for a long time. The key is to keep our casualties down and eliminate those, train the military of Iraq and their police, and and withdraw to our bases and only be used when necessary. We've had troops in Kosovo and Bosnia and South Korea, a lot of places. Key is casualties, and that's what we have to get a hold of. It's going to be tough. It's going to be long, it's going to be hard, it's going to be expensive. Consequences of failure are devastating. Benefits of success are enormous.
Senator, you say the American people deserve a government that will work together, but how does Congress break the deadlock? Particularly, let's say that if President Bush should win and the Republicans remain in control of the Senate and the Congress, how's the deadlock going to get broken?
Well, we're going to have to, all of us sit down, and obviously the president will have to reach out. That's one of the benefits of victory and one of his obligations as well. We all know that you can't pass legislation without 60 votes in the Senate. And look, the Democrats are as tired of this partisanship as Republicans are, and we want to do something for the American people. We've got to reduce the deficit. We need immigration reform. We're going to have to address Social Security, and we're going to have to stop this this pork barrel spending. And there's a lot. I believe that the men and women I serve were honorable people, and they go to Washington to get something done, not to just fight with each other.
Senator John McCain, Arizona, again, congratulations on what we estimate will be your victory tonight in the Senate. Thanks for being with us. Good luck. We'll see you along the trail.
Thanks, Dan.
Anthony Mason's in Miami. 4 years ago at about this hour, problems arose in the Florida count. How about this year? Anthony, Florida is still out there with its 27 electoral votes.
Dan, as you say, it was at just about this hour 4 years ago that problems with vote counting first became apparent here in Florida. Reports began trickling in from Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties that something was amiss. And those problems resulted in a 35-day stalemate over who won the election. That, as they say, is history. As for today, we've just heard from Florida's Secretary of State, who is a Republican-appointed Secretary of State, that there have been very few voting problems today. One lawsuit has been filed over the mailing of absentee ballots, but the Secretary of State says the voting reforms have succeeded and the vote count is progressing. That does not mean that we're going to know anytime soon who won the state's 27 electoral votes, but it will probably be before Thanksgiving this time. However, we have just heard from Miami-Dade County that they have so many absentee ballots, 94,000, twice as many as 4 years ago, that they think it will take them at least until tomorrow to count them all. And of course, they could be critical in the swing state of Florida, Dan.
Absolutely, Anthony Mason. 270 needed to win. We estimate, we've hung on this for a few minutes, once we decided in our CBS News estimate that Missouri could be colored red for George Bush. George Bush has 196 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win. John Kerry has 112. But we were making the point, and we'll make it again, that looks can be deceiving, that while so many states are colored in red, you could say, well, it's a runaway for George Bush. It may wind up being a runaway for George Bush, but this is the point, it is not yet. There's still enough states out there, particularly the big ones, Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then the middle ones, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and even some of the smaller ones, New Mexico with 5. Nevada's votes are still out with 5. Colorado's 9 have been out there for a long while. There is plenty of room here for John Kerry to come from behind, but you can say, well, if he's going to do it, he's going to have to hurry. But there's been very little hurried about this race so far. Jim Axelrod at Kerry headquarters in Boston. Florida hasn't dropped. What does the Kerry camp really think is going on down there?
Well, you know, a little earlier this evening, Dan, it was getting a bit tough to get information out of the Kerry camp. There was a news blackout, if you will, and it turns out there was a fairly decent reason for that. Amidst all the nervousness and anxiety and tension and nail-biting, Senator Kerry had taken a nap, which I guess goes to prove not everybody's metabolism and pulse runs at the same rate. But he does pay some people to worry for him. And here's what we're hearing from senior Kerry aides, specifically about Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Whereas they were expressing much more confidence earlier in the evening and late afternoon based on turnout, we are now told by a senior Kerry aide that they are feeling confident only about Pennsylvania, not Ohio nor Florida. Similarly, Dan, there is the other critical Midwestern group of states, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. Minnesota and Wisconsin, the Kerry camp is feeling confident about. Iowa, a little bit more of a question mark right now. Dan?
Well, if the Kerry camp, as you pointed out, Jim Axelrod, is saying, well, that it's not quite so sure about Ohio anymore, who knows on what they're basing that. But let's point out the following. We said it as the evening started, that of the big three, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, that John Kerry would probably need to win 2 of those 3 in order to bring home a victory. And that, with Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida, all 3 still out, the news from inside the Kerry camp, it's not discouraging yet, but not nearly as encouraging as it was early in the evening. Now, for the other side, let's go to Bill Plant at the White House. How does the Bush camp feel about Florida, Bill?
Well, Dan, it's interesting because what we're hearing here mirrors what we just heard from Mr. Axelrod down in Florida, and that means the spin may actually be closer to accurate this time than usual. They say they're winning Florida. They cite good gains in Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade counties, and they say that that's even without the Panhandle, which they carried 2-1 the last time. I once asked one of the senior aides why they were campaigning there if they carried it 2-1. I said, you want 3-1? No, he said just 2.5. They know their numbers. And interestingly enough, they say that they're not doing well in Pennsylvania, just as the Kerry folks indicated. Ohio, the Bush people think they have a good chance. Now, the president did something very unusual tonight. He invited the press pool up to take a look around and see him with his family in the living quarters. And he said this.
Don't let him come here closer. Come here, Barney. Barney. How's it going, Mr. President? We're very upbeat, thank you. We're going to get a winner tonight? I believe I will win. Thank you very much. I feel good about it. I'm glad to be able to watch the returns here with my family and friends, and it's going to be an exciting evening.
Now, you got to remember the timing of that just about an hour ago was while polls were still open out west, and they still are trying to get people out to vote. That was a little bit of cheering from the commander-in-chief. Dan? Bill Plant reporting live from the White House, where spirits seem to be on the incline. And as Jim Axelrod reported from Boston, that spirits in the Kerry camp are stasis, maybe a bit on the decline, but all of that is working around the margins. Here's the central point. Who will be the next president of the United States has not been decided, and it may not be decided for a long while yet because so many of the bigger, more important electoral states, which are said to be close, have yet to be decided. Now, Bob Cheever, let's call a television timeout for 1 second. The chances of this winding up 269 to 269, dead even.
It could happen. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could happen. And when Jim Axelrod talks about the Kerry people not feeling as good about Ohio, that probably would be the key. Because if George Bush should win both Florida and Ohio, and if everything else goes as we think it is going to go, but then he comes along and loses Little New Hampshire and Nevada, it would wind up 269 electoral votes to 269 electoral votes. A tie could happen. I think the way it would probably happen is if George Bush wins both Florida and Ohio, but then loses those 2 smaller states, New Hampshire and Nevada.
Well, while underscoring no one expects it to end in a flat 269 tie, if it does that, it goes directly, that's the final, it goes directly to the House of Representatives. It would be decided in the House, and since the Republicans control the House, that would mean a George Bush victory probably, but we're well ahead of ourselves. Right now, our CBS News estimate is George Bush 196, John Kerry 112 with 270 needed to win. Stay in here with us for CBS News election night coverage.
Oh, that was a good one. Honey, did you get it? I got it!
What would you do on your own private island? Check your mail for the Capital One No Hassle Island giveaway. You could instantly win your own island or one of hundreds of island getaways.
What's in your wallet?
We've just confirmed our top story. Kohl's 50% off sale is giving shoppers an early start on holiday shopping.
Kohl's 50% off sale is this Tuesday and Wednesday only from 7 a.m. to midnight. Save 50% on hundreds of items store-wide, like sweaters, outerwear, and sleepwear for the family. Save 50% on items for the home, like solid bath towels, all candles, and all down comforters. Plus, senior citizens take 15% off. Kohl's 50% off sale is this Tuesday and Wednesday only.
Fits your wallet, schedule, style.
New for endless shrimp, Red Lobster introduces a new take on one of your favorite flavors, coconut shrimp bites. Our newest all-you-can-eat signature creation during Endless Shrimp, now at Red Lobster. When you cut carbs, you add a lot more protein. How can you help break it all down? Switch to One-A-Day Carb Smart, a complete multivitamin plus more biotin to help you break down protein and turn it into energy.
I'll take this to go.
One-A-Day Carb Smart.
Metamucil presents The Regulars.
Bob, Fred, Bob, Jack, Jack, Fred. Bob, Fred, Bob, Jack, Jack, Fred. Bob, Fred, Bob, Jack, Jack, Fred.
If you want to be one of the regulars,
Bob, Fred, Bob, Jack,
do what these regulars do. Day after day, take Metamucil Daily Fiber. It's 100% natural fiber to stay regular the natural way in powder, wafer, and capsules.
See why CBS Thursday is America's best night of television.
John Mathers is the copycat.
And the original killer is still out there playing a really twisted game.
Blue paint.
He's back.
We're looking for a sadistic.
He chose her.
Ritualistic.
He hunted her.
Sociopath.
A new CSI, then.
She dropped off her son, yet the babysitters never came back. This woman has vanished into thin air.
This case is really getting to you.
Yeah.
A new Without a Trace after CSI Thursday.
Back at CBS News election headquarters, let's look at some votes actually in and counted and tabulated in some of the key states. First, in Florida. Now, it's a long way from being over in Florida, but John Kerry's moon has just moved behind a cloud as far as Florida is concerned. George Bush is widening out, and these are votes actually in and counted with 89% of the precincts reporting. Florida has not been estimated by CBS News yet as being in anybody's column, but that's the way the actual votes in and counted looked. Now, in Pennsylvania, better for John Kerry in terms of the actual votes in and counted. This is with only 61% of the precincts counted reporting in Pennsylvania. John Kerry has this kind of lead. These are all votes actually in and tabulated. In Ohio, 20 electoral votes at stake there. The actual vote count with 42% of the precincts in. George Bush leads John Kerry about 52% to 48%. Just wanted to give you those so you can get a sense of how the actual votes in and counted are going. Now, in terms of the Electoral College map, we always like to give you a look at that. One of the components of any possible Democratic victory is the size of the African-American vote. And many of the states, which have already been colored in by us as part of our estimates that went for George Bush, have large African-American populations. But in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, even Iowa, states that are still out there, it could remain a critical vote. So what about this election, John Roberts? How have those African-American votes been shaking out?
Well, Dan, we take a look at the interactive screen here to see how the vote count is building, and you can see that in cities like Chicago, you have a very, very, very high blue line, which indicates a differential of Democratic votes. Don't forget that the population of Chicago is about 37% African-American, and down here in Miami as well, you see some pretty tall towers coming out of the screen. A very high percentage of African-American votes there as well, almost reaching 25%. Let's take a look at the exit poll and find out how African-Americans were voting today. 90% said that they were voting for John Kerry, 10% for President Bush. That compares with 9% in the year 2000. President Bush had said that he needed to increase fairly dramatically the number of African-Americans voting for him to win a second term. Now, African-Americans make up about 20% of...
John Roberts, excuse me for breaking in. Pennsylvania, CBS News estimated drops for Kerry. 21 electoral votes. Now, you can hear the size from Massachusetts all the way here in New York and beyond, because this is one of those had-to-have states for John Kerry. 21 electoral votes. Remember, we're dealing with CBS News projections now. Nothing is official or final, but our projection is that when all the votes are in and counted, Pennsylvania's 21 will go to John Kerry. This keeps hopes alive for John Kerry, because this now means that with 270 needed to win, our CBS News estimate is George Bush gets 196, all the states in red on our map. John Kerry with 133. You say, gosh, so much of that map is red. How can Kerry be there? Well, keep in mind he's carried already New York, Pennsylvania, and Illinois, according to our CBS News estimates. Now, if you would like to look forward, the voting is still underway on the West Coast. But should John Kerry get California's 55 electoral votes, as he is widely expected to do, and pick up Oregon's 7, ? And get Washington State's 11, you can see that he would be at roughly the 200 mark. Ed Bradley.
Why did he win Pennsylvania? He won because he won in virtually every category. He won among men. He won among women. He won the Union voters, and he won that all-important Catholic vote in Pennsylvania.
Well, Pennsylvania, our CBS News estimate goes in the Kerry column. Now, Bob Schieffer, we were talking about the big three. One of them has now gone into Kerry's column. Florida with 27 electoral votes, Ohio with 20. By any reasonable analysis, to have a realistic chance of winning, George Bush now must win either Florida or Ohio.
I think that's exactly right. And I think the Bush people, the last time I talked to them, were feeling better about Florida than they were about Ohio. But Ohio is still very, very much in play. And this is the first really significant thing that we've had happen here in the last couple of hours. I frankly did not see how John Kerry could win if he did not carry Pennsylvania, which, of course, the Democrats carried the last time out. Mathematically possible. Practically, I just don't see how he could have done it. This is the best news they could possibly get at this hour of the evening.
But I want to underscore that it would be possible.
Oh, absolutely.
Underscore the word possible for George Bush to win if he doesn't carry Florida or Ohio. Mathematically, he'd have to have some upsets in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. But
he's got to run the bottom of the table. You've been talking about the top tier and the middle tier and the bottom tier. He would have to sweep these smaller states, I think.
Well, headline of this hour is that CBS News estimates that Pennsylvania will wind up with its 21 electoral votes in John Kerry's column, making our projected count 196 for Bush, 133 for Kerry at this hour. Now, keep in mind, coming up at 11 o'clock, about 7 or 8 minutes from now, the polls will be closing in California, Washington, Oregon, Hawaii, and Idaho. So the race may become a little clearer when we get California, Washington, Oregon, Hawaii, and Idaho, if we have enough on which to base estimates. But what's happened here is John Kerry has vaulted himself back into contention by picking up Pennsylvania. Hold the phone. With Senate winner in Pennsylvania, Arlen Specter, wins re-election. That's a hold-on for the Republicans. You're watching CBS News election night coverage.
Imagine the possibilities. At Robin Stuckey, we believe that all great rooms begin with an inspiration. One wonderful piece of furniture, something special that sparks the imagination and makes you realize this is what it feels like to be home. Visit our extraordinary showroom. We promise you'll be inspired. Robin Stuckey.
This November on Oprah, all new, all month, Oprah's wildest dream boss hits the road.
Julia Roberts pregnant with twins. This is such a momentous moment.
Destiny's Child, The Reunion, incredible body makeovers.
Kirstie Alley's date with Nate.
And the show that sparks a frenzy.
Favorite things.
Weekdays at 4 on CBS 4. Counting the votes for continuing election coverage. Keep it on CBS 4 News. Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Good evening again, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
I'm Rob Hanrahan. Let's begin with the latest results on the constitutional amendments this evening. First, Amendment number 1 regarding teen pregnancy, a mandatory notification of parents or guardians in the case of terminating a pregnancy. Right now, with 85% of the precincts reporting, 64% have voted in favor of Amendment 1.
Amendment 2, as expected, also passes. These are the numbers there. The Citizen Initiative, which is basically a housekeeping item that says that there's a deadline for certifying these types of amendments. 67% say yes, 32% say no, with 82% of the precincts reporting.
And on Amendment 3 regarding medical malpractice and limits on how much lawyers can claim and how much claimants can actually receive from awards. Right now with 84% reporting, 63% are in favor and 36% are not.
Amendment 4, the slot machine amendment, is the only one. So far it's getting a yes with 50% of the vote and a no with 49% of the vote and 84% of the precincts reporting.
And regarding the minimum wage, this would be Amendment 5, 84% reporting, and right now overwhelmingly in favor of raising the minimum wage, 71% over 28%.
Amendment 6 would repeal the rail. 63% say yes, 36% say no. 84% of the precincts are reporting on this one, and this would basically abolish the bullet train that was approved 4 years ago on the ballot.
And regarding Amendment 7 right now, which would require would allow patients to receive information on medical malpractice on doctors, 80% in favor of that. Amendment 7, 19% not.
On a related note, Amendment 8, the so-called Bad Doctors Amendment, also passes overwhelmingly tonight with 83% of the precincts reporting. 70% of the voters say yes, they want to revoke the license to practice in Florida of any doctor with 3 or more malpractice judgments. 29% voted no.
And as you know, the polls closed nearly 4 hours ago, but there are still some people in Coral Gables who are still waiting in line to vote.
Hard to believe. CBS 4's Jawan Strader is live on the UM campus in Coral Gables with the story. Jawan?
Yeah, Maggie, Rob, I tell you, still some supporters here right behind me, as you can see. But the biggest story here happens to be these students right over here. Now, all these students, they've been waiting some 5 to 6 hours they've been waiting to vote. And what's even interesting, I have a gentleman here, right here. This is Jonathan Welsh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what year are you?
I'm a senior.
Okay, but you are voting what?
Libertarian.
Now, that's kind of interesting. You've been sitting here for, what, 5 hours, and you're still, even though you see the race could be going to Bush or Kerry, you're still voting Libertarian.
Yes, sir. Neither Bush or Kerry represent my values of personal responsibility and, you know, and free markets and such.
And I guess that really speaks volumes because you still are going to vote, and your vote does count. Indeed. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
And it's interesting because I spoke to a lot of students out here who say that no matter how long it takes, they're still going to wait, right? Because they want to make sure that their vote does indeed count. And, of course, we will continue to follow this story. We'll have a lot more coming up at 11 o'clock. Reporting live from Coral Gables, Jawan Strader, CBS 4 News tonight.
A rowdy and excited bunch there. Let's check out the situation now in Broward County.
CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera live in Fort Lauderdale with the latest. Lisa.
Rob, Maggie, officials here describing turnout as tremendous, given that there are more than 1 million registered voters in Broward County. The early estimates are more than 59% of them turned out to vote. And if you checked out some of the lines all across Broward County, a lot of them very long, a lot of those lines snaking outside the buildings, some people waiting for at least 2 hours or more in some cases, snaking around the buildings as election officials talking about voter turnout being exceptionally high, and that lines could have been actually a lot worse if it wasn't for the early voting. Officials saying that this year about 176,000 people voted early, and that is compared to last August's election where only 17,000 people voted early. Just to give you an idea of how determined voters have been in Broward County, election officials telling me that even last night, on the very last night of early voting, they try to convince people to leave the long lines and come back when maybe the lines would be a little shorter on election day. They said no, they were determined to make their voices heard. So far at this point, officials labeling voting in Broward County a huge success. In Fort Lauderdale, Lisa Cabrera, CBS 4 News.
All right, let's take a look at the latest results from some of the bond questions up for vote today in Miami-Dade.
First bond question number 1, approving $378 million to improve sewer, water, and flood control projects. And right now, with 96% of the precincts, 67% are in favor of that, and 32% are not.
All right, and this is another look at Miami-Dade bond issue number 2, which would improve parks and recreation. Overwhelmingly, it passes as well, with 96% of the precincts reporting.
We have much more still ahead on CBS 4 News at 11.
A special one-hour edition starts in just a few minutes. Keep it right here.
Now live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, counting the votes.
The candidates are watching, and the world is waiting after South Florida and the nation go to the polls to elect a new president. Tonight, Campaign 2004 reaches the finish line. The candidates are watching and the world is waiting after South Florida and the nation goes to the polls to elect a new president. Tonight, Campaign 2004 reaches the finish line. The ballots are still being counted in Miami-Dade and Broward counties, with the big races too close to call.
Here's a look at the numbers where they stand right now. Nationwide, with 50% of the precincts reporting, President Bush is in the lead with 51% of the vote. John Kerry follows with 48% of the vote.
And we move on now to our next race, which is... let's go to Gary Nelson right now. He's standing by live with the latest for us. Gary?
Well, you were talking about the nationwide picture as it relates to this presidential election tonight. Here in Coral Gables at the Hyatt Regency, South Florida Republicans have gathered. They, watching the same returns that we're watching, they know, as we all do now, that this race is too tight, too close to call. President George W. Bush earlier this evening, about an hour ago, allowed the cameras in to the TV room, the family room, if you will, at the White House. We have video of the president with his family as he watches the network's returns, watches as the anchors report that key states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, New Mexico remain too close to call, and this presidential election 2004 remains very much undecided tonight. As we come out live now, Rafael Murciano can pan around here at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Coral Gables, where you can see these Bush supporters in South Florida chanting 4 more years, very much excited about the prospect of their candidate perhaps winning re-election tonight. But party leaders here in South Florida are not taking victory for granted. Here's what a couple of them had to say a short while ago.
We never expected to be moving so quickly this evening. I personally, as the chairman of the campaign, thought we'd be seeing more numbers later in the evening. But as we saw the states lighting up, it looks very good as each one comes in.
Well, we are feeling very confident. We're looking very good in the state of Florida. We are overperforming in areas that are primarily Democratic counties, and they seem to be voting Republican. So we're looking good in terms of numbers.
Now, I've been able to catch some numbers off the monitors here as we go. The last time I looked statewide in Florida, President Bush was leading John Kerry by perhaps a couple of 100,000 votes. Not a huge margin in this critical state. It would appear, as we come up now on a few minutes, 3 minutes after 11 o'clock on this election night, that perhaps in this election year, it could come down to the absentee ballots being counted, and they won't be counted anytime soon, certainly not before midnight strikes. We're live in Coral Gables. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
As you would expect, local John Kerry supporters are also keeping a close eye on the vote counting.
CBS 4's Elliot Rodriguez is at Kerry campaign headquarters in Fort Lauderdale with the story. Good evening, Elliot.
Well, Rob and Maggie, the Kerry supporters here at the Broward Convention Center have not taken their eyes off the 2 giant television screens behind me. In fact, just a short while ago, there was a thunderous round of applause as it was announced. It was expected, but it was a joyous moment when it was announced that California and New York are in the Kerry column, and those electoral votes were added to John Kerry's. But right now, what everybody is watching and what these folks are hoping for is that Florida will also go into the Kerry column. Right now, that's not happening, with President Bush ahead by John Kerry here in the state of Florida. But these folks have not given up hope. Joining me right now is Mitch Caesar, the chairman of the Democratic Party in Broward County. Mitch, your emotions right now?
We're still very optimistic. We think this race is going to be very close. It's very similar to year 2000. It will go late into the night. We also see the Senate race being very close. We think Betty Castor will unquestionably pull it out. But although we're Floridians, we're also watching Ohio, and we think that will end up in the Democratic column.
Can John Kerry win this election without winning Florida?
Absolutely. The math is such that Bush must win Florida or it's over. If he wins Florida, we can still fight, and if we carry Ohio, we think we'll win the presidency.
You know, there was so much talk, though, from Kerry supporters that there were new voters coming in, there were new people who were registered to vote, and a big turnout would help you. We saw a big turnout, yet the numbers are not turning your way at this point.
Well, the turnout was very significant, but it may turn out slightly less than was originally projected, even locally by the supervisor elections, by other experts. We had a huge surge in early voting and absentee ballots, but the turnout at the polls was strong. But when you add it all up, it may be the type of numbers maybe slightly better than before, but not significantly. So, but we're still very optimistic. This is a long evening ahead of us.
Okay, certainly a long evening. It's been a long evening here at the Broward Convention Center. Mitch Caesar, thank you very much. Again, as these results come in, the Kerry folks are watching every single state, but the state that's most important right here is the state of Florida, and right now, George Bush is ahead. Reporting live from the Broward Convention Center, Elliot Rodriguez, CBS 4 News.
Another closely watched race here in Florida is the contentious battle to replace Bob Graham in the U.S. Senate. Mel Martinez competes with Betty Castor in this race.
And right now, with 87% reporting, Martinez and Castor are in a virtual dead heat here, 49 to 48%. Let's go to Jason Wheeler at Castor's Tampa headquarters tonight, where they remain hopeful. Jason.
Yeah, Maggie and Rob, Betty Castor just left the podium. She was up there addressing a very ecstatic crowd here in Tampa. According to the numbers from the Castor camp, she is leading Mel Martinez 50% of the vote to 48% of the vote right now. All evening long, the Castor camp has sort of predicted that she would pull this race off by about 2 to 3 percentage points, and they say that things have been tracking just as they thought they would. Now, one of the bragging rights that Castor is claiming at this point is that she is also leading Mel Martinez in Orange County, which is, of course, his home county and was considered to be Mel Martinez country. So they are definitely beginning an early celebration here at Castor headquarters, although just a few moments ago, to quote Betty Castor, she says this one is too close to call and that they may be here a little bit longer than they expected this evening. So no one claiming this race just yet. It is still very much neck and neck. We will keep you updated as the situation warrants out here. Live in Tampa, Jason Wheeler, CBS 4 News tonight.
And now on to Castor's opponent, former Bush administration Housing Secretary Mel Martinez.
His campaign is certainly hoping to celebrate as well tonight in Orlando. That's where we find CBS 4's Ted Scouten. Ted?
Wow, Maggie, what a really close race that we have going on here. As a matter of fact, the supporters here, every time they see numbers flash on the screen, they've been cheering, but those numbers have been going down for Mel Martinez and up for Betty Castor. As Jason was just saying, the latest numbers that we have from the State Division of Election shows 49-48% with Mel Martinez with that 1% lead. In Orange County, as we were saying, with only 2 precincts left to report in, we have Betty Castor actually ahead by 2 percentage points. Also in South Florida, Castor is taking all the counties at this point, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. With Miami-Dade County, she is actually in the lead there in Miami-Dade County. I spoke to her, to Mel Martinez, Chief Press Secretary, and they are putting a lot of stock in Dade County at this point. This is what she had to say.
However, we do have a really strong base of support in Miami and throughout South Florida. I mean, not only Republicans, I'm sorry, but Democrats as well. We've seen a lot of split ticket voters, and I think that you'll see a lot of Miami voters voting Martinez.
We're talking a lot about Miami. What about Broward and Palm Beach? I mean, those are some pretty hardcore Democrats we're talking about.
Right. Now, I think we're going to be able to. I think we're going to be able to compensate for that. You know, I mean, like I said, we're just going to have to wait until those numbers come through. But I really feel confident that with his strong base of support throughout Florida, among Democrats and Republicans, we're going to be in good shape.
Now, as you heard, they're putting a lot of stock in Miami-Dade County. The latest numbers that we have from the State Department of Elections, though, shows Betty Castor in the lead in Miami-Dade County with almost 95% of the vote in. Betty Castor with 325,442 votes in Dade, with Mel Martinez 313,129. So what they're hoping for is they're hoping that they can still squeeze a few more votes out of Dade. Palm Beach County still has some more to go, but Palm Beach, there again, same with Broward, very heavily Democratic. So they're going to be watching these numbers very closely here. And as far as seeing Mel Martinez this evening, we still have not seen him late into the evening. He said that he is going to wait until this race is finally called. And as you know, this one extremely, extremely close. We're live in Orlando. I'm Ted Scowden, CBS 4 News Tonight.
While that race is still too close to call, here in Miami-Dade County, one candidate is already conceding defeat tonight. Jimmy Morales, who was running against Carlos Alvarez for Miami-Dade County mayor, speaking live there in Doral at his headquarters, thanking voters for their support and conceding defeat to Carlos Alvarez, who leads right now with almost all the precincts reporting.
All right, we want to go right now to Joy Purdy. She's standing by at the breaking news desk with some results that are coming in from across the nation. Joy?
Rob, Maggie, these results are in from CBS News. They are projecting winners in the presidential race throughout the nation. We have just learned about 5 more states. Apparently, CBS News is projecting John Kerry as the winner in California, George Bush, the winner in Colorado, projected George Bush, the winner in Idaho. In Washington State, it's John Kerry, and in Arizona, Bush is the projected winner. This brings the total number of electoral votes, as you can see right there on your screen. Bush now has 219, John Kerry with 199, and of course, the winning presidential candidate needs 270 electoral votes to win. Also, one quick note, we have just learned that the Republicans have held on to control in the Senate. We'll have those numbers for you a little later on. Live in the newsroom, Joy Purdy, CBS 4 News.
All right, you saw the Miami-Dade County mayoral race. You saw Jimmy Morales conceding defeat. Somebody else is claiming victory tonight, his opponent, Carlos Alvarez.
There you go, with 94% of the precincts reporting that Maggie just alluded to. Alvarez has 54% and Morales 45%.
CBS 4's Ileana Varelas is live at Alvarez headquarters tonight. Are they celebrating, Ileana?
Let me tell you, it's a little quiet now, finally, but these people went absolutely crazy when he came out and said, well, this is it, you know, we have won. He was being very cautious earlier. He didn't want to claim victory too soon, but the numbers started mounting, and it was clear that he was way ahead and would eventually win, and he finally came out a few minutes ago. He is somewhere in that throng of people. We're waiting to talk to him. We'll bring you that to you that live. I did get to speak to him very shortly up on the stage, and I said, you know, you were like the little engine that could. A lot of people said you would not get anywhere in this race. He said he's been optimistic from the very beginning, and he said, you know, there is a time and place for everything, and this was a time and place for him. We hope to talk to him shortly. We'll bring that to you. Reporting live from Carlos Alvarez victory party, Ileana Varelas, CBS 4 News.
We are busy tonight tracking results in several other closely watched races. For Broward's property appraiser seat, here are the results so far. Overwhelming victory with 98% of the precincts reporting for Lori Parrish, the Democrat in this race, 60% of the vote. Taravella has 35% and 3% for Makos.
And in the state attorney's race right now with 96% reporting, Fernandez Rundle ahead with 55%, Milian, I should say, with 38%, and Rosenberg coming up a distant third at 5% of the vote.
This is Amendment 3, the medical malpractice amendment. 89% of the precincts reporting, overwhelmingly approved, 63% of the voters.
All right, we want to go to Juwan Strader right now at the University of Miami live as we look at the amendment. 7 returns with 87% in. Yes, 80% in favor of.
Juwan?
Yeah, Maggie, right now, of course, still a lot of supporters here right behind me for the president, a few Kerry supporters as well. But the big story here tonight happens to be these students who continue to sit and wait to cast their vote. Once the polls closed, the problems began. Students at the University of Miami running into long lines and headaches due to only 5 voting booths.
We've been waiting in line for almost 2 hours. Everyone's just sitting out here doing homework or just hanging out. We just ordered a pizza because we didn't have time for dinner or anything. That they delivered it right to us.
Then in South Kendall, a heated argument after 2 voters are told they arrived after the deadline and could not vote.
don't even know who this man is. I don't want to know who he is. I don't
what's switching? What did she say about switching?
I'm voting, so unless you're going
I am voting also.
After more debate, elections officials decided to let the two women vote. Nancy Adolphe was one of them.
I'm glad I stood my ground and showed them that I was here to vote. I had to exercise my right, so I came.
Now, some of the students you see here have been waiting 5, some even 6 hours to cast their vote, again because of the 5 voting machines that are here. Many of them saying that it is worth the wait. They will continue to stay put until they vote. Reporting live from the University of Miami, Jawan Strader, CBS 4 News tonight.
And a few moments ago, we just heard Jimmy Morales conceding the race to Carlos Alvarez for Miami-Dade mayor.
Ileana Varela is now with the winner, the former police director turned future mayor. Ileana?
You can see he's still being congratulated here. Carlos, we're so used to calling you chief, now we have to call you mayor. How does it feel?
Carlos, it feels great. It feels fantastic. I'm so happy. It's been a long, tough campaign. You know, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all the voters. I thank my family, the volunteers. We had a huge army of volunteers.
But how did you do it? So many people said, this guy's never been in politics. There's no way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of people said that, and you know, tonight they're wrong. The message was very clear. It was very, you know, the message was reform county government and accountability. And what I found from the very beginning was that people wanted a change. And although I was in county government, I wasn't an elected official, and therefore they wanted somebody like me, and that the results are in tonight. And that was the message from the very beginning, and it was clear to me. So when the experts were saying I didn't have much of a chance, I was still very optimistic.
So you're the one person who was not surprised.
Well, you know, I mean, obviously when we started there were 11 candidates, and you know, you've got to be realistic, but I was always optimistic that I would do a very good showing. I mean, obviously there's a lot of things that go into this campaign that are completely out of your control. But I was optimistic that my message was the right message, and that people wanted a change. And me, they see a change agent.
Well, it looks like you were right, because the numbers certainly went in your favor. There's a very happy little girl here tonight, his daughter, whose feet, she says, hurt a lot from all the campaigning, but you're very happy, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. Reporting live from the Carlos Alvarez Victory Party, Ileana Varela, CBS 4 News.
Thank you, Ileana. While there were no major statewide problems today at the polls, it wasn't all smooth sailing.
There were isolated incidents of double voting, which is a third-degree felony. In Broward County, 21 machines had to be removed because of various malfunctions. Nearly 40 votes in West Palm Beach may have been lost because some machines weren't properly plugged in. And in Hialeah, a precinct was closed for nearly an hour today while workers verified early voting forms.
And there were also problems with the touchscreen voting machines, a story we broke first on 4. CBS 4's Joan Murray is live in Fort Lauderdale. Joan?
Well, the vote count goes on here at Broward Election Central. We can tell you that a few minutes ago, the mayor says 82,000 absentee ballots have now been counted. That's a good number considering over 100,000 were received. So that's going a little more quickly than we had thought would happen. Outside, the electronic ballots continue to roll in. So the vote is going smoothly, the vote count.
More than 2 hours after the polls close in Broward County, the first electronic ballots returned for processing.
It's working okay. All of these components can be improved. All of them can be improved upon, and that's what we'll be looking to do. But as far as I know, based on what I've seen today, it's working relatively well.
But there were some problems at the polls with electronic voting machines. 21 failed after votes had already been cast. But officials say there is a backup system so every vote will count.
And I wanted to make sure that none of the voting memory was missing from those 21 machines. And I talked with the SNS personnel, and I have been assured that each and every one of those 21 machines, the votes are recaptured from those 21 machines. No votes were lost.
Some votes in the absentee ballot column will not count. Hundreds were discarded because of a lack of signature or questionable signature. After a week of finger pointing between the Supervisor of Elections and the U.S. Postal Service over supposed missing absentee ballots, 20,000 arrived in Broward County today.
I think that with the absentee ballots that are out there, I'm pretty sure that we'll be counting well into the night, round the clock.
Right. So hopefully we'll get the final tallies on those absentee ballots sometime after midnight. As for voter turnout, extremely high number in Broward County, over 59%. As for any problems, the supervisor says, well, after it's all over, they go back and they plan for next time. Live in Fort Lauderdale, Joan Murray, CBS 4 News Tonight.
And from Broward to Miami-Dade, where the mayor, outgoing Mayor Alex Pinellas, told us voter turnout today was 80%. We go there now and look at the counting situation.
CBS 4's Michelle Gillen was there as the vote came in, and now as it's being counted. Michelle?
Well, I'm going to be joined right now by a woman whose face and voice many of our viewers and across the community know, Lita Rodriguez-Tassoff from the Voter Reform Coalition. She has really been out front here on so many of the issues of looking into the machines, and tonight it's not exactly what we thought we would be looking into. As we know, Florida is a key state in this country right now to still be called tonight. And the word on your lips is Collier County. Tell us why we should care tonight about Collier County.
Well, initial reports about Collier County say that they were having troubles as early as 7 p.m. with their total count. That means a count that is generated by their machines, which are sold by the same vendor, ES&S, that sells Miami-Dade County theirs. We are still hearing of issues there, and some are saying that the problem was resolved, some are saying it wasn't. But obviously, it puts us in a questioning mode and makes us wonder exactly what's going on with the count in Collier County.
Okay, so that's going to be an investigation that's going to go on through the evening tomorrow. Yesterday, you and I spoke, and you said there was some concern about the number of challenges that might be made today. What did you find in your observations at the polls?
Hard to say how many there were yet. We haven't seen the numbers, but obviously there were challenges. There were, we can tell that there were more provisional ballots used than in previous elections, and we also know of specific situations where challengers were very aggressive in attempting to challenge voters and to prevent them from voting.
In one case, the Department of Justice sent a representative in, and I understand the situation improved.
Indeed, once the Department of Justice went into a particular polling place that had a very active challenger that was really challenging voters, the situation improved. It looked like after that it ran smoothly.
You certainly had put a lot of people on alert by our conversation yesterday. And finally, I want to bring up, I had mentioned earlier tonight about the issue of absentee ballots and how I was told internally here off the record of concern that there was no way, short of a miracle, that they would be counted tonight. Now, of course, officials come forward and said, well, no, it could take us a day or two. A concern to you?
A concern that these aren't getting counted. These should be counted as soon as possible, and they should be added to the total counts, certainly for determination of a recount. But more importantly, because these voters voted, they voted on time, and their vote should be counted. They shouldn't be disenfranchised, and these shouldn't be counted later. They should be counted now.
And just finally, to wrap up, we know about the ACLU filing a lawsuit today. What are your thoughts about their saying that the deadline should be extended until November 12th for absentee ballots to be received here?
Indeed, Dade and Broward County had large problems mailing out their absentee ballots, and in fact, we have two plaintiffs, both of them out of state, who received their absentee ballots today, the day that they were due. One of them is in Pennsylvania, one of them is in the northern part of Florida. There is absolutely no way these people could get their absentee ballots in by the 7 o'clock deadline. This is an effort to disenfranchise. We need to extend the deadline. Otherwise, these people who didn't receive their ballots on time will lose their right to vote.
Obviously, these are important no matter what the balloting, but within these next hours tonight, depending on the numbers that come into Florida, how close or not close, all of this takes on even more grave importance. We thank you so much for joining us. Michelle Gillen reporting live from Election Central. Back to you.
Michelle, thank you. We saw the late night voting in Miami-Dade. In Broward, it didn't go quite as late.
CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera is at election headquarters. Lisa.
That's right, Rob. Maggie, all precincts are in Broward County. Officials here calling the turnout tremendous. Almost 600,000 voters taking to the polls.
Broward Election Supervisor Dr. Brenda Snipes sits on a canvassing board checking absentee ballots in what Snipes says is an unprecedented voter turnout.
The last election that we had in August, we had 17,000 people to early vote. This time I think we had 176,000 to early vote. So it's really been tremendously popular.
In some parts of Broward County, Election Day lines snaked out the door and around the sides of buildings. Officials saying more than 59% of the 950,000 registered voters casted ballots.
Just like to say to the voters, I'd like to congratulate them and commend them. Many of them stood in line for many, many hours to be a part of this democratic process. So I really want to thank the voters for getting involved, for maintaining their calm, for being patient.
And Dr. Snipes still here along with Broward Mayor Eileen Lieberman. There are also Democratic and Republican monitors. They are here overseeing the counting of the absentee ballots. Again, as voters flock to the polls here in Broward County in record numbers, the overall process, officials saying, going very smoothly. In Fort Lauderdale, Lisa Cabrera, CBS 4 News Tonight.
And we have more details now on a legal challenge mounted by the ACLU.
CBS 4's Liev Davalos is covering that part of our story from Doral. Liev?
Well, one lawsuit has already been filed on behalf of 3 registered voters who say they didn't receive their absentee ballots. And attorneys for the Republican Party say they're keeping a very close eye on any voting problems.
As thousands of citizens wait in line to vote, nearly 300 people in Hialeah leave without ever getting a chance to cast their ballot after volunteers at that polling precinct were not ready to open at 7 a.m.
We've seen several irregularities, including a major Hispanic precinct that was closed this morning. Hundreds of people literally left after waiting, I think, over an hour to see if those polls would open.
Attorney Miguel DeGrande, who is regional co-chair of Lawyers for Bush, is keeping a close eye on voting problems like this that may have kept Republicans from voting and may be used later as a basis for possible legal action.
We have seen allegations of double voting that we're investigating, allegations of individuals inappropriately participating in the process. For example, we've had some complaints of lawyers from the other side actually getting in line to vote.
International observers from Pax Christi say throughout the day things went pretty smooth at the polling places, they observed, noting minor problems such as people being asked for 2 kinds of ID.
It has been fairly sound. There have been cases where there have been situations, but nothing as dramatic or serious as we have heard about the election in 2000.
But on this election day, however, a lawsuit against Broward and Dade County elections officials was filed on behalf of 3 citizens who say they requested absentee ballots only to receive them too late on election day.
And it doesn't end there. A coalition that includes the ACLU has filed a lawsuit in federal court in Miami seeking to extend the deadline for absentee ballots to be counted to November 12th. We're live in Doral. Liev Davalos, CBS 4 News Tonight.
Counting the vote went very much as expected in a number of states.
But the presidential candidates are waiting with bated breath tonight to see how the swing states will fall.
CBS 4's Drew Levinson is with the Kerry camp in Boston.
All that matters now is counting all the votes, and John Kerry waits.
And now the campaign comes to an end and the American people are going to decide. I'm very confident.
From coast to coast, the lines were long, the list of key issues relatively short. In CBS exit polls, voters said worries about the economy, health care, and Iraq gave their vote to Kerry. The senator's supporters said they disagreed with the decision to invade Iraq and believe the war is going poorly. Even the rain didn't stop voters in battleground states.
I mean, nothing's going to change unless we get out here and help make a difference.
It's young voters like these the Kerry camp went after, hoping the youth vote would push the senator over the top.
It makes me feel good and like my vote's important and everybody else's vote is important in here too.
In some states, polls are still open and the ground game to get out the vote is winding down. Kerry and his running mate John Edwards campaigned to the very end. Now voters hold the keys to the White House in their hands. Here in Boston, this is where we expect to see John Kerry and John Edwards. It will either be a victory speech, a concession speech, or none of the above. That is, if this election continues to play out for days to come. In Boston, Drew Levinson, CBS 4 News.
Well, from the Kerry camp, our team coverage moves now to how the president is spending this election night.
CBS 4's Aline Sergani is in Washington, D.C.
President Bush is watching returns at the White House, his family at his side.
I believe I will win. Thank you very much.
He campaigned for votes as late as this afternoon. He visited a phone bank in Ohio, talking to one caller, saying he'd won her over.
1-0.
CBS News exit polls show those who voted for the president did so because they consider him a strong leader. And they cited terrorism and moral values as their key issues. Both were central themes of the president's campaign. President Bush says this is his last campaign and that he gave it his all. And he adds he's glad the campaign has come to its conclusion. Aline Sergani, CBS News, Washington.
And we now want to take a closer look at Florida's big decision.
Joining us now from our news partner, the Miami Herald, is executive editor Tom Fiedler, who's pulling a late-nighter like we all are. Tom, thanks for being with us. Why don't we talk about the exit polls? With these swing states up for grabs and results still not coming in, the candidates are relying on exit polls, or are they?
I don't know if the candidates are relying on them. I think that they may be biting their nails just like so many other people are around the country. You know, it's out of their hands now. What the exit polls are telling us, though, is more about what the electorate had on its mind when it went in there. And I suppose indirectly it also tells us whether the candidates were successful in getting across the messages that they wanted to do. And there's some interesting pieces we heard just a few minutes ago about some of the national results, but there's some interesting pieces about the Florida electorate that might be worth noting. For instance, the exit poll found that 87% of the Florida voters today gave the federal government high marks for its handling of the hurricane. I can't help but think that that helped President Bush, particularly across Central Florida. And what we're seeing so far in the result is that he's doing pretty well in that area. Otherwise, the breakdown on Florida voters very closely tracked what we saw across the country, that those people who felt that their largest concern was handling terrorism, they went overwhelmingly in Florida and elsewhere for President Bush. And those people who felt that the war in Iraq was going badly went for Senator Kerry. But what's, I think, a little bit interesting is that in general, that only 51% of the people who voted in Florida today felt that that invading Iraq was a mistake, and that may not be as high a number as Senator Kerry maybe wanted to have or needed to have in order to pull Florida off. We'll find out soon enough, of course.
Tom, were you surprised by the way it's been going for each candidate in different areas of our state as far as Kerry and Bush go?
Well, you know, a little bit of a surprise is how well that President Bush seems to be doing across Central Florida. We all know as the I-4 corridor. Al Gore pulled a bit of an upset there in 2000 by winning in Orange County, Orlando, and in the neighboring county, Osceola. It appears now, there's a few precincts out, but it appears now that President Bush is going to win those back. The big question that we still don't know is whether Senator Kerry will be able to come out of southeast Florida, that's Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County, with the huge margin that Al Gore and Joe Lieberman carried in 2000. They had some 350,000 surplus votes, and they were able to use that to offset the rest of the state. It is really nip and tuck about whether Senator Kerry can get to that number, and of course he'd have to exceed it a little bit because the electorate has grown. So we'll see. We're going to have to watch the returns. Right now, pretty much the rest of the state is in. It's all eyes are on us, and I think it's going to be whether Senator Kerry can reach that bar.
Tom, it's been said that the Castor-Martinez race will likely go the way the presidential race does.
Right.
Tonight we have seen it go all over the place. Do you think that they're comparable to each other tonight, the races?
Yeah, they do. They track each other very closely. I think if you go county by county, there's I haven't seen a county yet where the presidential outcome is different from the Senate outcome, except that the margin in Tampa Bay, we would expect this for Betty Castor, is above what the Kerry campaign was getting. And I think that may bode well going into southeast Florida as we count these remaining votes for Betty Castor. She seems to be running a little bit ahead of the Kerry campaign statewide. If she can hold on to that, we may end up with a split result. Senator Kerry losing Florida, put the other way, President Bush winning Florida, and Betty Castor going into the U.S. Senate to replace Bob Graham.
The executive editor of our news partner, the Miami Herald, Tom Fiedler. Tom, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, pleasure.
And our extended coverage of Election Night 2004 isn't over yet. Coming up, what voters have to say about a proposed amendment that would allow South Florida to vote on slot machines.
And a live look now at Bush-Cheney headquarters in Coral Gables, where supporters so far are optimistic about the early election results.
In Fort Lauderdale, it's been a roller coaster night for John Kerry supporters. We will keep you up to date on the returns throughout the night. Keep it here.
Hello, Florida. It's your Mega Money game for Tuesday, November 2nd, 2004. I'm Michelle Lyles. Match all 4 numbers and the Mega Ball number, and you could win an estimated jackpot of $1.2 million. Good luck, and let's play Mega Money. Your first number is 41. The second number is 10. Tonight's third number is 16. The fourth number is 29. And tonight's Mega Ball number is 12. The Florida Hurricane Relief Fund was established to raise funds to aid Floridians. To volunteer or make donations, call 1-800-FL-HELP-1 or visit flahurricanefund.org. So tonight's Mega Money numbers are 41, 10, 16, 29, and the Mega Ball number is 12.
Head-on, side impact, wrapped around a pole. 3 very common accidents with very different outcomes. Thursday, CBS 4's Dr. Sean Caniff examines what happens to your body in each type of crash.
Blood vessels get ripped, areas get contused.
Then Friday, CBS 4's Al Sunshine explores the damage to your vehicle and what's being done to make cars safer.
This is preventing a potentially fatal injury.
The Crash Effect, a special 2-part investigation, starting Thursday at 5 and 11 on CBS 4 News.
At Geico.com, you can get free rate quotes and handle all your car insurance needs online. But we like to make it interesting. Here's an idea we received via email. Yo, I think your website would be the bomb if you had the gecko do the robot.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Merry Christmas!
When their daughter left town for the holidays, the Cranks made a bold decision.
Let's skip Christmas.
Skip Christmas? But in this neighborhood,
a lot of the neighbors are pretty upset.
Christmas isn't just a tradition.
Perfect time to put up Frosty.
No!
Free Frosty! Just want Frosty!
It's an obsession.
I'm getting the ham. That ham is mine!
Ooh, Christmas with the Cranks. Rated PG. In theaters November 24th.
If you see news in the making, dial star CBS 4 on your T-Mobile cellular phone.
Tonight we're hearing from Jimmy Morales, who moments ago conceded defeat to Carlos Alvarez in the race for Miami-Dade County Mayor.
Art Barron is standing by at the Morales headquarters in Doral. Art?
Well, the music is still ear-deafening out here at Jimmy Morales' campaign party place, if you will. A lot of the people, though, are wrapping it up. You see a few of them out there at the bar. They're ready to head home. About a half hour ago, Morales told me that this has been a long, hard-fought campaign, but he really does throw support now, and he wishes Carlos Alvarez, the former Miami-Dade police director, the very best, because he has now won this big race, this tough race for mayor of Miami-Dade County. This is what he told me just about a few minutes ago on stage. Take a look.
It was a good, tough contest. He's a good man. I wish him the best. I really, Carlos can count on my full support, because at the end of the day, I got into this because this is my hometown. My kids were born here. I want this community to be the best it can be, and I want him to succeed, and he can count on my support in that effort.
Are you going to try your hand at this next time around?
Oh, right now I need a good night's sleep, and I need to get back to my law practice and my family. But, I love politics. I love this community. Will I come back one day? Who knows? Probably at some point. Yeah. But for now, I'm just going to get back to resuming my life, go back to my business a little bit, my family, which I haven't seen my children a lot in these days, and then I'll think about it. But I'll always be active in my hometown.
Jimmy Morales in good spirits despite the fact that he has conceded defeat tonight here in Doral. As I mentioned, he gives the very best to Carlos Alvarez now, but everybody is here. They're leaving the fire hall, the firefighters hall out here in Doral. It's been a tough campaign for him, and as you know, this thing was like neck and neck. The polls had indicated this race was neck and neck, but in the outcome of all of this, it was Carlos Alvarez that pulled ahead in this particular race. That's the very latest out here in Terrell. Art Barron, CBS 4 News. Back to you.
And our election coverage continues now, and tonight we're learning more about the problems at the polls during today's voting. One of them, votes lost when computer batteries failed in Broward and Palm Beach counties.
Another problem affected voters even before they got to the precincts. A letter stating they were not eligible to vote when in reality they were. And the list of problems unfortunately only got longer as the day went on.
CBS 4's Evan Bacon has more on that from Durrell.
Brief melee in Miami outside a voting precinct where Carlos Curbelo says he and other Bush supporters were harassed by people wearing NAACP T-shirts as they tried to escort an elderly man to cast a ballot.
They were harassed and he was harassed, and they were told it was illegal for them to be here in the parking lot as he waited for his provisional ballot.
The NAACP says none of its reps were at that polling location. And to make matters worse, the Bush volunteers claim the elderly voter was given a provisional ballot that had already been marked up.
It looks official.
Yes. Sandra Beckford was looking forward to voting for the very first time until this postcard arrived in the mail yesterday.
When I checked my mail, I got this, and I said, what is this? And so I read it, and I said, oh my God.
The postcard appeared to be from the elections department. It read that Sandra cannot vote on November 2nd with an obvious typo. The reason? Because her registration application was received after the deadline. But Sandra says she registered 2 years ago, and she has the card to prove it.
I really wanted to vote. I spoke to a friend, and they said I should at least go to the polling station to find out if I could vote, so that's what I did.
When Sandra arrived at her precinct in Norland, her name was on the list, properly registered. And in Broward County, more problems reported with electronic voting machines. A Kerry voter is one of at least 24 people who complain that they voted for Senator Kerry, but another name appeared on the computer review screen.
It was a Ralph Nader on there. So I thought, I said, my gosh, why in the world did Ralph Nader be on? He's an independent candidate. So then I questioned the fellow about it, and he told me, said, well, what you put there, what you matched. I said, no, I know the difference between the two.
It just defies logic that we would do what no business would do, which is rely on a computer system without any backup whatsoever.
But when all is said and done, the voting is finally over. However, some folks will not forget about these problems at the polls. We're live in Northwest Miami-Dade. Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News tonight.
Well, the state's split between Democrats and Republicans can be seen right here on the streets of Miami.
A turf war erupted between Bush and Kerry supporters today in Little Havana. Republicans pushing their candidate on a radio show got upset when Kerry supporters crossed the street to try to get their message on too. Miami-Dade mayoral winner, we can say now, Carlos Alvarez, who happened to be there, put a positive spin on the fracas.
This is a good example of democracy. You've got on this side of the street people for one candidate and the other one another one, and everyone, that's their right, and you know, and it's a great country that we can freely express that.
Police showed up and broke up the crowd. No one was arrested.
Statewide Amendment 4, which would allow Miami-Dade and Broward residents to decide whether to install slot machines in existing gambling facilities.
Here's a look at the voting so far on that amendment, number 4. 49% say yes, 50% say no, so still too close to call.
All right, I believe we want to go to weather right now. Bob Soper standing right here at the desk, and we had a great weather day for voting. That's
overall,
for sure.
Yeah, it's a good thing too, because a lot of people ended up standing in line for quite a long time.
We had a huge turnout.
It was a nice breeze during the day today, and didn't get too terribly hot for most of us.
And this is the one day a year when Bob whips out that tie.
Well,
Stars and Stripes.
One of my Stars and Stripes ties in honor of the election day. I was out voting in my tie and everything else. And,
all right, excuse us, Bob. We have word that Miami-Dade election headquarters is starting a news conference. So
we'll do the weather shortly.
Okay. You know, very much far along in our reporting of results. I think we're at about 90, again about 95, 97% reported. Our absentee ballots, we have about 100,000, roughly 97,000, and we're verifying, but about 97,000 absentee ballots that will have been received through 7 p.m. this evening. That is a significant number of absentee voters. And of those, again, we've reported the results on 33,000. We will be continuing to scan and report in waves additional absentee ballots as they're tabulated through the evening and through tomorrow. This is really no different than other elections when we have absentee ballot results that continue to be calculated after election night. Quite similar, in fact. So we are pleased. We're pleased with the sheer numbers of voters that actually exercise their democratic right in this county. It's a wonderful thing. And we want to thank all of those residents for doing that. And with that, we'd be more than happy to field any questions that you might have.
All right, that's the latest from Miami-Dade election headquarters right now. We also understand that there's been a projection made for the state of Florida in the presidential race.
Let's go to Joy Purdy at the breaking news desk. Joy?
That's right, Maggie Robb. This just in. CBS News is projecting Florida to go to President George W. Bush. He now has 246 electoral votes. All he needs is 24 more electoral votes to win the presidential race. And there you're taking a look locally, the race for president here in Florida. George Bush ahead by 51%. John Kerry 47%. This is the popular vote. Once again, the electoral vote has gone to President Bush. That is what CBS News is predicting. As soon as we get more information, we'll bring it right to you. Live in the newsroom, Joy Purdy, CBS 4 News.
Joy, thank you. And we're going to catch up with Bob Soper next.
We sure are. We'll be right back with more.
Good evening, Florida. It's your Florida Lottery Fantasy 5 game for Tuesday, November 2nd, 2004. I'm Michelle Lyles. Match all 5 numbers and you could win up to $100,000. Now, here are tonight's Fantasy 5 numbers. The first number is 28. Your second number is 25. Tonight's third Fantasy 5 number is 36. The fourth number is 14. And the last number is 8.
The Florida Hurricane Relief Fund was established to raise funds to help Floridians with relief and recovery. To volunteer or make donations, please call 1-800-FL-HELP-1 or visit www.flahurricanefund.org.
So tonight's Fantasy 5 numbers are 28, 25, 36, 14, and 8. And remember, Florida, when you play, we all win.
What kind of business are you in, Max?
I'm a thief.
Oh, it's a beautiful jewel.
Let's do it.
Last time, right?
Last time.
Max, I'm gonna be on you wherever you go.
Don't tell me so close.
What?
On November 12th, when the sun goes down, the game heats up.
Sheila and I like to swap.
Check.
After the Sunset, directed by Brett Ratner, rated PG-13. Sneak preview this Saturday.
2 letters, TV. Simple, right? Except these days there's HD TV, ED TV.
We could get an LCD TV.
If we don't get help, we'll end up with NOTV.
At Circuit City, you'll find a huge selection of the latest TVs. And right now, this AudioBox 15-inch LCD TV is just $379.99. Our lowest priced LCD. Circuit City.
There's someone who works for you who's not an employee. They're in every office, working beside you. When you're there, and even when you're not. It's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Florida. With special online tools, we're helping manage your company's health coverage through My Blue service. Your employees get answers online 24/7. And the info they need to decide on hospitals and health procedures. In the end, they get more control of their health care, making benefits management a lot easier for you. We're doing the work so you don't have to. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Florida. How can Blue help you? Log on to newfromfloridablue.com or call your agent today.
You know the stock market goes up and down, right? Right. But not your wireless bill. It stays high because of ugly overages.
Tell me about it.
Well, only Sprint got rid of them. Check it out.
With the Sprint PCS Fair and Flexible plan, 100 extra minutes never cost more than $10. Other plans charge at least $40, so talk all you want.
Saving money. Anyone interested?
Plans start at $35. Sprint PCS. Now that's better.
Closed captioning sponsored by City Furniture. Now offering same-day delivery 7 days a week.
Word of several news networks calling the state of Florida for George W. Bush is starting to reach his supporters here in South Florida.
It sure is. They're gathering in Coral Gables. CBS 4's Gary Nelson is there live. Gary.
Well, we are at the Hyatt Regency in Coral Gables with South Florida Republicans, a bunch of happy Republicans tonight, as within the last few minutes, CBS and other networks have called George Bush the winner here. Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart of Miami-Dade County. Congressman, what was the difference this time around?
I think the country realizes that we are at war. We need a leader who understands that, who's going to lead us with fortitude, that is not going to change his mind every time the wind changes direction. A person who supports our troops all the way, and who also is not going to forget the economy, our senior citizens. George Bush is that man. And today, it looks like Florida has spoken loud and clear that they want George W. Bush for another 4 years.
And in terms of ideology here, was there something that Floridians just couldn't get up against with John Kerry?
You know, John Kerry's been trying to run from his record. The president has been saying it all the time. You know, he can run, but he can't hide from 20 years of votes in the U.S. Senate. The bottom line is this. You can't be more liberal than Ted Kennedy and try to win the state of Florida. He tried to run from his record, but eventually his record caught up with him.
Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart of Miami-Dade County, thank you for joining us live here in Coral Gables at the Hyatt Regency, where Florida Republicans celebrate George W. Bush's victory, at least in the Sunshine State tonight. We're live in the Gables. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
Certainly a hard-fought battle between Kerry and Bush here in South Florida. Let's check in with the Kerry headquarters.
Elliot Rodriguez is standing by. Elliot?
Well, Robin, Maggie, the Kerry supporters here at the Broward County Convention Center are not giving up. They are holding out hope that John Kerry can, in fact, pull out a victory in the state of Florida. They say you have to look at the margin here. It's some 300,000 votes between the two of them. There are still absentee ballots to be counted, and that is what the Kerry supporters are pinning their hopes on, that those absentee ballots will pull this off for John Kerry, but actually very difficult right now with, as you mentioned, CBS calling this for George Bush at this moment. I have next to me a lady with mixed feelings at this point, because Debbie Wasserman Schultz just won a seat in Congress at the same time you're hearing this news about John Kerry possibly not winning the state of Florida. What's your reaction?
Well, we've got 1.5 million absentee ballots that have yet to be counted, so I think it's premature to be putting Florida in the Bush win column. We really believe that Kerry is going to pull this off, and I think it's premature to make that determination.
You know, throughout this campaign, we talked about turnout being so important. Are you satisfied with the turnout that you saw today?
Oh, absolutely. We did 25 percentage points better in turnout this year in Broward than 4 years ago. We're going to have a 70% turnout here, which is going to give a tremendous plurality to John Kerry, and I think that's going to really make a difference.
You know, I know this is not over yet, but second guess yourself. Is there something that the campaign could have done differently in Florida? I know a lot of the folks that I talked to here said that the hurricane may have helped George W. Bush, his visits to the central part of the state, possibly bringing in votes for him there.
Elliot, if there's anything that we learned from 4 years ago, is that we shouldn't be second guessing at 11:45 on election night. I think that we did everything we could do. We had a record number of volunteers, a grassroots operation that was beyond comparison, and quite honestly, I still think the jury is out, and it is a very good chance that John Kerry will win Florida.
Okay, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, again, congratulations on your victory here tonight. And these folks are not leaving. They are here still at the Broward County Convention Center, and they're looking at those numbers and again looking at those absentee votes, which will be counted tomorrow. Reporting live from Fort Lauderdale, Elliot Rodriguez, CBS 4 News.
Right now, a top-ranking state official is speaking out about the hotly contested U.S. Senate race here in Florida.
Let's go right to Ted Scouten live in Orlando. Ted.
Well, Rob, just a few moments ago, State Attorney General Charlie Crist came down here, appeared on the podium. He is a close confidant and friend of Mel Martinez, and what he basically said is right now it's just too close to call. Watch and listen to what he said.
Thank you. As you know, it's a little close, but it looks good, and things are very positive. And Mel wanted me to come down. You've seen the numbers. You know what I'm talking about. So far, so good. We're very pleased and very positive. And I want to also tell you how proud I am of Florida. A lot of people thought Florida was going to have a tough time with election night. Florida's had a great night with this election tonight. It's been great for President Bush. It's been great for Mel Martinez. Keep your fingers crossed, and we'll be back later. God bless you, and thank you for being here.
So you heard him there saying, keep your fingers crossed. Right now, way too close to call. 49-49 are the latest numbers that we've been seeing here. So at this point, no winner in this one yet. This one completely going down to the bare wire. We're live in Orlando. I'm Ted Scout, CBS 4 News.
All right, thank you, Ted.
We'll be right back.
Get revved up for the 34th Annual International Auto Show, November 5th through the 14th at the Miami Beach Convention Center. Plus, watch Fueling the Drive, our exclusive Auto Show 2005 special. See the hottest new models, go retro with a cruise down memory lane, and check out the Dream Machines in Million Dollar Alley.
We're going for a test run.
Join Teresa Bravo and a car-crazy team for Fueling the Drive, Saturday at 7 p.m. on CBS 4.
To be absolutely sure I'm getting the lowest prices on electronics, I feel like I need a sign from above. That'll work.
I guess you're just what I need. At Circuit City, you'll find unbeatable prices guaranteed. Save $280 on this feature pack compact notebook computer. Just $749.99 after mail-in rebates, price break, and instant savings.
Most spectacular treasure in history was hidden by America's founding fathers. On November 19th.
You're treasure hunters, aren't you?
More like treasure protectors. The clues are all around us. The dollar bill's trying to tell me something. And an adventure 2,000 years in the making begins.
You think there is a treasure map on the back of
The Declaration of Independence. From Jerry Bruckheimer, producer of Pirates of the Caribbean. Tell me what the next clue is. Nicolas Cage. National Treasure, directed by John Turteltaub, rated PG.
This November on Oprah. All new, all month. Oprah's wildest dream boss hits the road.
Julia Roberts pregnant with twins. This is such a momentous moment.
Destiny's Child. The reunion. Incredible body makeovers.
Kirstie Alley's date with Nate.
And the show that sparks a frenzy.
Favorite things.
Weekdays at 4 on CBS 4.
Next, Larry Elder. Families face off. A husband betrayed.
The man you had the affair with in your house?
Yes.
Kids were there?
Yes.
A mom's desire for drastic plastic surgery.
You're gonna look like Michael Jackson. You are a very attractive person that most women would trade places for.
And
your family doesn't accept her.
Accept her and my children.
This is your brother. You should respect it and be there for him when and if he needs you.
Next, Larry Elder.
Weekdays at 9.
CBS 4 News Election Central right now gathering the results of races nationwide and locally.
And we'll have the latest numbers for you coming up in just a moment. We'll be right back.
There's something in your company that's more valuable than anything. It's in everything you make. It's on the assembly lines. It's behind every desk. That special something is your employees. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Florida can help keep them covered while we ease your hassles, free up your time. With a large suite of products, we'll design a health benefit plan that fits your company's size, needs, and budget. Pick your deductible. Pick your copay. You can even choose dental, vision, and life insurance plans. All from one source. Easier benefit choices for you, more protection for your employees. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Florida. How can Blue help you? Log on to newfromfloridablue.com or call your agent today.
We're going to make accounts payable exciting again. That's what we need to do, people.
In the time it takes to clean out your desk, you could save hundreds on car insurance. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Cool!
Crazy, Chris. That's crazy. 8 essential vitamins and minerals, but it won't save you money on car insurance.
Oh, okay.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Why haven't you called Geico?
The chance to study without distraction, play without fear, and learn respect and responsibility. When you help children make the right decisions, you put amazing possibilities in their hands. So please buy a brick to support the after-school programs of the Overtown Youth Center and help us build up the kids who will rebuild our community.
Hey, babe, are you a player? Then join Dave Barry at the 2004 Harold Hunt. Spend an afternoon gathering clues and solving puzzles on the streets of Coconut Grove. Solve the hunt, babe, and win a fabulous cruise to the Mexican Riviera. Or suffer permanent brain damage. Either way, you'll have an insanely good time. So gather your team, get your Sunday Herald, and play it close to the vest at the Harold Hunt. A free event Sunday, November 7th. It's a sure bet, babe. See the Herald or HaroldHunt.com for details.
And before we leave, we want to give you one last look at the numbers.
We will be back in about 20 minutes with another live update. Thank you for staying with CBS 4 News this election night. We'll see you soon.
Crossed into Wednesday in the East, and still no winner in the presidential race, but President Bush has made a big leap forward toward victory. He takes Florida's 27 electoral votes by our estimate and now stands just 24, yes, 24 short of victory. Senator Kerry needs 21, according to our projections, with a dwindling field of states in which to find them. Now, here's the state of the electoral vote count with 270 needed to win. Our CBS News estimate is that George Bush has at least 246. Kerry has 199. Here's how the popular vote stands at this hour. These are votes actually in and counted. Bush leading Kerry about 51 to 48%. Still no presidential turnovers. If you look at our map, looking at the map, the Bush states in red, the blue states backing Senator Kerry. No turnovers. Alaska is still open. The only Bush 2000 states hanging fire tonight, these are ones that he won the last time, are Nevada, New Hampshire, and Ohio. Now let's give you a look at the actual votes in and counted. Ohio, well, first New Hampshire. New Hampshire has only 4 electoral votes. Been close there all night. John Kerry leads in New Hampshire. We'll see how that one turns out. Now with Ohio with 20 electoral votes. Very hard to see how John Kerry could win if he doesn't carry Ohio. In fact, we say that if he doesn't carry Ohio, that's probably it for him. That keep in mind that George Bush carried it the last time. This is the way the votes actually in and counted in Ohio. Karen Hughes, a principal advisor to President Bush, was very optimistic and upbeat about Ohio on our air fairly recently. And Nevada, with 5 electoral votes in Nevada, George Bush carried it the last time. This is the way it shapes up with votes actually in and counted. Now, let's go now to Barack Obama, who, apparently we're still getting him hooked up. We hope to have him fairly soon. Mika Brzezinski, let's go over to you at our decision desk. If you look at the popular vote, Bush is ahead in Ohio. So why no projection for Bush?
Because we're still waiting for the vote count in on the Cleveland area, the heavily Democratic Cuyahoga County. That could affect the president's lead. And again, keep in mind, Ohio is a state with 1 million new voters. So there's a lot of moving parts here.
Now, how about Michigan? I'm puzzled about Michigan. Any information on Michigan, why it's been suspended for so long?
Well, you know, we're looking at Michigan closely here. In fact, there's a lot of discussion here at the decision desk about it. There is a Kerry lead if you look at what we've got in, but we're waiting on several precincts in the northern part of the state. Those precincts, for the record, are historically Democratic, but we just don't have them in the northern part of the state from Michigan.
Same thing with Wisconsin and Minnesota?
Wisconsin, simply too close to estimate. We've got the vote count right now, which is too close to estimate in Wisconsin. I'll get back to you on Minnesota.
Okay, Mika Brzezinski at our decision desk. Let's take a look at, I was pausing for just a moment to see whether Barack Obama the young Democratic candidate in Illinois, who, by our CBS News estimate, has rather easily racked up one of these Democratic Senate turnover victories in Illinois. Mr. Obama, if you're with us, perhaps I should call you Senator Obama, although you're not sworn in yet. Thank you very much, and thank you for understanding that in live television things don't always work out perfectly. The Democrats obviously now face an extremely difficult battle to win the control of the Senate. Will any of the issues on the Democratic must-do list get done if, as it now looks is going to be the case, the Republicans control the Senate?
Well, you know, my hope obviously is that Democrats can retain a slim majority, but my understanding of the Senate is that you need 60 votes to get something significant to happen, which means that Democrats and Republicans have to ask the question, do we have the will to move an American agenda forward, not a Democratic or Republican agenda forward? And I think that when you look at issues like health care or the war on terrorism or the education of our children, we should be able to find some common ground and be as constructive as possible, regardless of who's in power.
Well, that's obviously the hope, but we heard a lot of talk along those lines after the last presidential election, and it didn't work out that way. And again, coming back to the reality, with the Republicans having control of the House and the House leadership being, if anything, more aggressive than the Republican leadership in the Senate, we get back to, is it really possible for the Democrats to get anything done?
Well, you know, the thing I'll note, Dan, is that this past Congress was probably one of the least productive in recent memory. And I think it was not very productive because there wasn't an honest recognition on the part of those in control of the levers of power that it's possible for you to overreach and to alienate the opposition. So my hope would be that in this circumstance, we recognize, and this is certainly something that the people of Illinois said to me very clearly in my race, what people want is not a lot of slash and burn politics, but what they want are practical, common sense solutions to the problems that we face. And I certainly would give that advice to, if Democrats were in control, to Tom Daschle in the same way that if Bill Frist is in control for the Republicans.
You'll be the lone American of African heritage in the U.S. Senate, bound to place all kinds of expectations and responsibilities along with that. How do you feel about that?
Well, you know, my first responsibility will be to the people of Illinois who are sending me there. And I'm a junior senator coming in, making sure that I learn the ropes, that I understand how the Senate operates as an institution, and that I do my very best to deliver for the people of Illinois. But to the extent that I can serve a role in framing the debate around issues that are important to African Americans, to help unify the country and heal some of the wounds that date back for centuries in this nation, and to the extent that I can be a role model for those coming behind me, I'm happy to do that as long as I'm doing that in the context of serving the people of Illinois.
Senator-elect Barack Obama, thank you very much for being with us. Congratulations on what we estimate to be a clear victory for you tonight. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Leslie Stahl, this young man clearly is going to be a star in the Senate, although he's destined to be a member of the minority party if everything goes the way we think it's going to go. Any possibility of other Democratic turnovers, such as he got in Illinois, or is it pretty much Republicans the rest of the way now?
Well, no one's going to win the way he did because he was so far ahead for months and months. But one of the hopes that the Democrats are still looking at is in Colorado with Ken Salazar, who is a Hispanic American and the Attorney General. But look at these numbers here. Isn't this something? 64% of the vote in, and it's 49-49. He's up against Pete Coors, who runs the Coors Beer Company and got himself all twisted up defending the beer ads that are very sexy. He's a conservative Republican, and it's just neck and neck. This is one of the things that Senator Corzine was talking to you about, Dan, how hard it is for these Democrats to run in these states that are so Republican and where President Bush has done so well. But they are saying they are still hoping that Ken Salazar can pick up that seat, take it over from the Republicans, Ben Nighthorse Campbell retiring out in Colorado.
Leslie Stahl, thanks. CBS News has just added to its projected category the fourth electoral vote from Maine to Senator Kerry's total. That would give Senator Kerry now a new total of, well, my board says 207, but I estimated it. Oregon, 7 electoral votes in Oregon, we estimate, go to Senator Kerry. So you remember earlier, Senator Kerry was 199. We add 1 of the electoral votes, the 4th electoral vote from Maine, to Senator Kerry. That took him to 200. And our CBS News estimate is, when all the votes are in and counted from Oregon, that John Kerry will have carried Oregon 7 electoral votes. So our count, our estimate, our projections now stand at Bush 246, Kerry 207. Now back to that situation in Maine. Maine has 4 electoral votes, but in Maine, they have a different situation than every other state, with the exception of Nebraska. Colorado had it up tonight as a possibility. It's my understanding that's not carrying in Colorado, but we'll see. But in Maine, earlier in the evening, we had put 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes in the Kerry category because we felt confident in estimating how the 3 of the 4 congressional districts were going to go. That's the way they apportion their votes. So I recognize that this, some people may say, listen, you have to understand advanced calculus to understand this. It's really not all that complicated, that Maine just chooses to allocate the electoral votes according to who wins in what congressional districts. We now make it all 4 of the electoral votes will be going for John Kerry when all the votes are in and counted in Maine. So with Oregon now falling into his corner, by our estimate, John Kerry has crept up to 207, still trailing George Bush by 246. And while, as you noted from Karen Hughes' interview and other information coming out of the White House, they're feeling pretty good in the White House. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani was by here a while back. They're feeling pretty good about winning the presidency. They're not quite there yet. John Kerry is in the position of, if you want to use the metaphor, he's got to draw to an inside straight. But hey, sometimes you get the right card and you hit that straight. Ohio, 20 electoral votes, Michigan, 17, Wisconsin, 10, Minnesota, 10, Iowa, 7, New Hampshire, 4 is still out there, New Mexico with 5, undecided. We've got it in the, we haven't estimated it as yet. Nevada has 5 as well. And then we have Hawaii with 4. It's also colored white. You might say, well, it nearly always goes Democratic. Well, yes, it nearly always goes Democratic in presidential races. However, Vice President Dick Cheney would not have flown all the way out there overnight and put that lei around his neck and sort of hula danced, if you will, unless he thought there was a chance of carrying it out there. Got to go to commercial, but just before we do, Bob Schieffer.
Well, I'll tell you, if we've talked about if Bush wins Ohio, it's about all over for Kerry. But I'll tell you, and we'll talk about this when we come back, if Bush loses Ohio, then it turns everything around. We'll talk about that.
More about that when we come back. Right now, these messages, stay here with us. Pour an extra cup of coffee if you have to.
Yeah. I want the money Bush is owed and stole from me, $160 million. You got 2 weeks.
Huh. We're too hot to work in this country.
Where are we going? In the physical universe we occupy. It cannot be done.
Hey, can I ask you something?
It's not my nature to be mysterious. I can't talk about it, and I can't talk about why.
Ooh. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, December 10th.
Eyes match your PJs. There's a Visine for that. Eyes dried out? There's a Visine for that. Contacts making you uncomfortable? There's a Visine for that. For over 40 years, Visine has been the eye expert. So no matter what your eye irritation, red, dry contacts, or even itch, there's a Visine for that.
What are you doing?
I am online, about to acquire the crystal leaf, which will open the gate.
I thought you said you were going to the post office for me.
It's done.
Excuse me?
I went to USPS.com, paid for postage online, printed myself a label.
So now you're going to the post office?
Sort of.
Hi, Ted.
Hey, Earl. Here you go.
Have a good one.
What are you doing?
I think I got the crystal leaf.
Just one more way the U.S. Postal Service is working for you.
In the mood for something different? How about Levitra? Ask your doctor if Levitra's right for you. It's the best way to experience that difference.
Ask about a free sample. Ask about Levitra. Levitra, when it counts.
Dave Suarez is a RE/MAX agent. He spends most of his time selling homes. And not much time on anything else. That's why nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX.
Next Tuesday, country music's biggest night is coming to CBS. The Country Music Association Awards.
More performances than any award show.
Join superstars Tim McGraw, Gretchen Wilson, Faith Hill, Rascal Flatts, Toby Keith, Big and Rich, Keith Urban, Kenny Chesney.
Yours truly, Brooks and Dunn, and Shania Twain.
Plus many more superstars. The CMA Awards, next Tuesday, live on CBS.
Dan Rather with Ed Bradley, Bob Schieffer, and Leslie Stahl, Mika Brzezinski, and John Roberts back at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Standing by in Boston is Kerry Communications Director Joe Lockhart. He's at Kerry headquarters. Thank you very much for being with us, Joe Lockhart. I know that you'd rather walk through a furnace in a gasoline suit than consider the possibility that John Kerry would lose Ohio. Because, will you agree, the figures don't lie, Kerry cannot win if he doesn't carry Ohio?
Well, it's sure difficult to do. I mean, I'm sure you could come up with one calculation, but I don't think I'll have to walk through that furnace with the gasoline going, because I think Ohio is going to be ours. I've talked to our guys out there, Cuyahoga County, the Cleveland area. They told me about half an hour ago that vote's being counted now and that we're blowing the doors off there. So I think that will be enough to push us over in Ohio. And then I think there's a very, very clear path towards someplace north of 270 and John Kerry as president.
You believe that? Or sometimes you hope it, but you don't really believe it?
No, I believe it. Listen, I think the big story in Ohio, and this has been going on for months, has been the absolutely incredible effort to get people registered, whether it's in the urban areas or massive amounts of young people who've gone out and registered. There was a lot of Republican effort to make it difficult for college kids to register and vote. We overcame that. In fact, I think that's worked against them a little bit. And I think when the Cuyahoga County, the Lucas County, the Toledo area, those numbers are counted in, we'll have a victory. It'll be small. I mean, it's a tight race. But then I think you look to Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota. Those are Kerry states. And then you look at the Southwest, Nevada, and New Mexico, and you don't have to take all of those. We think we'll take one of the two.
What about Michigan? It's been out there for a long time. Is that making your fingernails sweat?
No, I don't think so. I think we've been comfortable with Michigan for some time now. It did tighten up a couple weeks ago. We paid a lot of attention to it in the last 10 days or so, and I think Michigan will have a comfortable victory there.
Let's talk about the candidate, John Kerry. A night like this there's no other way to put it. This is hell on candidates. I mean, they asked for it. Nobody asked them to run. But did his mood go low when Florida went by the boards, for example?
Oh, listen, we spent a lot of time in Florida and had a lot of support down there. There were some structural advantages that the president had. His brother is a very popular governor there. So it's disappointing, given the amount of time that both John Kerry and John Edwards spent there. But this is ultimately about the big prize, getting to 270. It's clear right now how we're going to do that. It starts in Ohio. The turnout and the new registrants is what's going to deliver a traditionally Republican state to us. And then from there, it's through the upper Midwest to the Southwest.
Can you win in Wisconsin?
Oh, absolutely. I think we have come on strong, very much so, in the last week or so. We had an amazing couple of events in Milwaukee and Madison in the run-up to Election Day today. And I think Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, those are all Kerry states.
Joe Lockhart, thanks for being with us. We'll see you, however it turns out, we'll see you along the trail.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Returning now to the CBS News Electoral College map. This is where it all is now at 18 minutes past midnight New York time. You just heard Joe Lockhart, the communications director for Kerry, say this is the route he's going to win. Going to carry Ohio, this is according to Lockhart, with 20, Michigan with 17, get the 10 in Wisconsin and the 10 in Minnesota, pick up the 7 in Iowa, still thinks they have a chance to get New Hampshire's 4 and or New Mexico's 5, or maybe in a stretch Nevada's 5. Bob Schieffer.
Well, Dan, we have been talking about if Kerry does not win Ohio, that he virtually has no chance. But let's say he does win Ohio. Then this puts Bush in the underdog position, because here's why. He must then get 12 electoral votes somewhere in states that Gore won in 2000. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, some of those states, that's where he's got to get them.
Bob Schieffer, you're watching CBS News Election News Headquarters. It isn't over. Bush has the advantage. Let's see where it goes from here. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows.
The king isn't born, Alexander. He's made by steel and by suffering.
The first rule of war is to do what you asked your men to do. Conquer your fear, and you'll conquer death.
Never will there be an Alexander like you, Alexander the Great.
I see her in your eyes. Oh, no, son of mine!
It takes strong men to rule.
All you desire, the world is yours.
Alexander, directed by Oliver Stone. Rated R.
Look at this. That woman is everywhere. I think they call that multitasking. And what do you call that? Trouble.
It's Windex Multitask. Specially formulated for a multitude of tasks, Windex Multitask cuts through tough grease and grime for a streak-free shine on almost any surface.
Looks like Windex Multitask goes everywhere. So let's get out of here. I can multitask. You can't even talk and fly at the same time.
Windex Multitask goes everywhere you want to shine.
S.C. Johnson, a family company.
So yeah, with our pack and ship service, we can professionally package your shipment for you.
Great.
And I'll tell you what, if you use FedEx Ground, you can ship for up to 35% less than at the UPS store. It's okay, sir. It happens all the time. So, Ground gonna be okay, or?
Yeah, great.
The new FedEx Kinkos. Make it, print it, pack it, ship it. Our office is your office.
From the very beginning, Smart Balance buttery spreads have contained no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. Trans fat can raise LDL bad cholesterol and lower HDL good cholesterol. Just the opposite of Smart Balance, which has the right balance of fats to help improve cholesterol. Smart Balance buttery spreads taste great without the cholesterol in butter or trans fat that's in margarine. It's that simple. Smart Balance buttery spreads. We have the right balance and the great taste.
Survivor Thursday. Does Julie have a plan to seduce Sarge, the leader of the pack?
I don't hang out with too many young 22-year-old models, and she's hot.
And on the other side of the island, Rory's fed up with the women.
What a completely worthless crew.
But when the two tribes merge,
Buffs, drop them.
And the gain intensifies.
One person will win immunity.
All bets are off.
Taking them girls off one by one is what it's going to be about.
This is a huge turning point of the game.
Don't miss TV's most watched reality show, New Survivor, CBS Thursday.
Back at CBS News election headquarters in New York, we said when the evening started it might come all down to Ohio. Right now, that's pretty much where it is. John Kerry cannot win if he doesn't carry Ohio. However, if he does carry Ohio, then it'll be advantage Kerry for at least a while. Now, look at this map of Ohio. This is why we wanted to put it up. The whole election may come down to Cuyahoga County. That's a county around Cleveland. In Ohio, right there hard by the Great Lakes. And here's the reason. You can see that most of the counties in Ohio are in red. That means we estimate they've gone to Bush. But look in 3D how high the thing goes up in Cuyahoga County and in other places. Now, what's keeping Ohio from being put in one category or the other in an estimate or projection is that very, very slow vote count and, for that matter, exit poll information coming out of Cincinnati. So Ohio is the whole focus right now. Ed Bradley?
2/3 of the vote in Cincinnati, the counties around Cincinnati, are still out, have not been counted at this point.
Close, close, close. Ohio's where it is. We'll be back after these messages. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York City.
Now Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Good evening, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
I'm Rob Hanrahan. Here are the latest results coming into CBS 4 election control. We start with the presidential race statewide in Florida, already called for President Bush with 98% in, 51% in favor of the president, 47% in favor of John Kerry.
In Miami-Dade County, it breaks down like this. 53% voted for John Kerry. The majority, George Bush, got 45%.
Presidential race in Broward County, as far as the breakdown is concerned there, Kerry carried 64% in Broward County to President Bush's 34%.
So the president didn't get Florida because of South Florida specifically. In the U.S. Senate race, Mel Martinez leads with 49% of the vote, a very slim lead ahead of Betty Castor, who has 48% of the vote with 98% of the precincts reporting.
And in the Miami-Dade mayor's race, it has already been called in favor of Carlos Alvarez with 54% over Jimmy Morales' 45% return.
Tonight, Bush supporters in South Florida are celebrating now that the state has been called for the president.
CBS 4's Gary Nelson live at the president's campaign headquarters in Coral Gables. Gary.
Well, Rob and Maggie, I can tell you that the Republicans here at the Hyatt Regency in Coral Gables tonight have not been watching CBS 4 or any of the main 3 networks, but rather who else? Fox News, sometimes called the network of the Republican Party. And just a few moments ago, Fox News finally called Florida for George W. Bush, and this place went wild. A great cheer went up. Some very happy Republicans here indeed. They suffered through some worrisome moments earlier in the evening, moments that I say make that worrisome hours as they waited for the votes to come in and for their man finally to take Florida officially, at least called officially by all of the networks now, and their guy continuing to pull ahead in some other states. As you can hear a reaction from the crowd behind me now, and joining me is Jose Pepe Diaz, Miami-Dade County Commissioner, co-chair of Bush Cheney here in South Florida. Mr. Chairman, how are you feeling?
Outstanding. I am ecstatic. I'm very happy. This is great. We've been working so hard, and the results, as you can see, we're so happy. And, you know, they say we couldn't get this accomplished, and we did. Thanks to the people, thanks to the voters, and we're just ecstatic. And what can I say?
What made the difference in Florida for George Bush?
I think George was very genuine. I think he was very straightforward. He said what he felt. Sometimes it wasn't what people wanted to hear, but it was what he felt and the stance he took. And other people didn't take the stance he took. So people maybe saw through that, and that's, I think, what made the big difference.
All right.
And I'm very proud of that, and I'm very happy. Gary, what can I tell you? A little lack of sleep, but happy.
Jose Pepe Diaz, Miami-Dade County Commissioner, chair of the Bush Cheney campaign here in Miami-Dade County. A bunch of happy Republicans indeed here at the Hyatt. We're live in Coral Gables. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News tonight.
And from Gary in Coral Gables, we go to CBS 4's Elliot Rodriguez.
Elliot is live in Fort Lauderdale at the Kerry campaign headquarters. Elliot?
Well, Rob and Maggie, most of the Kerry supporters have gone home, and those that have stayed here at the Broward County Convention Center do not have smiles on their faces. This was not the outcome they were expecting. They were hoping John Kerry would win the state of Florida, and they are devastated by this news that now John Kerry is not getting the state of Florida. One of the bright spots, if you will, are the absentee ballots that have not been counted. There have been estimates of up to 1.5 million, we have heard, absentee ballots that have not been counted, and the Kerry campaign is hoping that those could possibly make a difference. Other people hoping that Ohio will come in and that Ohio will make a difference, and John Kerry will be able to win this race without winning the state of Florida. Now, one of the folks who came up to the podium during this event was outgoing Senator Bob Graham, who told people not to rush to give Florida to George Bush just yet.
There are still a substantial number of regular votes to be counted, and they happen to come from parts of the state where we're the strongest. And then beginning sometime tonight, tomorrow, there are going to be over 1.5 million absentee ballots to be counted. This is a time to be expectant and enthusiastic about what can happen. We need to put Florida in John Kerry's column so that Florida will be the margin of safety for victory.
Well, there you have it. Veteran Senator Bob Graham, who's stepping down, trying to bring some enthusiasm to this crowd. But again, this was not the outcome that they were hoping. Most of the Kerry supporters have gone home. Reporting live from the Broward Convention Center, Elliot Rodriguez, CBS 4 News.
All right, thank you, Elliot. We're just getting word in regarding the Senate race in Florida. Betty Castor is consulting lawyers in Washington on a possible recount in the Senate race that is basically locked up at this hour.
All right, our next update is at 12:53. We'll see you then. Right now, continuing CBS News election coverage.
When world leaders want to tell their story, they talk to CBS 4 News and Michelle Gillen. When important stories need to be told, Michelle gets the truth.
Hi, are you in
Groundbreaking,
DCF?
award-winning reporting. Michelle Gillen and the CBS 4 News investigators. Every story, everywhere, every day. Gone. Side impact wrapped around a pole. See what happens to your body in each type of crash.
Blood vessels get ripped, areas get contused.
Dr. Sean Kniff examines the crash effect. Thursday at 5 and 11 on CBS 4 News.
The 34th Annual South Florida International Auto Show is here. See the nation's first showing of 2005 domestic and import cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, and concept cars. Register to win a 2005 Scion XB. Visit XM Satellite Radio's $1 Million Alley and find fabulous bargains in the car boutique. The 34th Annual South Florida International Auto Show starts Friday, November 5th through the 14th at the Miami Beach Convention Center. Don't miss it.
15 million can be yours. The live lotto drawing Wednesday at 11 on CBS 4.
It's 30 minutes past midnight in the East as Election Day stretches into Day 2. At this hour, Senator Kerry's chances of becoming the next president are not looking too good, but the race is not over. Kerry needs 63 electoral votes to reach the magic number of 270. He must have Ohio to win. Ohio, in our estimate, is still out there undecided. President Bush, at this hour, needs only 24 electoral votes. Depending on how things shake out, it could be a tough 24 to get. It is coming down to Ohio, the swing state, with 20 electoral votes still out there for somebody to have. Let's add them up. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Our CBS News estimate is George Bush is at 246, agonizingly close to getting what he needs, but not, at least not yet there. John Kerry, 207. He trails. He needs a come-from-behind finish, but it's there for the taking, provided John Kerry can carry Ohio. Now, this is the way it looks to us in our CBS News estimates. Now to the national popular vote. Votes actually in and counted. We're now at the point where we're not there, but we're approaching the 100 million vote mark. President Bush at 51% of the vote, John Kerry with 48% of the vote. We don't know what the final vote total will be. Most people are guessing it's in the neighborhood of 110 to 120 million votes. There were about 104, 105 million cast in 2000. We'll just have to see. Now let's go to the map. Bush states in red, Kerry states in blue. You can say, well, with all that red there, it's a cinch that President Bush is going to win. Well, he may very well win. He's out front with, we estimate, 246 of the 270 needed to win, but John Kerry is winning so many of the more popular states that he still has a chance. Looking at our map, the key numbers now are all in Ohio with 20. We've already put, by our estimate, Florida's 27 in the Bush camp, but remember, George Bush carried Florida the last time. Ohio with 20, George Bush carried it the last time. If Kerry loses Ohio, he's finished, say goodnight. But if Kerry carries Ohio, then the pressure's on President Bush, because President Bush will need some combination of picking up a state, Michigan with 17, Minnesota with 10, Wisconsin with 10, Minnesota with 10, 20 between them, and Iowa with 7. Those are all states that Al Gore carried the last time. Not to say they will carry them this time. New Hampshire's still out there with its 4 electoral votes. George Bush carried it the last time. Who can say whether he'll get it this time or not? New Mexico, which went from Gore last time, 5 electoral votes. We don't have a projection on it yet. Nevada with 5 electoral votes. It was carried by George Bush the last time. And Alaska with its 3 electoral votes is still voting in Alaska. And Hawaii, we have colored white. No decision there yet. That's 4 electoral votes. Now, it's my understanding we have a Senate winner estimated in Louisiana. Leslie Stahl, Republican David Vitter, we now project has won. That confusing because there were 4 candidates in the race in Louisiana. Tell us about it.
Well, he was the only Republican. He ran against 3 Democrats. He's a congressman, Harvard, Rhodes Scholar. This is quite an upset in John Breaux's state. John Breaux was a longtime Democratic senator in Louisiana.
And this ensures
turnover.
the Republicans have control of the Senate.
Absolutely ensures.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about it. This
Take
is
it to the bank.
Well, it's just a fact. They control the Senate now, and now we're just waiting to see if they pick up. They had a 2-vote margin. Now let's see if it's more. What happened there is that 49% of the women who normally vote Democratic voted for David Vitter, the Republican, in Louisiana tonight.
So the Republicans will control not only the House of Representatives, we don't know by how much, maybe the wee hours of the morning before we can tell by how many seats the Republicans will control the House. They will control the Senate, as Leslie Stahl pointed out now, having, by our estimate, won the Senate race in Louisiana, a pickup for the Republicans. They may very well be able to increase their majority in the U.S. Senate. The Tom Daschle race, the Senate minority leader in South Dakota, no decision there yet, Leslie.
No, but soon we hope.
Back to the presidential race now. Bob Schieffer and Ed Bradley, Bob, check me out here, that George Bush, if he doesn't carry Ohio, he can win, but he then would have to take a state away from the Democrats, one that they carried in 2000 and maybe a couple.
Oh, I think that's right. It'll be uphill if he loses Ohio. It would be uphill because it's Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Hawaii, New Mexico, and Michigan, all of whom Al Gore carried the last time. Now, he's going to pick up, as you said, probably, if he wins them all, the ones he won last time, 12 votes in Alaska, New Hampshire, and Nevada. We don't know that, but if he wins what he won the last time, that's 12. He still needs 12 votes to get to 270. He's got to get them from those states that Al Gore won.
That would be Bush. And again, we deal in some detail here. You and me saying, wait a minute, all this makes my head hurt. I'm not sure I understand it. So let's just bring it down. Ed Bradley, maybe as you go along here, it's if Kerry doesn't win Ohio, it's over.
I think it is over. I mean, he would have to. He would have to win everything else that's out there, and I don't see how he wins Alaska, for example. It's just one example. But I think one of the states that's important is Iowa. Just to show you how close this thing is, Iowa has voted Democratic in the last 4 elections, but in 2000 there was a razor-thin margin. Vice President Gore won by just 4,000 votes, 0.3%. And they're not conceding anything, the Kerry people in Iowa. They say they're running stronger in Davenport County and Lynn and Dubuque than they did 4 years ago. They think that the key will be Johnson County, which is the home of the University of Iowa, which they won 60 to 35 4 years ago. That's 7 electoral votes. They've got to win that.
Well, New Mexico has 5 electoral votes. Al Gore carried them the last time by a razor-thin margin. CBS News correspondent Bill Whitaker out of Los Angeles is covering tonight for us in Albuquerque. Bill, what's the turnout been like in New Mexico?
Yeah. Okay. I don't hear anything.
Well, we're sorry Bill Whitaker doesn't hear anything at the moment. We'll try to come back to him in a moment. But let's pause, take a deep breath here. It's coming up, 22, 23 minutes of 1 o'clock in the East, and so much has been happening. This presidential race has been, it's been cracking like a hickory fire for at least the last hour and a half or 2 hours, with a lot of states falling in place, according to our estimate. But no one is saying that George Bush is not going to win this election. And if you had to bet the double wide, right now you'd have to bet that he wins, because by our estimate he has 246 electoral votes. John Kerry has 207 with 270 needed to win. We keep talking about Ohio, if you've been tuning in and out, or you put the baby to bed, or you went to pop the cap on an adult or otherwise beverage, that we keep talking about Ohio because there's 20 electoral votes, and there's simply, there's no way, realistically, that John Kerry can win if he doesn't carry Ohio. But if he does carry Ohio, we keep saying this because it's important, then it's advantage Kerry because he'll get Ohio's 20 electoral votes, and those would be takeaways from George Bush's total the last time. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa then become key, but those are the keys for John Kerry coming from behind, if indeed he is to come from behind and win. Now, Cynthia Bowers is in Columbus. What do official estimates tell you that when all the votes are counted, what are we going to know tonight, and when are we going to know it?
Well, despite what Karen Hughes says and Joe Lockhart says, both claiming Ohio for their individual camps, the Secretary of State says they won't have the votes counted till 3 or 4, and that's when they'll feel confident making a call. Bush is still maintaining with 80% of the vote in, 4%, which sounds like a lot, but when you consider that he carried the state by only 3% last time, and there's 20% of the votes still out, and those are predominantly urban areas, it could easily swing to Kerry. And keep in mind, perhaps it's appropriate that Ohio finds itself in this position, because while we've heard a lot that no Republican has won the presidency without Ohio, since 1900, only 2 Democrats have won without Ohio. Dan?
Cynthia Bowers reporting from Columbus, Ohio. You're watching CBS News election night coverage. It's not over. Stay with us.
Introducing the Chevy Equinox. It's just full of surprises. An American revolution.
You've never seen anything like this before. Not that. This, the Icy Hot Sleeve.
Introducing the Icy Hot Medicated Sleeve, a breakthrough in pain relief. The Icy Hot Sleeve surrounds painful joints with concentrated pain relief that goes on icy to dull the pain, then gets hot to relax it away for hours. The Icy Hot Sleeve, joint-hugging, stay-put pain relief for elbows, wrists, ankles, and knees.
The Icy Hot Sleeve, hard-working pain relief.
You know, I don't want what happened to Sue to happen to me. You mean when she got hurt? I mean after. No supplemental insurance. No what?
Aflac.
It covers the stuff regular insurance doesn't, like lost pay and other expenses.
What does?
Aflac!
Oh! And what can I get you, sir? Aflac!
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Aflac! Oh.
Maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should have. If I made you feel second best, girl, I'm sorry I was blind, but you were always on my mind. You were always on my mind.
CBS Sunday. Did a 7th grade sleepover turn deadly?
It was the house. It's an evil house.
A new cold case. Then, get ready for the Dallas Reunion Special.
Welcome back to South Florida.
Join Larry Hagman, Linda Gray, Patrick Duffy, and Victoria Principal with new secrets.
There's something you don't know.
Never before seen footage and an unforgettable surprise. It's television's biggest reunion. A Dallas Reunion Special after a new cold case. CBS Sunday.
Dan Rather with Ed Bradley, Bob Schieffer, Leslie Stahl, Mika Brzezinski, and John Roberts at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, and our correspondents are out there in the key states. I want to show you the vote in and counted in Iowa. You say, well, Iowa only has 7 electoral votes. Why should we be worried about it? It may yet come down to Iowa, and John Kerry has his lead is as thin as turnip soup. 50 to 49, 633 to 621. This is with 79% of the precincts in and counted. What a fight for Iowa's 7 electoral votes, and it could come down to that. And here's why, as you look at the presidential map. George Bush with 246 electoral votes. That's our estimate now, with the clear advantage. John Kerry with 207. If John Kerry loses Ohio, if he doesn't carry Ohio, it's over for all intents and purposes. Let me go to the reporter's notebook and try to show you here while George Bush clearly has the advantage and is odds-on to win at this moment because Bush only needs 24 more electoral votes. But those could prove to be a very tough 24 to get. Kerry needs 63. But should John Kerry carry Ohio and its 20 electoral votes, and then get Michigan's 17, which went to Al Gore last time, and Wisconsin's 10, Minnesota's 10, that combined 20 was picked up by Gore the last time, and Iowa's 7, bingo, Kerry would come from behind to win. Nobody is saying that's going to happen. But when you say, why do you keep pointing out that John Kerry can win when all these other states have gone red, that's the reason. A combination of Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa would give John Kerry the 270 electoral votes he needed. Actually, he'd have one to spare. Now, with George Bush, he needs 24. Now, if George Bush carries Ohio, if we go to Ohio and George Bush carries Ohio and gets those 20, then he's got to, remember he carried Ohio the last time. Then if he carries New Hampshire, remember New Hampshire is still out there, but if that should be colored red and he picks up the 4 there, bingo, he's home. So it's an easier route for George Bush, a tougher route for John Kerry, but either one of them can do it. It is advantage Bush at this hour, but Kerry has a shot, and it's not one of those 100-to-1 shots. I'm not an odd setter. It's against the law to bet on elections in this country. They do it in Britain, but it's against the law to bet here. But obviously, if you had to bet the rent money, you'd bet with Bush. But, you know, you might not want to bet at all, Ed Bradley.
Well, you know, there's an expression, he's got a tough row to hoe. I mean, and I think that Kerry can win, but he does have a tough row to hoe. He's got to pick up all of those states that you mentioned. He can do it, but it's, you know, it's tough. Very tough.
And Bob Schieffer, I have a feeling we're going to be here for a long, long time. Anybody that thinks, well, this could get over the next 10 or 15 minutes is probably kidding themselves.
Well, if we could find out who won Ohio, it might come a little quicker.
But that's in that category you and I used to say if a frog had side pockets, he'd carry a handgun.
That's
he doesn't
right.
have
And
side
then he
pockets,
would not be
carry
afraid of black snakes. That's the other part of that. You know, Dan, you got to say one thing for both the campaigns. They knew where it was coming down to. I was just looking. The total trips made by Bush and Kerry to any state, guess what it was? Ohio. Bush went out there 21 times. Kerry went out there 36 times. They knew where it was.
Ohio right now. Bush 246, Kerry 207, 270 needed win. What else can you say besides we'll take this break and be right back with you?
Shrek and Donkey on another whirlwind adventure.
Coming to DVD this Friday. It's the #1 comedy of all time. Wow. It's the biggest film of the year, and you can finally bring it home.
You know what I'm saying? Huh? Huh? Stop it.
Uno, dos, cuatro, hit it!
And now Shrek 2 has an all-new surprise ending made just for the DVD.
Welcome to Far, Far Away Idol. Break it down!
You can buy the Shrek 2 DVD this Friday and be the first to vote for your favorite character, rated PG.
There's never been a better time to talk with your doctor about Ambien, because now you can try Ambien free. Visit Ambien.com for details.
When you cut carbs, you add a lot more protein. How can you help break it all down? Switch to One-A-Day Carb Smart, a complete multivitamin plus more biotin to help you break down protein and turn it into energy.
I'll take this to go.
One-A-Day Carb Smart.
Timeout on the court.
What?
sees it. Get your own box.
Every great story starts with a great adventure. Introducing the all-new Nissan Pathfinder with a 270 horsepower engine, 3-row seating for 7, GPS navigation and DVD entertainment, and more off-road capability than ever before. Because you can't talk about the mountaintop unless you actually see the mountaintop. Tell better stories in the new 7-passenger, 270 horsepower Nissan Pathfinder. Lease the new 7-passenger Nissan Pathfinder with a special introductory rate.
See why CBS Thursday is America's best night of television.
John Mathers is the copycat.
And the original killer is still out there playing a really twisted game.
Blue paint.
He's back.
We're looking for a sadistic.
He chose her.
Ritualistic.
He hunted her.
Sociopath.
A new CSI, then.
She dropped off her son at the babysitter's, never came back. This woman has vanished into thin air.
This case is really getting to you.
Yeah.
A new Without a Trace after CSI Thursday.
Back at CBS News election headquarters in New York, all eyes on the Buckeye State. If George Bush carries Ohio, very likely he's going to win it all. John Kerry simply cannot win if he doesn't carry Ohio, but nobody knows how the Buckeye State is going to go. John Roberts, who's been all night long taking readings and soundings from exit polling and other information with some high-powered computer and digitized equipment. John, what can you tell us about things at this moment?
Well, Dan, you keep on talking about the calculation here with the small states, and that's a calculation that actually could turn on the age-old question, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Here's what we found out in our exit polling. 31% of people said yes, they are better off than they were 4 years ago. 29% said no. When you combine it with the same, 70% of people said that either they're in the same financial situation as they were or better. Among the people who think that they're better off now than they were 4 years ago, 78% voted for President Bush. Among the people who say they are not as well off as they were 4 years ago, 80% of those people went to John Kerry. Now, why does this matter? Let's take a look in terms of these smaller states. Job growth. Let's pull out the map of Nevada here. You can see the deepness of the green indicates the greater amount of job growth. There's been a tremendous amount of job growth in the state of Nevada, particularly around the Las Vegas area, and look where else it's significant. Here in the state of Hawaii, the Big Island, Molokai, Maui, Oahu. This could become significant because, Dan, if President Bush were to win Ohio and Alaska and John Kerry ran the table on everything else, that would put Bush at 269. So President Bush is hoping to get one of these other states like Hawaii or Nevada in his column to make sure that it's a clean-cut win so that he can take America into the next 4 years without some sort of shadow hanging over tonight's election. Dan?
John Roberts reporting live from our CBS News election headquarters computer and digital room. Well, if you look at the map, at first glance, it looks, you know, that old song, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely for President Bush in most areas of the country. The problem for him is that John Kerry has carried the more populous states, New York, Illinois, California among them, and that's what has Kerry at 207 with still a chance to win. Bush has 246. If President Bush carries Ohio and picks up one other small state, then he, should be there. He's right at the door, but it may be a long while before he can get through the door if indeed he does it all. Just to review the math for you, in case you tuned in late or been watching one of those other places which doesn't have as good information as we have, of course, but Ohio with 20, Michigan with 17, Wisconsin with 10, Minnesota with 10, Iowa with 7, New Mexico with 5, Nevada with 5, New Hampshire has been out there since very early in the evening, 4 electoral votes. Who knows? George Bush carried it the last time, could be decisive this time. Hawaii also with 4 electoral votes. Usually goes Democratic, but who knows whether it will go that way this time or not. In terms of the Congress of the United States, the House of Representatives will again have a Republican majority. We don't know how many seats, maybe a long time before that's estimated. Most estimates run 24 to 30, maybe more seats, the Republicans having control in the House. In the Senate, by taking the what had been a Democratic seat in Louisiana, our CBS News estimate, the Republicans are going to win the Louisiana Senate seat, and by our estimate, that ensures that they will have a majority again in the U.S. Senate, and as time goes along, it may be an increased majority from the 51 votes that they had in the Senate, which goes out just past the first of the year. That's where things stand at this moment. Bush 246, Kerry 207 hasn't been decided, may not be for a long while, because Ohio is the key. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Here are the latest results coming into CBS 4 election control in the presidential race nationwide. In Florida, 98% of the precincts reporting George Bush leads with 52% of the vote over John Kerry's 47%.
Here's the breakdown in Miami-Dade County in the presidential race. John Kerry carried Miami-Dade County with 53%, George Bush with 45%.
In Broward County, John Kerry 64%, George Bush 34%.
Check out the U.S. Senate race in Florida right now. Mel Martinez with 49% of the vote and Betty Castor with 48%.
Already Castor investigating a possible recount. In Miami-Dade, Carlos Alvarez is the winner. He is our new mayor with 54% of the vote. He has declared victory, and Jimmy Morales has conceded defeat.
The mayor's race was a hotly contested one, and we've already heard from both candidates.
CBS 4's Ileana Varela spoke with the winner. She's live in Southwest Miami-Dade. Ileana.
Tell you what, it's finally quiet here tonight. These people absolutely ecstatic tonight, but the room has pretty much cleared out, including the candidate. Everyone exhausted after a long day, a long campaign that has now made Carlos Alvarez the next mayor of Miami-Dade County. A year ago in the beginning, he was the last guy that political pundits were willing to bet on to do anything in this race. He had a reputation for integrity as chief of police for 7 years, a police officer for 28 years. Of course, he had the experience in administrating a large police department, but they felt he didn't have the political savvy that was required for a race of this magnitude. Well, he certainly showed them. He has proven them wrong, how sweet it is, and I asked him about that just shortly after he claimed victory here last night.
That could. A lot of people said there was no way this guy's going to go anywhere.
Well, at the beginning, nobody gave us a chance. I mean, really, it was like a joke. And but I stayed focused because the message was very clear from everyone that I talked to. And the message was that people wanted a change. They were very cynical about what was going on, and they wanted a change. And in me, they saw a change. You know, there's a saying that in life, there's a time and a place for everything. And quite frankly, this was my time and the place.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What's interesting is that coming into the stretch in this race for mayor of Miami-Dade County, the poll said that this would be quite a horse race, that the candidates were neck and neck, and of course you saw the numbers. In the end there, it wasn't really that close. Reporting live from what's left of the Carlos Alvarez victory party, Ileana Varela, CBS 4 News.
Quieting down now across South Florida. From Ileana, we move to CBS 4's Art Barron.
He's live in Doral with the Jimmy Morales campaign. Also quiet, I see, Art.
Yeah, very, very quiet. You can hear the crickets outside, actually. No victory party here for Jimmy Morales. As a matter of fact, they're cleaning up right now. They're moving these chairs out as we speak. But, you know, Jimmy Morales and his supporters have gone home. But even though they're disappointed that he will not become the next mayor of Miami-Dade County, they believe that he'll probably run again sometime for either that seat or something else. Shortly after 11 o'clock, Jimmy Morales conceded defeat.
So much. I want to congratulate Carlos, my opponent. He ran a good, hard race. I want to wish him the best. I can tell you County Hall is not an easy place to be, and I certainly want to extend to him my support in whatever way possible. This was not about Carlos versus Jimmy. This is what it is about best for the residents of Miami-Dade County.
Morales says that he will now work with Carlos Alvarez. He will support him in trying to make Miami-Dade County a better place to live. That's the very latest out here in Doral. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Art. There were also a number of amendments on the ballots in the state of Florida, and here are some of the results for you.
Florida voters have passed Amendment 1, requiring parents to be notified before a minor can get an abortion. 64% of voters say yes, 35% of voters say no.
Amendment 2 deals with citizen initiatives, and it has been approved 68% to 31%. It would move the deadline back 6 months before getting those initiatives on the ballot.
Amendment 3, dealing with medical malpractice, also passes overwhelmingly, 63% of the vote to 36% of the vote.
So once again, if we go back and talk briefly about the Castor-Martinez race right now, Betty Castor asking in Washington about the legalities involved and asking for a recount. At last check, that race was pretty well locked up. I think Martinez was ahead by 1%,
was ahead,
right? 49?
But only a couple thousand votes. He had 2.9 million to her 2.87 million, so extremely close, and she thinks it merits a recount.
To many people's surprise, George Bush carried the state of Florida. However, John Kerry held his own ground right here in Miami-Dade County and in Broward County. But again, statewide, it just didn't add up for John Kerry.
And right now we're awaiting results from the state of Ohio, which is 20 electoral votes, has the second highest number of electoral votes of any swing state. If that goes to John Kerry, the prediction is that he still has a chance tonight.
Yeah, Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa still up for grabs, as well as New Mexico and Nevada right now, and New Hampshire. But it appears that it's leaning toward President Bush nationally. CBS Evening News, CBS News team all over that one out of New York.
Our next update is at 1:23 a.m.
Right now, we'll send you back to continuing CBS News coverage on this election night with Dan Rather.
Hi, I'm Rob Graham, the president of Vital Basics, and I want to give you a bottle of Focus Factor, one of our best-selling supplements, absolutely free. Why would we give away a free bottle of Focus Factor? Because we know that if you try it, you'll buy it. Focus Factor contains nutrients that work with your natural brain chemistry to support focus, concentration, and memory.
Focus Factor is now available at Walgreens and CVS Pharmacy, but if you call now, you can try it free.
Simply call the number on the bottom of your screen and we'll send you a full-size bottle of Focus Factor, a $75 value, absolutely free. You simply provide $4.95 to help cover the cost of shipping.
They let you try it free? It must be good.
You know, I've been taking Focus Factor since we introduced it over 2.5 years ago, and I wouldn't work a day without it.
Buy it at Walgreens and CVS Pharmacy, or call now and try it free. Call 1-800-262-1762.
15 million can be yours. The live lotto drawing Wednesday at 11 on CBS 4.
East 10 p.m. in the West. All the polls have now closed. President Bush, we estimate, wins Alaska, and President Bush is now just 21 electoral votes short of victory. Doesn't mean he won, but he's getting closer. Now it's Oh My Ohio. All eyes on the Buckeye State and its 20 electoral votes. It's now a must-win for Kerry if he's to keep alive his hopes of becoming president. Republicans, we estimate, have nailed down control of the U.S. Senate to go with the control that they will have in the House. Let's look at the race for the White House. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Our CBS News estimate is that George Bush now has 249. We project Kerry with 207. Here's a look at the popular vote with votes in and counted. Not quite 100 million votes in yet, although it's expected to go above that. President Bush leading John Kerry 51% to 48%. Remember, you don't have to win the national vote count in order to become president. You must win the electoral vote count. Now let's go to the map. Bush states in red, Kerry states in blue. The states where the polls have closed, but we do not yet have an estimate of who's won, are in white, and there's where the decision will be made. Ohio, most important, 20 electoral votes. If Kerry doesn't win that, he can't win the presidency. However, if he does win Ohio, he has a route to the presidency, because then if he were to win Michigan with 17, Wisconsin with 10, Minnesota with 10, Iowa with 7, he could win the presidency. But those are mighty big ifs. New Hampshire, we still have in white. We have not made an estimate there. New Mexico with 5 electoral votes. Closest state in the Union the last time with less than 400 votes separating the two. Gore carried it. Right now, with 80% of the precincts in, this is the way the actual votes in and counted, with George Bush leading John Kerry by about 20,000 votes. That's a lot of votes in the state the size of New Mexico. We're not prepared to say that George Bush is going to wind up with New Mexico. We're not estimating that. What we will say is that he's got a lead there. Bob Schieffer.
The reason they are not calling, as I understand it, Dan, is there's an enormous number of absentee ballots in New Mexico. And until they get some handle on that, I think they will not be calling it.
State of Alaska, our CBS News estimate is, double check me here, folks, yes, George Bush, the projected winner in Alaska. No surprise here. The Alaska Senate race, we don't have enough information to make a projected winner there yet. Leslie Stahl? Not yet. Not yet. But the 3 electoral votes in Alaska, these were expected to go to George Bush, put him in his column. Now, those 3 electoral votes in Alaska, does that bring him to 249? Or that brings him to 249, the 3 in Alaska with Kerry 207, our estimate. Now, do you hear that knocking? President Bush's reelection is at the door. Knock, 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 because he now has 249. He needs 270. He can get them, but it could be a tough run between 249 and 270. Could be. Before we get too far into that, let's check the Senate race. We had in the states where the polls have just closed. If we can put up the Senate race, if you know, we've already estimated that the Republicans will control the new Senate. In the Alaska Senate race, where the Republicans are trying to hold on to a seat, we simply have insufficient information and data to tell whether it's even going to be close in Alaska. It is expected to be close, Leslie Stahl.
Well, Lisa Murkowski is the Republican incumbent, but she was appointed by her father, the governor, and nepotism became this huge issue, and people thought that she was vulnerable because of it. She's running against a very popular former governor of the state, the Democrat Tony Knowles, 2-term governor. Interestingly, he is a fraternity brother of President Bush's at Yale, even though he's a Democrat. Alaska has not elected a Democrat to the Senate since 1974, so Tony Knowles has a tough road ahead of him in this, as you say, decidedly Republican state where Bush is expected to win. But Lisa Murkowski is a vulnerable incumbent, one of the rare things we have in our country these days.
Well, we'll see how that Alaska Senate race turns out. Ed Bradley, double check me as we go here. But George Bush has carried the states that he carried the last time, with the exception of Ohio, which we have not estimated. But he hasn't carried a single state this time that he failed to carry the last time.
No, you're right on that. And as you said, Ohio is the state that's at the center of all of this. I mean, 4 years ago, it was Florida. Everybody thought it was going to be Florida again this year. I think it's a surprise that it's Ohio. But if you look at the candidates' visits, the president was in Ohio today. Senator Kerry was in Ohio yesterday. The advertising money that was spent in Ohio, $104 million, more than in any other state, with the exception of Florida. And both candidates spent a lot of time in the state, and it still comes down to those 2 areas, we think. If the Democrats do a better job of getting their vote out in Cincinnati, or the Republicans do a better job of getting their vote out in Cleveland. I said to you earlier, we were looking at Stark County, which has always been a bellwether county in Ohio. They have voted with the winner in 9 of the last 10 elections. Senator Kerry had a 2 to 3 point lead a couple of hours ago. Now it's down to just 2,000 votes. It's almost dead even in Stark County.
Well, Ohio is the key. Let's go to Bill Plant at the White House. Bill, any shift in the mood down there, gearing up to celebrate, or is it a case of like a swan, every feather in place above the water, but now below they're paddling like crazy, worried about Ohio?
No, Dan, they let loose here as long ago as 2 hours. Karl Rove, who, along with the president, has about as much to lose in this election if it doesn't go well as anyone, came down from what he calls his bat cave, where he's studying all of the trends, and went into the Roosevelt Room, which is a sort of war room where the senior staff is gathered. He told them over 2 hours ago that they had carried Ohio and Florida. At that point, people outside that room heard a big cheer erupt, and then later on another one when the networks called Florida for President Bush. And right now, as we speak, the president's motorcade is being assembled, a pretty good sign that he's about to go to the victory party. The vice president's motorcade, too. Both of these gentlemen are not accustomed to staying up this late and wouldn't be going out, Dan, if they didn't think they had a very good reason.
So let me make sure I understand. Karl Rove believes that the president has carried Ohio again.
He does indeed, Dan.
And what else would he pick up in order to win? New Hampshire?
They think that They say that New Hampshire is also leaning to them, but we haven't gotten anything from them in the last hour or so about New Hampshire. They're still holding back on that. They believe it's headed in their direction.
Bill Plant reporting live from the White House that they're preparing a victory celebration there. Let's put New Hampshire, the actual vote in and counted, those 4 electoral votes, which could be critical. Votes in and counted, Kerry leads Bush with 90% of the precincts reporting 50% to 49% in New Hampshire, which tells you why we haven't estimated which way that state's going to go yet. Jim Axelrod is at Kerry headquarters in Boston. What's going on up there, Jim? They're not preparing to celebrate, I gather, but they're saying whatever you have to say, hoping against hope that Ohio swings into their corner.
Well, Dan, I guess it's the flip side of what Bill Plant's seeing at the White House. It's been low energy all night here in downtown Boston. Got a gospel choir on behind us now, and this is about as much energy as we've seen all night. Look, October was a month in which John Kerry invested very heavily in Ohio. 17 different stops there. It was building optimism because at the same time, there was a nearly 3-week period where President Bush didn't visit Ohio at all. They knew very early on, as early as that bus tour after the convention, that Ohio, in their words, was the new Florida. And it looks as though, at this point, they're not feeling very optimistic at all about Ohio, and they may have very good reason. Dan?
Jim Axelrod, thanks. Slight pause there because I wanted to double check. CBS News now estimates that in Kentucky, the Republicans will hold on to their Senate seat there after a breathtakingly close race. The Republican Senator Jim Bunning, he's the baseball pitcher, holding on to that seat. What did it, Leslie?
Well, it's a save for the old pitcher. It's the Republican tide in the South. This used to be Democratic territory, the South, the old South, and we're seeing one by one these states turning almost completely Republican. You know, in Georgia, for instance, which went from Zell Miller, the Democrat, to a Republican tonight, 2 years ago, they had a Republican governor, they had a Democratic governor and 2 Democratic senators, and tonight all 3 are Republican, and that's happening in state after state after state in the South, and Kentucky is part of that trend.
Kentucky and Tennessee, generally considered southern border states, but part of the South. Thanks, Leslie Stahl. If George Bush carries Ohio, as Karl Rove has told him and others at the White House that he will do, if George Bush carries Ohio, he then would be only 1 electoral vote short of taking the presidency for a second term. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Stay here with us.
Geographic data and maps provided by ESRI of Redlands, California.
You know, I was once in a vault while it was being robbed.
This December, the only thing riskier than stealing $160 million is having to pay it back.
With interest.
It just hurts.
What we do know is we need a high-paying job.
You're doing recon work on our anniversary? I assume that you have some kind of a plan to get him out.
Okay, then. Good. I don't even understand what happened in there.
Ocean's 12, rated PG-13, starts Friday, December 10th.
There's nobody better than George Strait.
But it's a full-hearted memory.
Now, for the first time ever, you can get all his #1 hits on 2 CDs. George Strait, 50 #1s, including timeless songs like Foolhardy Memory and The Chair.
But I think you got my chair.
Oceanfront Property.
Got some oceanfront property in Arizona. It's a love without end, amen.
All my exes live in Texas.
All my exes live in Texas. I've come to expect it from you.
You know me better than that.
But you know me better than that.
Blue Clear Sky and many more.
Out of the blue clear sky.
George Strait, 50 #1s on 2 CDs. Just $24.98 plus $4.95 shipping and handling. Order now, and you'll get a George Strait 50 #1s poster free with your paid order.
I cross my heart and promise to.
2 CDs, 50 #1s, including chart-topping hits like I Cross My Heart and She'll Leave You With a Smile.
And she'll leave you with a smile. One night at a
this down.
Write this down. Take a little loan. I think this is how love goes. Check yes or no.
Carrying Your Love With Me and so many more.
I'm carrying your love with me. West Virginia down to Tennessee.
Plus the brand new single, I Hate Everything.
I hate everything.
George Strait, 50 number ones. The definitive 2-CD collection of one of country's most respected, enduring, and beloved hitmakers. To order George Strait, 50 number ones on 2 CDs for just $24.98 plus $4.95 shipping and handling, call the number on the screen or log on to the website below. Rush delivery available. Order now.
See why CBS Thursday is America's best night of television.
John Mathers is the copycat.
And the original killer is still out there playing a really twisted game.
Blue paint.
He's back.
We're looking for a sadistic,
He chose her.
ritualistic
He hunted her.
sociopath.
A new CSI then.
She dropped off her son at the babysitter's, never came back. This woman has vanished into thin air.
This case is really getting to you.
Yeah.
A new Without a Trace after CSI Thursday.
At CBS News headquarters in New York, Ohio, we do not yet feel we're in a comfortable position to estimate Ohio. Yes, we're aware that in some other quarters, perhaps they have decided that they can project it as a winner, but we have to go by our own rules, our own traditions of being, we'd rather be last than to be wrong. Ohio has 20 electoral votes. John Kerry can't win if he doesn't carry Ohio. Karl Rove is quoted at the White House as saying that he's confident that President Bush will carry it. Here at CBS News, as soon as we have enough information to say which way it's going, if that's any time soon or not, we will tell you. Mika Brzezinski, an update on the count in Ohio and why, playing it cautiously and carefully, we haven't projected it yet.
Well, we're working on it, Dan, but two things are holding us back, and they're really important. Number one, we are waiting on provisional ballot information from heavily populated counties. We have it in from the Secretary of State's office for smaller counties, but not for some larger counties in Ohio. Also, we're still looking to get the vote count from some counties that are heavily populated by minorities. We have to hold back at this point. The vote difference is thin enough that we just don't want to take any chances on this at this point on Ohio.
Well, it gets down to Ohio in many important ways. George Bush can win if he doesn't carry Ohio. John Kerry can't win if he fails to carry Ohio. Now, let's give you a look at the actual votes in and counted in Ohio. It's 89% of the precincts reporting, very close, 51 to 49%, with 11% of the precincts not yet reporting and still out. Very close in Ohio. Everybody said before this started, Ohio or Florida. Florida dropped comparatively early in people's estimates, including our estimates earlier on. But right now, Ohio, we just simply have it in the too close to estimate category. John Roberts also has some information about Ohio. He's looked into the numbers. John?
Dan, we were talking earlier tonight about the potential effect of job loss in the vote count across the Midwest, particularly in states like Ohio. Let's bring this up for you and take a quick look. This gives you an indication of where the highest number of jobs lost were. The darker the color, the more jobs lost. Harrison County here led the state with an increase of 1 to 5% in unemployment. Across the state, there were 200,000 plus jobs that were lost. And remember, the vote count difference in the year 2000 was 165,000. So if every one of those people who lost the job were to vote for John Kerry, then President Bush would probably lose the state. But here's where the whole calculus changes. Let's take a look. Harrison County, which you saw, had the highest rate of job loss. It's gone Republican. So there's something else at work here besides job loss. What was it? What could possibly be making up for the difference? Take a look at this. This is one of the most surprising findings of the night. The chief issue for people in the Midwest, moral values, 24% above the economy and jobs and way above terrorism. Dan, so if there's an equalizer here, it's people like George Bush's views on abortion, gay marriage, things like that, and that could be making up for the difference over job loss.
John Roberts. Let's go to the White House. Bill Plant. More confidence being expressed by the White House. But, Bill, what are the chances that this is part of gamesmanship? Because with things close in Ohio, it may be a case, or is it, that if you look like you're a winner, you have the best chance to come out the winner, particularly if there's a recount or challenging the votes?
Well, Dan, you've pegged that because that's their attitude and has been from the very beginning. They always act like they're winning, even when they may not be. But that said, what this appears to do, talking about what John Roberts was just telling us, that moral values were the big factor, even in places that had lost a lot of jobs, that vindicates the strategy, if it's all true, that President Bush used, that Karl Rove helped him formulate, to play to the people in America who are concerned about moral values, to play to the people who are concerned about religious values, and to play to the base of Republicans. They often campaigned in places where there were nothing but Republicans, where he had won big in 2000. And we all wondered why. Now I think we understand that the whole idea was to get out the faithful and overwhelm the Democrats. So I think the confidence level in here is very high. Karl Rove, as we told you, told the rest of the senior staff over 2 hours ago that they had won Ohio and Florida, that he was sure of it. And that came to me directly from one of them. So I think that they think that they have this in the bag, Dan.
Well, indeed, and they may have. Bill Plant reporting live from the White House. Indeed, they may have it in the bag. Our CBS News estimate, conservative, playing cautiously, keeping the yellow flag down on what sometimes looked like one of those NASCAR races, keeping the yellow flag out there, caution as we go. 249 for Bush is our estimate, 207 for Kerry, with 270 needed to win, with Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, New Mexico, Nevada, Hawaii, and New Hampshire. We have in the category undecided at this moment. Now, we go now to a commercial. We'll be right back. Stay here with us.
Welcome, Mold. Let's see what seasonal allergy medicine she picks today.
Pick one of those. You could be suffering in 6 hours.
Choose any of those and you could be drowsy.
Allegra 180! Last all day and non-drowsy?
Why do I even keep those others around?
Not one of these allergy medicines can give you long-lasting seasonal allergy relief without the risk of drowsiness, but Allegra 180 can.
Non-drowsy Allegra works around the clock.
For people 12 and over, side effects alone may include headache, cold, or backache.
The L's in Allegra must stand for long-lasting.
Long-lasting Allegra. The relief goes on.
Every great story starts with a great adventure. Introducing the all-new Nissan Pathfinder with a 270 horsepower engine, 3-row seating for 7, GPS navigation and DVD entertainment, and more off-road capability than ever before. Because you can't talk about the mountaintop unless you actually see the mountaintop. Tell better stories in the new 7-passenger, 270 horsepower Nissan Pathfinder. Lease the new 7-passenger Nissan Pathfinder with a special introductory rate.
One of the reasons we play so well on the road is because we have a team mom.
And then what happened? John Elway drove 98 yards.
She definitely cares about what we eat.
Ooh, Miss McNabb, Miss McNabb. Al, keep driving.
Oh, come on. For away games, she loves giving us Campbell's Chunky Soup in microwavable bowls. She makes the road feel like home.
Let me hear your battle cry.
Campbell's Chunky. It fills you up right.
Inside that microphone is something familiar, a battery. And while you might think all batteries are the same, consider this. When Bon Jovi puts on a show, the battery that powers their microphones is always a Duracell. So whether you've got 50,000 screaming fans or you're working a slightly smaller room, it just has to work. Duracell, trusted everywhere.
Back at CBS News election headquarters with Ed Bradley, Bob Schieffer, Leslie Stahl, Mika Brzezinski, and John Roberts, waiting for the last chips to fall. Ohio with 20 electoral votes. Yes, we're told that some organizations have put that in the win column for President Bush. It may wind up in that win column, but because there's so many provisional ballots that may go challenged in Ohio, also because of high absentee ballot count, a number of other factors there, we simply have Ohio still in the too close to call category. Bill Whitaker is in New Mexico. Bill, New Mexico has 5 electoral votes. What does it look like there?
Well, Dan, the count here is going slowly.
But as we've reported, this race so far seems drum tight here. What we do know is that there's been heavy voter turnout. Now, the polls closed a few hours ago, but the lines in some of the precincts here in Albuquerque were so long that they decided to keep the polls open a few hours so everyone could vote. Now, the state is saying that they expect to have a turnout of about 75%, far higher than in years past. They said they should have known this because of all the early voting and the absentee ballots. If you look here, we've got people counting absentee ballots here in Albuquerque. They've been counting them from early this morning and should be going until early tomorrow morning. Back to you, Dan.
And we go to commercial. Be right back.
Now, live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
Good morning, I'm Rob Hanrahan.
I'm Maggie Rodriguez. Here are the latest results coming into CBS 4 election control. In the presidential race, here's how it's shaping up in Florida. Having been called for President Bush, George Bush has 52% of the vote, John Kerry 47%.
And breaking it down in Miami-Dade County for you right now, John Kerry did carry Miami-Dade with 53% to George Bush's 45%.
In Broward, the same story. Kerry ahead, 64% to 34%.
Out of the Florida Senate race now, Mel Martinez posting 49% to Betty Castor's 48%.
And despite the close race, Mel Martinez is claiming victory tonight, calling himself Florida's new senator.
CBS 4's Ted Scouten is in Orlando with Martinez. Ted?
Well, Rob and Maggie, quite a surprise when Mel Martinez came out here a few minutes ago and called himself the winner, especially with such a close vote. You can see him right over here, kind of hard to see him with a big horde of people around him, a lot of reporters there, as well as his supporters, all trying to talk to him at this point. He came out and he thanked supporters, and then he said he wants to reach out to Castor supporters.
I want to look for common ground, and I want to find those things that unite our country. Tonight, we've got to move beyond the partisan rhetoric. We need to move beyond being Democrats or Republicans. We need to begin to think of all of ourselves as Americans, first and foremost.
And so right now, Mel Martinez claiming victory in this race, even though it is 1 point difference between he and Betty Castor, 49 to 48%, declaring victory just a little while ago here at his headquarters in Orlando. We're live in Orlando. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News.
And Ted, Betty Castor is already talking about a recount.
CBS 4's Jason Wheeler is with her campaign in Tampa. Jason.
Rob and Maggie, can you say here we go again? Mel Martinez claiming victory, but here at the Castor camp, they're saying, hey, wait a minute, not so fast. We won't know until at least sunrise what the outcome of this thing is going to be. It's still way too close to call. And they add that despite the early celebrations over at the Martinez headquarters, they have word he has already hired an attorney and begun the process of asking for a recount in this race just in case. To counter that, Castor has also retained counsel and plans to allege a number of voting irregularities statewide, including in South Florida. It does appear that Florida's next senator, whoever that will be, is now very much in the hands of lawyers.
We've been saying for 2 months that it was going to be a very close race, and I guess we called that right. So we did anticipate that it would be a close race. Certainly, no one wants to see a repeat of 2000 in any way, shape, or form. And so we're hopeful that when the final vote is counted, that won't be necessary.
It looks like it will be necessary, as we said, though. We are expecting to hear from Betty Castor now here at her campaign headquarters any minute now. We are also told that Thursday by noon, we should know whether or not there will be an extended statewide recount. That's the very latest from Tampa. Jason Wheeler, CBS 4 News.
Ironically, the location of the first presidential debate is the final precinct here in South Florida to close tonight.
Students lined up for hours at UM's Convocation Center. CBS 4's Joanne Strader is there with details for us. Joanne?
Yeah, Rob, Maggie, not much left here now, but a few empty chairs here. But earlier, it was much different as hundreds of students just sat and waited to cast their ballots. There you go. There's a look at all those students that were sitting there. It was pretty much like musical chairs. Many students doing all they could just to let the time just go by. They're bringing their computers, doing all they could. But then we spoke to one of the last 3 voters, finally got a chance to cast his ballot, who was just frustrated by the 6-hour wait.
Yeah, it was definitely a big mess up on their part. I don't know whoever set this up, but we did it. So done. Feels good to be done. A long wait, but it was worth it.
And just so you know, those students finished voting probably about 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, okay? After the polls closed at 7 o'clock, that gentleman right there, well, he waited 6 hours. And there, of course, are just a few revelers here. Indeed, though, this is something I'm sure this area will learn from. Reporting live from the University of Miami, Jawan Strader, CBS 4 News Tonight.
Thanks, Jawan, and that does it for us. Thanks for watching.
CBS News closely following the election nationwide right now. We turn you back over to CBS News Election Night coverage with Dan Rather.
They cut themselves, they mutilate themselves, they burn themselves.
Next, Dr. Phil.
She started pulling her own hair out.
You cut yourself 100 times in one night.
Yes.
How to break the cycle
It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
and save your child from self-destruction.
Have you attempted to take your own life?
Yes, I have.
Show me where you cut yourself. Do you really want help?
Next, Dr. Phil. Today at 3 on CBS 4.
All across America, people are celebrating their freedom from credit card debt. They're using Consolidated Credit Counseling Services.
We work with credit card companies to get your interest rates reduced or even eliminated.
Consolidated cut our interest rates in half. Our payments dropped from $650 to $350 a month. It was great.
Call now, 1-800-446-6681. That's 1-800-446-6681.
Freedom!
Watch the live Cash 3 Play 4 drawing weeknights just before 8 on CBS 4.
Early Wednesday morning in the East and Central time zones, and this could be the hour of decision for Election 04. Could be. Right now, President Bush has a clear lead on the electoral vote. 249 is our estimate of Bush's electoral vote count at the moment, to 207 for Senator Kerry, with 270 needed to win. President Bush needs just 21 more to claim victory and re-election. It may come down to how one swing state swings, Ohio, with 20 electoral votes. It's a mess in Ohio trying to figure out how it's going to go. A lot of provisional votes, which may or may not eventually be counted, heavy absentee vote, some slow votes coming in terms of Cleveland, Cincinnati, and a few other places. 9 states total up for grabs here where we stand. 270 needed to win. Bush 249 is our estimate. Kerry 207. The red states we estimate have gone for George Bush. The blue states we estimate have gone for John Kerry. And the reason Kerry has stayed in the hunt, he's carried the large population states of New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, California, Washington, as well as Oregon. But still open. Ohio, Ohio, and Ohio. 20 electoral votes. If Kerry doesn't carry it, he's finished. Goodbye, adios. If he does carry it, he's got a possible path to victory, with Michigan 17 yet to be decided, Wisconsin's 10, Minnesota's 10, and Iowa's 7. But remember that Kerry would have to just about run the table on all of those, and in votes actually in and counted in Iowa, he's not doing all that well at this moment. Still out there, or New Mexico with 5 electoral votes. Gore carried those the last time. Kerry will have a tough time carrying it this time, but could do. Nevada with 5 electoral votes, considered a toss-up, but lean Republican, generally speaking. And in Hawaii with 4 electoral votes. And don't forget, New Hampshire has been out there all evening with 4 electoral votes. So that's the way it shapes up at the moment. Now, the actual votes in and counted This would be the votes across the nation, with 51% going for Bush, 48 for Kerry. Now, Ed Bradley, you just talked to somebody high in the Kerry camp, which usually means Joe Lockhart. What does he say?
No, this time it's Mary Beth Cahill, who released a statement in Boston saying that there are still 250,000 remaining votes to be counted in Ohio. Some of those are provisional ballots, but not all of them, but 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. And she says they believe, of course, that when those votes are counted, that John Kerry will win Ohio.
Well, Professor John Turley from George Washington University pointed out that if it's challenged on that basis, it could be at least 10 days before we know how those provisional ballots go.
It depends on how big the spread is. If the margin of victory is larger than the number of provisional ballots, then it's not a problem.
I want to show you Iowa. We mentioned Iowa's 7 electoral votes could come down to Iowa in the final analysis. These are votes in and counted. This race is hot enough to peel the paint off houses. 50 to 49, 697 to 690. This is with 92% of the precincts reporting. Now, with that in mind, let's go to Mika Brzezinski. Mika, what's happening out there in Iowa?
Well, it's really interesting, Dan, to watch this play out. Iowa and Wisconsin could be really close. And when I say close, I mean Florida close. Let's look at Iowa. Right now, we've got less than 10,000 votes, I think it is, between the candidates. And this one is just literally too close to estimate. There's no irregularities, no conflicting data. We just can't do it at this point. Same story in Wisconsin, too close to estimate. Now, both these states, you can pull up Wisconsin, actually, and we can take a look at the numbers as well playing out there. Because, again, when we look at these states and we analyze the data coming into us, we're not seeing problems. We're not seeing irregularities. We're just seeing a really close race. Both of these states went to the Democrats in 2000 by less than 1 percentage point. So we watch and we absolutely wait.
Mika Brzezinski, I want to show you votes in and counted in Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at stake there. With 78% of the precincts in, this is how the actual vote count looks. Now, as Ed Bradley and Bob Schieffer pointed out earlier, with, quote, moral values turning out to be a big mover of votes in this election, with George Bush in many of the states doing quite well with both Roman Catholics and white Protestants, particularly white Protestants in states. This is part of what's keeping George Bush in the race in Wisconsin. George Bush could still win this Wisconsin race, being that close, no doubt about it. Bob Schieffer, if the Ohio race is not settled, let's do the math. George Bush could win without Ohio. Tough, but he could.
He could, but he'd have to win everything out there, basically. I think, it would be very difficult, I think, in some of these states, because he'd have to win a bunch of states that are still out there that Al Gore won the last time out. I mean, he'd have to win Minnesota. He'd have to win Wisconsin, which you're just talking about. I think he'd have to win Iowa, where he's now running behind. He'd also have to win New Hampshire, which Bush won the last time. He'd have to win them all. I mean, there's just no other way around it.
Well, what's shaping up, folks, that...
I'm sorry, Bush
Minnesota,
is ahead in Iowa.
Excuse me,
yes.
just 1 second. And this could be important. 10 electoral votes in Minnesota. Our CBS News estimate that when all the votes are in and counted from the North Star State, that John Kerry will have won Minnesota's 10. Now, that keeps John Kerry in the hunt. Still odds against his winning, but important, he could do it. Kerry at 217 is our estimate now, with Bush at 249. Ed Bradley.
Two big issues, 2 big points in Minnesota for Kerry. The voters disapproved of, one, the decision to go to war in Iraq, and they also think that the war in Iraq is going badly. So that cut against the president there. Senator Kerry also won among independents, and they make up 27%
Supporters of John Kerry have been getting the news and the rather large monitors behind me. The accounts will come on, and as you've mentioned before, there are other broadcasts out there that are saying Ohio has already gone to President Bush, and that's deflated things here. So we'll see as the Wisconsins and the Minnesotas come in if that elevates the crowd mood at all. But there's another telling thing going on here. Mary Beth Cahill put that statement out that Ed Bradley was talking about before, where the vote count in Ohio has not been completed, which is there's some wiggle room in that language as to what that actually means in terms of how the Kerry campaign will handle whatever happens in Ohio. But also we're having a lot of trouble now finding anybody in the campaign to talk to us at all about anything going on. They're very buttoned up right now as opposed to earlier in the night when there was a bit more optimism. Dan?
Jim Axelrod with the Kerry campaign. Well, you heard earlier Bill Plant report that Karl Rove, who came down from what he calls his bat cave in the White House. I covered the White House for 10 years. Bob Schieffer covered it for 5 or 6. Leslie Stahl for about 8. Never heard of the bat cave. But what Karl Rove calls the bat cave came down and said in the Roosevelt Room, one of the better-known rooms of the White House, a fairly large room on the main floor. And Bill Plant reported Karl Rove said, we've won it. We've carried Iowa, and they're preparing a motorcade. Now, one has to assume, assumption being the mother of a lot of misinformation, one assumes that they believe that. On the other hand, the Kerry camp, pretty buttoned up right now, as Jim Axelrod said, keeps pointing back to Ohio and saying, look, there are what, 20,000 provisional ballots? This was their figure, not ours. And those provisional ballots might not even be opened or get counted for 8 or 10 days. So we have 8 states hanging like ripe fruit. Options for each man are narrowing. Still advantage Bush. We estimated he has 249. Yes, we are aware that some other outfits in other places have their own estimates and have Bush closer to the 270 needed to win. They're entitled to that. Just want to remind you, we said when the evening started, we wanted to be accuracy central. It's not favoring one candidate over the other. Is that we have our own way of making these decisions. And having been embarrassed about the Florida calls in 2000, we said to ourselves when the night started, we don't care if we're last as long as we're right. And we want to get Ohio right. It's a very confused situation. It's confusing enough to make your head hurt, but we're not at the point where we feel comfortable saying Ohio is definitely in one man's corner or the column or the other. And until that happens, we simply are going to say we don't know how this presidential race is going to turn out, although it's clearly advantaged Bush at the moment. Bob Schieffer.
Well, I think that's right. We just got to wait and see what happens here in Ohio. You know, if we could also find out what's going to happen in some of these other battleground states. We still haven't had a state that's turned over yet. Bush has won only states he won last time out. John Kerry has won only states so far that Al Gore won the last time out. It looks to me like the best chance now to see a state change hands is if Bush goes on to win Iowa, which Democrats have been winning out there since 1988, I think is the last time that Republican maybe won in '84, but Democrats have been winning for a long time, but that's a state, Dan, that's been getting more and more Republican because of these conservative social values among rural people in Iowa.
Well, though it seems it's harder for Kerry to win some of those Gore states, the election for president, in our estimation, is not at a point where you can say anybody's won it. But again, to emphasize, Bush may not have the whip hand, but he has the lead hand and is breathtakingly close to being having enough electoral votes to get a second term. But it's still out there for the taking. Stick in here with us. CBS News election coverage of 2000 election night.
King isn't born, Alexander. He's made by steel and by suffering.
The first rule of war is to do what you asked your men to do. Conquer your fear, and you'll conquer death.
Never will there be an Alexander like you, Alexander the Great.
I see her in your eyes. Oh, no, son of mine!
It takes strong men to rule.
All you desire, the world is yours.
Alexander, directed by Oliver Stone, rated R.
When you cut carbs, you add a lot more protein.
How can you help break it all down? Switch to One-A-Day Carb Smart, a complete multivitamin plus more biotin to help you break down protein and turn it into energy.
I'll take this to go.
One-A-Day Carb Smart.
If you're concerned about catching a cold or the flu this season, here's an idea. Move to a deserted island and avoid other people for 6 months. Or just drink a glass of Florida orange juice every day.
Give your immune system the nutrients it needs.
It's happening, isn't it?
Nightmare scenario. Tornadoes in Las Vegas, having got hurricane force winds in the Gulf.
Two big beasts marching to the same drum.
Hang on, we're gonna get some help!
There's been a massive power failure in Chicago.
3 million people about to get clobbered. Now we got no way to warn them.
What do we ever do by the nature?
Survivor Thursday. Does Julie have a plan to seduce Sarge, the leader of the pack?
I don't hang out with too many young 22-year-old models, and she's hot.
And on the other side of the island, Rory's fed up with the women.
What a completely worthless crew.
But when the two tribes merge,
Buffs, drop them.
And the game intensifies,
One person will win immunity.
All bets are off.
Picking them girls off one by one is what it's going to be about.
This is a huge turning point of the game.
Don't miss TV's most watched reality show, New Survivor, CBS Thursday.
And we're back at CBS News headquarters in New York as we wait to see what happens in Ohio. We have some news out in Colorado. A Democrat has won that Senate seat that was vacated by Ben Nighthorse Campbell, who himself was once a Democrat but later became a Republican. Leslie, what was the deal?
The deal is that Ken Salazar, the Attorney General, the Democrat, we are projecting will become the senator from Colorado, having bested Pete Coors, the owner of the Coors Beer Company out there. This is one of the rare blue states in the Senate race in our toss-ups. Let's look at the overall picture here. We told you at the beginning of the night that there were 9 toss-up states in the Senate race. So far, you can see the ones we know about have all gone to the Republicans except for this one. And this is pretty big. This is a pickup for the Democrats. It was a Republican-held state. What we can tell you is that the Republicans have so far a net gain of at least 1 seat so far tonight, at least 1 seat. So that gives them a 3-seat margin in the Senate. But we still have 4 outstanding races among our toss-ups, 2 held by Democrats, 2 held by Republicans. So the story in the Senate isn't quite finished. But the Republicans do hold on and gain 1 seat so far.
So in Colorado, Pete Coors gets a silver bullet right through his Senate hopes. And we go to John Roberts. John?
Dan, we're just drilling down through the data here, going over our data sets to find reasons why this race is so close. And we found some reasons. Doesn't make it any less frustrating for either side or for anybody who's watching here for an end to this. But here's a pretty good look at why things are as tight as they are. Between Republicans and Democrats, both candidates did a very good job of turning out their base, at least 90% for either one. John Kerry got the edge on union members, but look at this. President Bush got the edge on gun owners, kind of balance each other out. We flip to the next board here. As we flip to the next board, there we go. We find that independents broke for John Kerry, 52 to 44%. The Midwest vote was pretty much split evenly between the two of them, and the same with suburban voters. And when it came to first-time voters, only 11% of those came out this year compared to 9% in years past, an increase of 2%, but still not that extra margin that you think would possibly drive the vote one way or another. We also talked earlier tonight about African-American voters, and perhaps we can return to that for just a second here. You see that there's a large concentration of African-American voters in places like Cuyahoga County here, also in Detroit, around the Milwaukee area. And we were talking about how they voted a little while ago, but let's just remind you about that. 90% of African-American voters went for John Kerry. What did they feel about the war? Keep in mind that 20% of the active duty force of the American military made up of African-Americans. Only 18% of them supported the war. And was there a backlash against the Bush administration among African-American voters? We certainly found out that there was. Take a look at this. 80% of African-American voters described themselves as either dissatisfied or angry with the Bush administration. So, Dan, that's all part of what's helping to keep this race so close so long into the night.
Thanks, John Roberts. We're going to take a slight break. CBS News, Dan Rather, 249 Bush, 217 Kerry is our estimate, with 270 needed to win.
Your UBS financial advisor can work with nearly 66,000 people in 50 countries. He can work with all the resources of one of the world's largest wealth management firms. But to understand what you need, he will always work right next to you. Could this be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us, UBS.
So, what's the weekend hold in store for you? Ask your doctor if a free sample of prescription Cialis is right for you. Cialis, are you ready?
There's never been a better time to talk with your doctor about Ambien, because now you can try Ambien free. Visit Ambien.com for details.
The Amazing Race is the Emmy winner 2 years in a row. Yeah, baby! Now 11 new teams of 2 are about to take off on the adventure of a lifetime.
He's going to think that he has the final word, but it's really me who's going to be influencing the decisions.
You're right.
I'm definitely more of the party girl. Christy's the serious type.
Because I'm 10 years older than Kendra, I'm ready to start a family.
I'm just not on that wavelength.
It's not how far they'll go, but what happens along the way.
You're an idiot.
Shut up! The new Amazing Race premieres CBS Tuesday, November 16th.
Standing by to be interviewed from Columbus, Ohio, is the Ohio Secretary of State, Republican Kenneth Blackwell. Mr. Blackwell, I'm hoping you can hear us. Thank you very much for being with us. How many provisional ballots do you estimate have been filed in Ohio this day?
Well, Dan, let me just say that in 2000, we had 98,000 provisional ballots. Excuse me. A little over 100,000, and 90% of them were good ballots. We're projecting, 150,000 or more provisional ballots because we had a record turnout of new voters. We had new registrations that numbered about 1 million, which was a record number of new registrations, and we saw a robust get out the vote effort by both campaigns in the state of Ohio. And when we go back and we take a look at, who was doing a lot of the registration, we saw churches who were very interested in a constitutional amendment dealing with marriage. We saw labor unions who were dissatisfied with the president's economic records. And, so those provisional ballots that come in are going to be all over the map. They're not just going to be in one camp or another.
Well, if you're talking about, perhaps you said 150,000 or more provisional ballots, does this or does it not mean that Ohio will turn into this year's Florida, that we may not know the outcome of this presidential race for 8-10 days or more?
Well, as long as you don't mean that in a pejorative sense, if you mean that we might be a state that is pivotal, dealing with a very, very narrow margin, then yes, that could be an outcome. But what I can tell you right now is that we have a system. We've been dealing with provisional ballots for about a decade. Florida in 2000 didn't even have provisional ballots. Florida in 2000 didn't have statewide standards to determine what constituted a vote on a punch card system. We've had those statewide standards, we've had provisional ballots, and we have a very transparent system in counting provisional ballots that is based on our bipartisan poll workers and election officials. So we are confident, no matter how narrow the victory might be, it is how sound the count is, and we're going to give a very honest, very sound count. If that takes us 2 more hours, 2 more days, or 2 more weeks, people will know that they got a good, honest count out of the election system in the state of Ohio. I mean, that's the way you want it to work. You want people to have confidence in the process. And just as we witnessed today, when everybody else was predicting that there was going to be havoc and chaos, Ohioans stepped up to the plate and hit a grand slam in terms of participation and the administration of a very, very competitive election.
Mr. Blackwell, as you may have heard, Karl Rove is quoted as having told President Bush and the staff at the White House that Ohio goes in George Bush's column. Is that your belief at this moment?
I don't get into the prediction game. I leave that up to you all and the political operatives in both camps. I think we have a very robust and competitive campaign here in the state of Ohio. And all I can tell you is that, you know, just as we gave you a good process today, we're going to give you a good, solid, honest count over the next, you know, couple of days. Now, look, let's be clear. Our system does not allow us to even start to count provisional ballots until the 11th day after the election. That's because it takes time to process those provisional ballots to validate them as being solid, good, versus no good in terms of our standard.
Now live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
1:53 a.m. Good morning, I'm Rob Hanrahan.
And I'm Maggie Rodriguez. Here are the latest results coming into CBS 4 election control. We begin in Florida, of course, with the presidential race. George Bush with 52% of the vote, John Kerry with 47%. The state of Florida belongs to George Bush.
Here's the Miami-Dade County breakdown as far as the presidential race is concerned. Kerry carried Miami-Dade with 53% of the vote.
Now let's look in Broward, where Kerry carried the county with 64%. As opposed to Bush's 34%.
Let's check out that U.S. Senate race here in Florida. Martinez with 49% and Betty Castor with 48%, and this one is still being talked about.
And with the Senate race so tight, and in fact Martinez already declaring victory, Betty Castor is now vowing to fight for a recount.
CBS 4's Jason Wheeler spoke with her just a few minutes ago. He's live in Tampa. Jason, what do you have to say?
Well, Rob and Maggie, what a race it has been for the U.S. Senate seat here in Florida. The political campaign now over, but the legal campaign only beginning. Betty Castor says her opponent, Mel Martinez, simply jumped the gun by declaring victory in this race a little while ago. She says she was watching this from her hotel room and was just stunned by what she was seeing and hearing. Now, Castor says she wants to wait until the full vote is counted. Then she will decide whether to request a recount or possibly even to challenge the results of this election based on voter irregularities statewide. That's something that her campaign is now alleging. Now, this race, it looks like, is still far from over. Here it is from Betty Castor's mouth just a few minutes ago.
We have been carefully monitoring the election returns, as have all of you, and we understand that there are about 250,000 votes that have not yet been counted. I believe that it is premature for anyone to declare victory in this race until every vote is counted. We will be monitoring the results as they come in through the night, and we will be monitoring all of the events with the canvassing boards tomorrow and paying very careful attention to those absentee voters, and we would ask all of the voters and residents of Florida to join us on a level and fair playing field.
And here at the Castor camp, they now say that 38,000 votes separate these two candidates, with another 250,000 votes yet to be counted. So stay tuned to this one. Live in Tampa, Jason Wheeler, CBS 4 News tonight.
As we mentioned, Castor's opponent is declaring victory tonight.
CBS 4's Ted Scouten is live in Orlando with Mel Martinez. Ted?
Well, Maggie, certainly quite a surprise when Mel Martinez came down here and claimed victory. Take a look at this video. This was shot just after 1 o'clock this morning. That's when Mel Martinez came down here into the cheering crowd, into a room of supporters, when he claimed victory, saying that he was proud and humbled to be the state's next senator. Now, this despite the fact that there was just a 1% difference in votes between he and Betty Castor, and the fact that, as you heard, Betty Castor certainly has not conceded defeat in this one yet. But when I asked him with that slight margin if that was enough to declare victory, he said that margin was big enough. So close, are you a bit concerned that there
It's not that close. It's over 1%. It's 70,000 votes. It's not that close. I'm delighted with the outcome, and I think, you know, hey, it's a lot bigger than Connie Mack's victory 18 years ago.
Why did you not? Well, as Jason Wheeler said, we certainly haven't heard the last of this one yet. Now, meanwhile, Martinez says that right now he's planning on trying to build bridges, trying to reach out to Betty Castor supporters. We'll see what happens on that one. We're live in Orlando. I'm Ted Scout on CBS 4 News.
Taking a look now at some of the bond issues up for vote today in Miami-Dade County, beginning with the first one. This one would allocate $378 million for sewer, water, and flood control improvements. 67% of the voters say yes.
And bond issue number 2 right now. This is regarding Parks and Recreation. It approves some $680 million to build parks and recreational facilities. Overwhelming support for this. The yes votes coming in with 66% and no at just 33%.
Number 3 deals with the infrastructure, building bikeways, roads, bridges. $352 million allocated for that, and 63% of the voters like it.
Bond issue 4 is for public safety, $341 million to build police, fire, and justice facilities. Overwhelming support for this one also, 64% to 35%.
I see a trend here, and it is the same thing in number 5, an overwhelming approval for this health care bond issue, which allocates $171 million to improve health facilities, mostly at Jackson Memorial Hospital, the ER, and Jackson South.
Let's check out bond issue 6. This concerning outreach programs, $255 million for neighborhood outreach. And again, a lot of support for this, 58% for and 41% against.
All right, number 7 deals with housing, and 71% of the voters voted yes to a $194 million increase to build, renovate, or finance housing for the elderly and low-income residents.
Finally, bond issue 8 right now concerning $552 million to build museums and cultural facilities. That one passed 65 to 34%.
Not surprisingly, all of the bond issues in Miami-Dade approved this election day. Yesterday was election day, actually.
Yeah, it was.
That does it for us. Thanks for watching.
We'll see you in a half hour.
Do you have problems with your mortgage, your credit cards, the IRS, or other debts? My name is Timothy Kincaid. I'm a bankruptcy attorney, and you can meet with me to discuss resolving your financial problems. I can help you discharge your debts, save your home, and immediately stop your creditors' harassing telephone calls. Please call me at 305-285-9100 for a free consultation in my office. That's 305-285-9100.
Next, Larry Elder. Families face off. A husband betrayed.
The man you had the affair with in your house?
Yes.
Kids were there?
Yes.
A mom's desire for drastic plastic surgery.
You're gonna look like Michael Jackson. You are a very attractive person that most women would trade places for.
And
your family doesn't accept her. Accept her and my children. This is your brother. You should respect it and be there for him when and if he needs you.
next, Larry Elder.
Weekdays at 9. Watch the Mega Money Drawing Tuesday and Friday on CBS 4 News at 11, your lottery station.
2 a.m. in the east, 11 p.m. in the west. President Bush is on the brink of victory, but Ohio and a handful of other states still hold the key. President Bush, by our estimate, is just 21 electoral votes short of the magic 270, but that could be a very tough 21 to get. Senator Kerry needs 53 by our projection, and he's running out of states where he can find them unless he can carry Ohio. Let's look at the count. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Our CBS educated guess is George Bush is assured of 249. John Kerry assured of 217, needed to win 270. The states in red we estimate to be George Bush states. The ones in blue, John Kerry states. Kerry's carried some of the more popular states, including California, New York, and Illinois. That's the reason he's as close as he is. President Bush has, here's the popular vote, by the way. These are votes actually in and counted of the popular vote. The popular vote may run as high as 110 or 15 million in the end. It was about 104 or 5 the last time out. President Bush has just gone over his total vote for 4 years ago. Now let's look at the map again. The Bush states in red, the Kerry states in blue. Ohio is it. Now you've just perhaps heard earlier an estimated 150, perhaps as many as 200 provisional ballots were cast in Ohio today. What that will mean, no one can yet say, but what it seems to mean is it may be a while before anyone can say with definition, finally, yes, Ohio goes one way or the other. Now, Karl Rove is quoted as having told President Bush and others, we're going to carry Ohio, and they got a celebration motorcade allegedly, supposedly, and reportedly all ready to roll. Last we heard that it was still just sort of idling out there behind the White House. But nonetheless, some of that may be gamesmanship, maybe not. We simply don't know how Ohio is going to go. Right now, we can say that this situation in Ohio would give an aspirin a headache because it's so complicated and has so many possibilities of which way it could go. It is the key because if George Bush carries Ohio, that's just about it.
Well, he'll have 269 votes. That's one vote short of a majority. Now, there are 538 electoral votes. 269 is exactly half. So if somehow, some way, John Kerry won the rest of them, we'd have a 269 to 269 tie.
Well, you know, New York is just past 2 in the morning, and I can hear people saying, you know, this thing is giving me an Excedrin headache. But you can only say if it's giving you an Excedrin headache, hanging out there this long, you can imagine what it's like inside the campaign headquarters in the White House for President George Bush and his people, and for John Kerry and his people up in Boston. Now, and Leslie Stahl, the Republicans are assured of having a majority in the House of Representatives. We don't know how many seats.
Well, so far, we know a 3-seat margin, and we're waiting to see if it gets any larger.
Now, well, I'm talking about the House.
The House. Oh, I'm sorry.
In the House.
I'm sorry.
The best guess has been 24 to 30, but we don't know that. Right. But in the Senate, the Republicans are assured of having a Senate majority as well.
Yes, and they have increased their margin by 1 so far, and we have 3 races still outstanding that we're looking at.
Now back to the presidential race. You want to look at it this way. There are 8 states hanging, and of those 8 states, New Hampshire, this just in, name of a pretty good book written by Bob Schieffer, as a matter of fact, New Hampshire, our estimate is, goes to John Kerry. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Now, folks, this is important if for no other reason. It is the first state tonight that went a different way than it went the last time out. That is, of those states we've estimated, up until this moment, each and every one of them, either the Bush states went for him the last time, the blue states had all gone for Gore the last time. Now, turnover, New Hampshire, CBS News estimates that John Kerry will get the 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Now, that puts Kerry up by our projections to 221 of the 270 needed to win, George Bush at 249. Now, let's review for you because, you know, at this hour of the morning, we kind of need to review ourselves to keep these things in our head, to be perfectly candid with you, that there are 8 states hanging out there. As a matter of fact, now there'd be 7, I think, that New Hampshire is gone. With, that would be with 65 electoral votes. I believe 7 states are still hanging with 68 electoral votes. 7 states still, we have not estimated going one way or the other, with 68 electoral votes. Now, going for Gore the last time, Michigan with 17, Wisconsin with 10, Iowa with 7, New Mexico with 5. Remember, Gore carried it the last time, very close, but carried it. And Hawaii with 4. Hawaii, we still have in the white, which is to say we don't estimate it going one way or the other, could still go one way or the other. So that's a total of 43 electoral votes still up for grabs. These are all states that Al Gore carried the last time. That would not, by our present estimate, be quite enough to put John Kerry over the top.
He'd have to win Ohio.
He'd have to win Ohio to go along to get that. Now, for Bush in 2000, the states that are still open by our estimate to be had one way or the other, President Bush did carry Ohio in its 20 last time. He did carry New Hampshire in its 4 last time. We estimate he will not do that now. We put it in Kerry's category. And President Bush carried Nevada's 5 the last time out for a total of 29 electoral votes. Again, we're going to say, look, this is not a case of favoring one side or the other. It's very clearly a Bush advantage to, by our estimate, have 249 electoral votes. John Kerry, we project, has 221 with 270 needed to win. Yes, we are certainly aware that in some other quarters, some other organizations have a different count, favoring somewhat more to President Bush. But we're not going to estimate any state until we are comfortable in doing so. And there's a fairly good reason, a number of good reasons, not to put Ohio in anybody's category yet, and that's the reason we haven't done it. Let's go to Jim Axelrod in Boston. Jim, what do you got?
Well, Dan, here's the latest from the Kerry campaign, and they are absolutely fixated on Ohio. We've tried running by them reaction to New Hampshire, what they're hearing from some of the other states. All they want to talk about is Ohio. Here's the latest. This comes from David Wade, a Kerry spokesman. We are taking it one step at a time. The thinking is as it seems. We are winning Ohio. That seems to be the Kerry campaign statement right now. There are rumors floating around, nothing we can confirm, that perhaps John Edwards may step out. In fact, we're being told now that Edwards will be out soon for a statement. So we'll stand by and let you know as soon as the vice presidential candidate, John Edwards, will take the stage and make a statement. Dan?
Jim Axelrod in Boston. It wouldn't take much imagination to figure out why John Edwards would be sent down to make some sort of statement, because, you know, there was the theory, whether it was true or not, it was widely believed that in the battle over Florida, that 36 to 37 day battle post-election day in 2000, the battle over Florida was as much a public relations and a public perception battle as anything else. So with the White House sending out word that, well, Karl Rove had said, what, 2.5, 3 hours ago, we're going to win Ohio and we're going to win the whole thing. Now, with the Kerry campaign, they almost have to come out and say, you know what, folks, it isn't over and we think we're going to win Ohio. We just have to see how that goes out. We certainly will bring you the John Edwards comments when and if he becomes available, and Jim Axelrod said he thought it would be fairly shortly. In the meantime, let's go to Bill Plant at the White House. Bill, that celebration motorcade that you talked about, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, some of those drivers probably nodding off to sleep by now, aren't they?
Well, Dan, there's no rush to a motorcade, I can tell you that. Here's what we do know. The president's senior staff, which spent most of the evening in the West Wing, was called up to the residence where the president waited through the evening with his family and friends. They also called up a couple of magazine photographers, probably because they want to memorialize it in one way or another. But as far as we know, that meeting is still going on, or maybe just over. I presume that they're talking about that Ohio call and probably talking about when they can declare victory, which they think they have. But they obviously can't do that until there's a concession from John Kerry, and it doesn't sound like there's going to be one of those anytime soon. So I think we're in a bit of a standoff, and I hope we'll know more soon.
Well, we all do, Bill. But what we can base that hope on is not much at the moment, because it looks for all the world like Ohio is going to be hotly contested. However, network and news organizations and the AP estimate it, and it may be one of those states that we just have to say as late as early tomorrow morning, you know what, we still can't estimate it. I'm not predicting that will be the case. All I can tell you now is what I know, and that is we don't know how Ohio is going to go. But it is a very confused and complicated situation there, and that's the reason that we haven't estimated which way it will go. This much we can say, that if John Kerry does not carry Ohio, it's practically impossible for him to win. If he does carry Ohio, then it's advantage to him over George Bush, at least in perception, because he has that possibility of picking up Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa, all carried by Gore the last time. And Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa would make Kerry the winner. Nobody's saying he's going to be the winner. He trails in our estimate now 221 to 249 with 270 needed to win. Ed Bradley?
Well, the last time I looked, the margin, the president's margin in Ohio was just 107,000 votes. There are more provisional ballots in that, so that could be the scenario where 10, 12 days down the line, they're counting those ballots to overcome those that vote of 107,000. I don't know how many more votes are out there, but there can't be that much more at this point in the night.
But I thought Mr. Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, made a good point. It would be a mistake to say, oh, well, there's 150 or maybe 200,000 provisional ballots. They haven't been counted. Who can say those ballots may favor George Bush?
All right, yeah, they may favor George Bush, they may favor John Kerry, but we won't know for 10 or 12 days until they count them. And he said his experience the last time, in 2000, when they had over 100,000 provisional ballots, 90% of them were good ballots. So they're going to, a lot of these ballots, however many they have, 150, 200,000, a lot of them will count.
Jonathan Turley, did you say or not that these provisional ballots they couldn't begin to count them for 8 or 10 days, or did I misunderstand you?
That's correct. There's a 10-day period before they actually open the ballot to see who they voted for. And during that 10 days, they make legal determinations as to the validity of these ballots. So if we're at a position, and we are currently there, unless the vote changes significantly, but if this election turns on those provisional ballots, we would most certainly have to wait 10 days to open those ballots. And remember, that's just one of the issues to challenge in Ohio. Ohio is very much a target-rich environment for lawyers. You've got the equivalent of 2 Army divisions of lawyers that have been deployed here, over 20,000 lawyers supposedly, and many of them.
That's scary.
It is scary, and if you're looking for a lawyer, you just go to the Akron airport sometime tomorrow morning. You can throw a stick and hit 20 of them, because they're going to head down to Ohio, and my guess is they're not just going to challenge provisional ballots. If Ohio is going to turn this whole thing, they're going to hit every possible soft target. And Ohio has a lot of soft targets. As we were following this through the day, looking at these legal issues, throughout the day, we were saying, Lord, don't make it Ohio, because that is the place where we have the softest possible targets. And when we see these numbers clicking up and we see 269 appear, that's enough to put a constitutional law scholar into a fetal position, because 269 splits is as bad as you get. We will long for the 2000 Florida situation. If we end up with a tie at 269, there is a series of things that can happen, and they are not pretty, and it will be a serious crisis, a constitutional crisis in this country. We have a system to handle it, but that system is not very neat, and there's going to be a lot of unhappy people, much more unhappy than they were with Florida.
Well, we'll just have to see. This gets more complicated by the hour, so stay with us here, folks. 249 Bush, 221 Kerry is our projection. With Ohio, hey, Keen Save, who knows? See you in a few minutes.
Have you seen those commercials for Prilosec OTC? You know it's for heartburn, but what you should know is right on their package. Not intended for immediate relief of heartburn. May take 1 to 4 days for full effect. 1 to 4 days? For heartburn relief right when you need it. Take Zantac 75. Zantac works fast, so you get relief in minutes, not days.
Zantac 75, for people who hate to wait.
Now that's more like it.
At Geico.com, you can get free rate quotes and handle all your car insurance needs online. But we like to make it interesting. Here's an idea we received via email. Yo, I think your website would be the bomb if you had the gecko do the robot.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
A funny thing happens when your body doesn't sleep at night. Your mind zones out during the day. It's like going through life on autopilot, out of sync with the world around you. To help you sleep, there's Ambien, the #1 prescribed sleep aid in America. Ambien helps you fall asleep fast and stay asleep longer, so you wake up refreshed, not groggy. Until you know how Ambien will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Side effects may include drowsiness, dizziness, and diarrhea. You shouldn't take it with alcohol. All people taking sleep medicines have some risk of becoming dependent on the medicine. Prescription sleep aids are most often taken for 7 to 10 days as needed, or longer as advised by your doctor. Memory problems can usually be avoided by taking Ambien only when you can devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep. Talk to your doctor about Ambien. Ambien works like a dream.
Next Tuesday, country music's biggest night is coming to CBS. The Country Music Association Awards.
More performances than any award show.
Join superstars Tim McGraw, Gretchen Wilson, Faith Hill, Rascal Flatts, Toby Keith, Big and Rich, Keith Urban, Kenny Chesney.
Yours truly, Brooks and Dunn, and Shania Twain.
Plus many more superstars. The CMA Awards, next Tuesday, live on CBS.
Michigan to Kerry. Our CBS News estimate is when all the votes are in and counted, this is new now, we now believe that the 17 electoral votes in the Wolverine state, which have been out there for a very long time in what was clearly a close race, will wind up going for John Kerry. Now, what this means is that George Bush, by our estimate, has 249 electoral votes. John Kerry is now up to 238. He's still in the game. Doesn't mean that Kerry's going to win. Means you can play a verse of Johnny Be Good now that he has turned out to be what we think is a winner in Michigan. This leaves the door open for John Kerry to overtake George Bush and either to get the 270 plus electoral votes needed to win, or one hesitates to say it, there is the possibility if it winds up a 269-269 tie, and that would raise all kinds of constitutional issues. Ed Bradley.
Here's why Kerry won in Michigan, Dan. He won among union members. Michigan is a big union state. He won among first-time voters, among women. He won the African-American vote. And the most important issue in Michigan was the economy. 26% of the voters there said that was the most important issue for them. He won 84% of those votes in Michigan.
Well, our CBS News estimate now, Kerry 238, Bush 249. What you have here is the equivalent in football terms of a fourth quarter rally by Kerry. Does he have enough time? Does he have enough room? We don't know. Again, can't say it often enough, Ohio. This is the pivot point. 20 electoral votes there. Whomever carries Ohio now, and it may be a while before we know, is very likely to win this election. Now, we're told that John Edwards, the Democrats' vice presidential nominee, is going to come out in Boston and say to cameras fairly soon some version of, we've waited 4 years, we can wait at least another day or so before we know how this election is going to turn out. We're told that that'll be some version of that will be the line from John Edwards. Folks, these are the kinds of nights that give campaign managers a case of the hives or something. It's one reason so many of them drink a lot. Because you have these situations in which, you know, you think you got it, you're right there, you're close enough to feel it, and then somebody like one of these overpaid television anchormen come up and say, you know what, that state may not just be going your way. Well, John Roberts has some stuff for us in his room, but it's unclear to me whether we want to go to him first or take a break. We're going to go to commercial, and then when we come back, we'll go to John Roberts.
Sore throat pain. It's hard to work, hard to think. No time for ordinary drops. End your sore throat emergency fast with the strongest Cepacol lozenges ever. Cepacol numbs sore throat pain fast with Menthocane action. Menthocane, 2 anesthetics for fast relief. So effective it's #1 in hospitals.
The pain is gone.
And try new Cepacol dual action spray. Numbs pain on contact, coats your throat for comfort. Cepacol ends your sore throat emergency.
Oh, great. It's my night to do the dishes. What a chore.
No.
No?
On strike.
You can't strike. You're under warranty.
Want Electrosol. It has a new, improved cleaning formula.
Improved, huh?
Nothing beats it. Not even all these. Want Electrosol. Electrosol.
Okay.
Only Electrosol has jet dry for dishes that are more than washed. They're power washed.
Sparkling clean.
Told ya. Electrosol with jet dry Powerball. You can't buy a better clean.
I used to be concerned about feminine odor, but not anymore. This is VCF, Vaginal Cleansing Film. It works like no doucher spray. Because VCF is a film, it gently dissolves in seconds and releases a mild, long-lasting fragrance. VCF's deodorant protection gives me the confidence I need, so I can feel fresh, anytime, anywhere. VCF Vaginal Cleansing Film. There has never been anything like it.
Have you seen those commercials for Prilosec OTC? You know it's for heartburn, but what you should know is right on their package. Not intended for immediate relief of heartburn. May take 1 to 4 days for full effect. 1 to 4 days? For heartburn relief right when you need it. Take Zantac 75. Zantac works fast, so you get relief in minutes, not days.
Zantac 75 for people who hate to wait.
Now that's more like it.
Let's go now to Boston and show you the room where John Edwards, the vice presidential nominee for the Democrats, is expected to come down. A crowd milling around there. As Jim Axelrod has reported several times, things have been pretty quiet around Kerry headquarters. They're absolutely fixated on Ohio, as you can bet that the Republicans are as well. But I'm not sure whether we're going to get John Edwards, how soon we're going to get him. We have been told that he'll come down, and as I say, give some version of saying, listen, we've waited for 4 years to know who's going to be the next president, so we can wait another day or two. Our CBS News estimate is that George Bush is assured of at least 249 electoral votes. Those are the states in red. That John Kerry is now assured of 238, having, by our estimate, just put Michigan in his column. And with 270 needed to win, Ohio remains the leverage point. The key to the whole thing is Ohio. Kerry can't win if he doesn't carry Ohio. If he does carry Ohio, he's got a shot, but it may be a day or two, maybe more, before we know how Ohio goes. We just can't say. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
Now live from CBS 4 News, this is a special edition, Campaign 2004, Counting the Votes.
And good evening again, South Florida. I'm Maggie Rodriguez.
I'm Rob Hanrahan. Here are the latest results coming into the CBS 4 election control room. We start with the Florida statewide vote concerning the presidential race, and you can see that Bush has carried Florida 52% to John Kerry's 47%.
John Kerry carried Miami-Dade County with 53% of the vote to Bush's 45% of the vote.
Kerry also dominated in Broward County. Look at the numbers there, 64% for Kerry and 34% for George Bush.
And in the race to replace Bob Graham in the Senate, the Republican is leading and has in fact claimed victory tonight. 49% of the vote for Mel Martinez, 48% for Betty Castor.
But with that race being so tight, Betty Castor is vowing to fight for a recount.
CBS 4's Jason Wheeler spoke with her a few minutes ago. He joins us now live in Tampa. Jason?
Well, Rob and Maggie, it's pretty much just us and the hotel cleaning crew now here at the Castor campaign headquarters tonight. Miss Castor herself has already returned to her hotel room and is said to have gone to bed. It probably won't be the best night's sleep she's ever had, though, because it's still not exactly known whether or not she will, in fact, be elected to the Senate, or if it will be her opponent, Mel Martinez, who, as you mentioned, has already claimed victory in this race, even though at last count the two were only separated by about 38,000 votes, with another 250,000 yet to be counted. Betty Castor says this one is still simply too close to call and that she'll wait for every vote to be tallied before making any further moves.
We have been carefully monitoring the election returns, as have all of you, and we understand that there are about 250,000 votes that have not yet been counted. I believe that it is premature for anyone to declare victory in this race until every vote is counted. We will be monitoring the results as they come in through the night, and we will be monitoring all of the events with the canvassing boards tomorrow and paying very careful attention to those absentee voters. And we would ask all of the voters and residents of Florida to join us on a level and fair playing field.
And that said, Betty Castor has gotten herself a legal team, and she will determine probably sometime later on today whether to ask for a recount or possibly even to challenge the election results statewide. They are planning a news conference for later on this morning. We will, of course, be covering that, and we will bring you the very latest as it is available. Live in Tampa, Jason Wheeler, CBS 4 News tonight.
All right, thank you, Jason. Castor's opponent is declaring victory tonight.
CBS 4's Ted Scouten has more on that from the Mel Martinez camp in Orlando. Ted?
Well, Maggie, they're packing it in here at the Mel Martinez headquarters right here. You can see them packing up everything and taking it away. But wow, what a surprise when Mel Martinez came down and claimed victory. Take a look at this video. This is around 1 o'clock this morning when Mel Martinez entered the ballroom. We were expecting him to simply thank supporters and say at this point it was just too close to call. But with only a 1% lead over Betty Castor, instead he claimed victory, saying that he would be humbled to be the next senator from Florida. And then when I asked him if it was too close to call, he said no, it certainly wasn't.
So close, are you a bit concerned that there
It's not that close. It's over 1%. It's 70,000 votes. It's not that close. I'm delighted with the outcome, and I think, you know, hey, it's a lot bigger than Connie Mack's victory 18 years ago.
Why did you not? And now Martinez says his next plan is to build bridges with Betty Castor's supporters. He may have his work cut out for him, and you can be sure that we certainly have not heard the last of this one yet. We're live in Orlando. I'm Ted Scout, CBS 4 News.
All right, Ted, we've got a lot of bond issues to talk about tonight. We'll start with bond issue 1, which concerns water, sewer, and flood control projects. Overwhelmingly supported, 67% to 32%.
Bond issue number 2, Parks and Recreation, also approved with 66% of the vote. 33% of voters said no. And
bond issue 3, for infrastructure, building bikeways and roads and bridges, overwhelming support, I should say, for that, 63% to 36%.
Same story across the board tonight. Bond issue 4, public safety, 64% of the voters approved.
Bond issue 5 regarding health care, 71% yes and 28% no.
And bond issue 6, 58%, this was the closest one, 58% say yes.
Okay, we understand right now there is John Edwards speaking in Boston. This is live, and we're going to join it as Senator Edwards begins to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's been a long night, but we've waited 4 years for this victory. We can wait one more night. Tonight, John and I are so proud of all of you who are here with us and all of you across the country who have stood with us in this campaign. John Kerry and I made a promise to the American people that in this election, every vote would count and every vote would be counted. Tonight, we are keeping our word and we will fight for every vote. You deserve no less. Thank you.
Well, John Edwards coming out, he's the highest ranking person in either campaign to speak at any time tonight. President Bush, Vice President Cheney, Senator John Kerry have not spoken. Now John Edwards has, and you heard what he said. We promised that we would have every vote counted and make every vote count. Now, with what we know, that in Ohio, it may be a while in Iowa. Ed Bradley?
Well, the Secretary of State you spoke to a half hour ago, Ken Blackwell in Ohio, says that they think now that there will probably be about 175,000 provisional ballots in Ohio. So they won't be counting those for over a week. One source in the Kerry campaign says they think that 75 to 85% of those will break for them because of where the provisional ballots come from. Most of them come from Cincinnati's black wards, Cleveland's black wards, and most of the objections to those ballots have been made by Republicans. So because of that, the Kerry people think that they will get 75 to 85% of those 175,000 votes.
Well, we shall see. You know, the plot thickens, as you say.
It may be 8 or 9 days.
Well, let's hope it's not 8 or 9 days, but we have to be candid and say it could be that now. Not going to be a replay of Florida. Each one of these situations in presidential elections is unique unto itself. We have a different situation in Ohio than we had in Florida, but similar in this sense. It may, mark the word please, very well be a day or two, perhaps more, before they can get those provisional ballots counted in Ohio. That's part of what John Edwards was referring to a minute ago when he said, you know, we've waited 4 years for this election. We can certainly wait a day or two more to get a count in. Bob Schieffer?
Well, I was just going to say, Dan, a lot of Democrats, or at least a lot of Gore people, now believe that they gave up too soon and that they should have left the perception on election night that they were in the game. And I think this follows right out of the playbook. We had several people tell us, watch on election night. They are not going to give up quickly. So I think what John Edwards is saying, they're getting ready to file a bunch of lawsuits. They're going to question every vote. This may be more than just in Ohio. They're not giving up yet. And he's saying, you know, we can wait at least another day here.
Well, that's a version of what the George Bush campaign and the Republicans are saying. They put people at these polling places, as I understand it, from Mr. Blackwell, and certainly Ed was talking about what happened, and they put people in polling places to challenge people's right to vote. Now, people under the law, federal law, if somebody challenges your right to vote, then they give you a provisional ballot. That goes off to the side and gets counted later. So Mr. Blackwell, the Secretary of State in Ohio, is saying maybe 175 provisional ballots. John Turley said earlier that they can't be counted for 8 or 10 days. So when I say the plot thickens, it's really getting thick.
Yes, because, I mean, I think a lot of the Gore people now, in reflection, feel they just got out-lawyered down in Florida. And clearly what the Kerry people have decided is this is not going to happen to them. They're going to fight it every step of the way. Who knows where this ends?
But we are not even claiming who we will project to win in Ohio, in Wisconsin, and Iowa. These are very much states still open. They're not really challenging anything but the fact that they're not challenging anything. These votes have not been declared.
True. Mika Brzezinski at the decision desk. Iowa's still out there, 7 electoral votes, but I gather we may not have all the votes counted tonight.
Here's the problem. We probably will not be able to project Iowa tonight. There is one white spot holding us back from an Iowa projection. Let's bring up the map. There it is. That's Montgomery County, and that's the remaining county to be voted. In 2000, this county went for Bush. No precincts are in. Here's why we have to wait. Look at the margin between the candidates. Very close. We won't also get the absentee ballot information tonight. We've also heard that the election officials there have stopped counting in Iowa because of machine problems. So Iowa